Show your color. That's so cool, slick, but a bit too quick for me. That's so flamboyant, but a little too typical. Won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show you I'm calling. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solo show. Let's hear you say color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand out, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. He show you, come on. He show you, come on.
and another step closer towards SWC 2022 we go, as it's the APAC Cup. 8 competitors vie for 3 spots in the World Finals, which will be held over in Korea. But right now, live from Bangkok, it is the Asia Pacific Cup. Hi everyone, I'm super excited to bring you the next step in our SWC 2022 World Final action, as we're getting closer and closer to Korea. Daniel DUCHAN Gonzalez here alongside my 2 foulcasters that love to do it and are more excited than being on elephants. It's Stoic and Make It a Bud. Stoic, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing well, DUCHAN. Super excited for APAC here. Can't wait to get into these matches and see what's going to happen later on.
How about you, Make It a Bud?
Definitely excited to see who are the last 3 players that are going to join us in Worlds. I will say this is probably equally as exciting as being on Elephants. Been on there before, that's also very fun. But of course, SWC is always a blast.
Again, you know, synonymous with Thailand, elephants, of course. That's what the joke was there. Also, there's a picture floating around the internet of Make It a Bud riding an elephant. I love it. All right, guys, so we've already crowned ourselves the America's Cup champion. We crowned ourselves the Europe Cup champion. We had the China Selection Tournament. Now we have the APAC Cup. What should we be expecting as we head on over to the 8 players vying for the 3 spots here? Let's start with you, Stoic.
What I definitely don't want to expect is some game 5s. Let's see some quick game 3s, O's. Let's see some massive 3-0s. No, but for real, if we go into game 5, we go into game 5, and that's just going to mean that we're going to have some crazy drafting and some crazy plays coming out of these guys. We'll see what happens here, but I'm definitely expecting a lot of exciting play from every one of these players. We've got returning players like O2 Love, DOCTHURR, DUCHAN, so I mean, we've got some experienced players, and we have some new faces as well.
Make it a Bud?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot of great play. There's a reason why there's 3 players going out from this region here. All of the players have had a hard battle to come here. Lots of LD units, lots of high-level play, so excited to see what we see tonight.
That's right, the last 3 World Finals winners coming from either the China Selection Tournament or the APAC Cup region. So it's going to be a lot of fun as we see who the 3 players will be making it on out. And as we've said earlier, we've already knocked out multiple steps along the way of our SWC season. And so I kind of wanted to take this moment while we're still setting up the matches over in Thailand, just to get some of the favorite moments of yours so far throughout the SWC 2022 year. Let's start with you, Make It a Bud.
Oh, that's a tough one. Put me on the spot. Favorite moments of the SWC tournament so far, I would say what sticks out to me most is just Raigeki winning it all, right? Obviously, I had him in my bracket winning it all. I mean, if anyone, not that I've shown it to too many people, but like the in-game predictions, I had him winning. I was right, as always. And it's exciting to see how he did it, right? With the Carlos, with the great picks, and how he was able to be very precise with his plays, just dominant in his performance, overcoming a lot of bad RNG. I would say that that was probably the most memorable part for me.
Stoic, how about for you, brother?
I mean, we've had a lot of memorable moments. Some of the most exciting matches we actually had were like during the prelims in America's Cup. We watched 2 absolute titans go at it. Honestly, 2 absolute titans, and that was like a term used multiple times. But we can go back to prelims down in the loser bracket. We had True Whale and Thompson fighting to lock in their role for America's Cup. And that was some of the most exciting plays that we had seen all of America's Cup. But then, like, it just keeps going. We see more Titans go after Titans with Madreamd versus Big V. Another really exciting best of 5 match between those 2 guys. It was honestly just fireworks throughout all of America's Cup. So many great moments to go back to. Just those are 2 sets that really bring it back to me, thinking about just how wild America's Cup were. Just those 4 big name drops to hear those guys going head to head, you know, locking in their position or trying to stay within the tournament to see what was going to happen there. But, you know, sadly, the person to make it the furthest was True Whale, only getting 2nd place in America's Cup out of those names.
Yeah, and again, I think that's the nail that I wanted to hit on right there. True Whale, who's been so close multiple times and a staple of the SWC community, finally getting over the hump and now getting to show what he's made of on the global stage, as he's been super, super close. As players starting to come on out here for the APAC Cup onto the stage, we have ourselves a bit of an event match before we get into our SWC 2022 APAC Cup matches. It's actually going to be the Thailand Grand Open Tournament, which is the now the second year running here in Thailand, an open tournament for all players of all ranks, didn't matter how long you've been playing, no limit there, to play on the greatest stage. And now we've got ourselves a finals after we've had over hundreds of entrants in here. We've got ourselves our top 2 players playing for their share of 100,000 baht prize pool here, crystals in game as well, plus some of the figurines that are available here in Summoner's War. So that's going to be what kicks things off here in our APAC Cup. The celebration of how global the game is and how global it's been over the last almost a decade now, as it has been a great journey so far. And so the TGOT kicking things off to really encapsulate the celebration. Guys, you know, this is like a region-locked legend tournament. Anyone can enter and hop right on in if you are the best player on the ladder here, Make It a Bud.
Yeah, I mean, that's exciting. Obviously, when you open up a tournament to everyone, it allows all kinds of different abilities or different lineups, different strategies to come in. And there's a lot more variability that you'll see because everyone comes from anywhere from the copper ranks all the way probably to some Guardian 3 players. And of course, to make it through, I think it was like 100-some players that joined this. It's not easy to win all the way through because there's a lot of RNG along the way that you're going to have to overcome.
There's a lot that they're going to have to overcome here, Stoic. And so when we're looking at, I guess, non-professional players at the highest level, what are some of the things that you're expecting to see from these guys as we see the overview here for our Grand Open Tournament, 100,000 baht prize pool, as I said earlier. But what are some of the things that we're expecting to see from these players?
So I feel like in a setting like this, it's going to feel very ladder-esque, where you don't really know who you're going to be going up against. And same goes for when you queue up on the ladder. You know, you're going to queue into a match. You have no clue, or maybe you might know who your opponent is, and you're going to draft, you know, the way you're going to be drafting on the ladder. And I think a lot of the players go into the tournament like this and kind of draft similar to that. So how they would play on the ladder is kind of how they're going to be coming to the table here, unless they learn anything about any of the opponents that they've already seen, or maybe even caught on to some of the matches throughout their, you know, experience getting up to wherever they are now. And then now that tournament play actually starts coming in, where you start to know your opponent a little bit more, and then start drafting or preparing things for them because you have a little bit more knowledge, you know, in that situation.
Yeah, and so that's what I'm super excited about, because you get these like intimate matchups now, like from the hundreds when you first entered, and it's kind of a random roulette of who you're going to end up battling, now down to our top 2 players in this celebration of Summoner's War here in Thailand. And again, what a great venue and spot here for the APAC Cup. Just a thing that we didn't have a couple years ago, or for the last several years, in-person events and the fandom that is there. We had the opportunity to share some of that over in New York City, over at the Hard Rock Cafe, and now getting to do it here in Thailand is fantastic. And I hope that these players are ready for the stressors, for the excitement with fans there, and every move you make, every skill you use is going to be highly observed, if not scrutinized here, Make It a Bud. But I'm sure the practice that they have will come into huge practice here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, when you play on the ladder, you get a lot of that practice, and maybe you won't get some scrutiny. I mean, I don't know how many other commentators would go and grill the players and call out their mistakes. So generally, people are nicer than me out there. So I wouldn't expect the moves to be scrutinized as much. You'll just hear a lot of cheers for RNG, procs, and things like that that tend to decide the match. But overall, I mean, for someone that's new entering the game, I can relate to that in my first SWC experience a long time ago. It's an exciting feeling to play in front of fans, in front of people you don't know. You hear clappers, you hear the audience. It's just super exciting.
All right, well, here we go. The finals of the Grand Open Thailand Tournament is underway. JUDAS versus Yeon Hong. Let's get into it. To get us into our cast right before our APAC Cup tournament with the event match, let's send it on over to the 2 guys you've been listening to all season long. It's Stoic and Make It a Bud.
Well, this is fantastic right here. We've got Yeonhong versus Judas. These are actually two really fun players, especially our Judas character that we have here. This guy is just a bundle of fun here.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about random 100 players coming in, Yeonhong and Judas both have SWC experience. So these aren't your random players. These could easily be in the tournament today. So this is going to be some high-level play. Judas is kicking us off with an Oliver, and Yeonhong is just messing around with an Hollyberry and a Chroma here. But Yeonhong definitely known for that Gianna Yeonhong style of play, that cleave style, aggressive, cleaving type style of play.
Yep, he's going to be taking that YUMARU more alongside with that Changpeng. Judas already taking down that Oliver, locking in that 33 speed lead. Curious to see what Judas is going to be bringing here. He does have a lot of LDs under his belt, so he could be bringing a lot of things. Maybe he'll have a little bit of fun with it. Maybe he'll take it serious. We'll see.
Yeah, I think this matchup favors Yeonhong a lot. Judas does rely on his Ragdoll a lot. Ragdoll Gianna tends to use that a lot here. But Yeonhong always consistent in the ladder, usually around rank 4, but occasionally slipping to rank 5 at the last couple of minutes, couple hours of the seasons for some reason. But just generally an overall very strong player. And I think Judas tends to sit back a little bit. Yeonhong's rune quality is very high. So we're going to see we're going to see all matches revolve around cleave and first turn action from Yeonhong. And Judas is going to need to think about coming back with the turn 2 style play. So we're going to probably see some form of Junos, Mollies, things like that are very viable here. I think those would be two very good picks at the end here because Yeonhong doesn't really represent a lot of burst damage. Praha's okay, but again, Yeonhong can always cap this off with some sort of way to just dominate a little bit harder in turn 1 and kind of put Judas locked down from beginning to end.
Oh, Judas going with a triple Oracle draft. A lot of Oracles over there for Judas there. Yeonhong wrapping up his draft with a Taeor. That is quite interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, it had to be an AoE unit. He's going full-on aggressive here. I think what the ban that would make sense would be the Water Ryu here. Yeonhong runs a Swift Water Ryu, and so that would come out very quickly onto Judas, and so that's exactly what the ban's going to be here. We see the Masha takeout, which is also pretty interesting. I would have thought Oliver's taken out, but we're going to see Yeonhong open up, and Judas is going to need to come back and survive the opener from Yeonhong.
Yep, speed leads for both teams here. Changpeng going to be kicking us off here. Looking at a strip and only receiving a strip on top of the Gianna. But we've got Okeanos in that beautiful new transmog. He's going to get a reset potentially onto the onto the Praha or the Moor. Choosing to go for the Moor instead.
And Judas is going to have a Praha that's going to be able to use skill 3 and give his team speed buff if he's not locked down by the Tomo here. So Judas is going to be in a good spot once he gets his turns and get the speed buff going.
Yep, there's a couple speed buffs. A speed buff sitting on top of that Juno here. But we've got the sleep going up from Praha, putting everybody down. Not putting down that Taeor, though.
Not putting down that Taeor, but again, that's a bomb on the Taeor, and that's also quite a bit of damage coming in here. So Judas is going to be able to do a lot of damage here. He's going to be able to take out that Oki next. Oki looks a little bit squishy here, and I think Judas has this. He has a speed buff. He's got a lot of resilience in his team here, and Yeonhong just doesn't have the capability to come back and dominate as he did as we expected.
Yep, beautiful stuns coming out there, looking so good for Judas right now. Praha looking to cycle a little bit of damage on top of that Okeanos. Okeanos not in a great position right now. Juno is fit to take it out. Potentially looking for Despair Stun. No, he is looking to get rid of that. Okeanos as soon as possible. Bomb is going to be landing on top of that Changpeng and going to see a nice little cycle. No, choosing to go for skill 3 instead.
Yeah, it chooses to go for skill 3 here, but there is a bomb sitting on top of that Changpeng here, and there's no way a Tomo is going to be able to take out a Juno on its own here. So at this point here, that Juno basically could solo Yeonhong's entire team.
Yep, 100%. That Juno is definitely in great position, especially against a Tomo here, and that Changpeng is going to be good riddance very, very soon as well.
Yeah, that Tomo's going to be going away soon. I'm not sure why Yeonhong's still staying in the game. It's not like there is an SWC going on, but maybe he's enjoying his moments with the crowd and thinking about the next match to come.
Yep, most definitely, because this is still a best-of-5 match here. Judas is definitely going to be taking round 1 here against Yeonhong, and there you have it. Round 1 going to Judas.
Pretty dominating performance by Judas there. Actually, Yeonhong's opener was usually is a lot stronger than that, but as you saw, once that Moor's taken out, he doesn't really have a good, consistent way to strip. That Changpeng did not get the strip, did not get enough strips off, and so Yeonhong wasn't able to take an advantage from the beginning that an Oki would give him. And even when you think about it, even if his Oki did pop off, he would have a very thin margin of victory to win. I mean, you need to do enough damage to take something out. And it's just not exactly a consistent way to win, I think. JUDAS has a lot more ways to win. Only needs a couple units to proc, maybe 1 unit. And if a Praha goes off, it's kind of game over there. So I think JUDAS in general just had a better draft there. And we'll see how Yeonhong's able to pivot. And now that he's able to use his Yeonhong, might just be able to have a much better opening and dominate the match.
Exactly. Let's see what happens going into this round 2 here, because JUDAS had absolute full control with his draft. All 3 oracles being able to cycle. A lot of attack bar with that first skill as well. JUDAS took full advantage of Yeonhong, and I'm expecting Yeonhong to have a different change of pace here. And I think we could agree that Yeonhong might and probably is the better player, I want to say, out of these 2 here. So I am expecting a better outcome in round 2 up against JUDAS.
Yeah, it's hard to say who's better. I would say Yeonhong has had more consistent results on the ladder. And I would say, I mean, having fought both of these players multiple times, my matchup against Yeonhong is more difficult than against JUDAS. And that's just because Yeonhong runs a lot of very all-in comps and a lot of very fast teams. He's got a very strong unit box. But JUDAS, I mean, from the draft, I thought JUDAS's draft was great, right? Being able to survive turn 1 with enough to take over is exactly what he did. So it'll be interesting to see, you know, if Yeonhong can flex and use that Achroma that we saw and kind of bend into turn 2, right? Being able to mix that turn 1 and turn 2, I think, is going to allow him to be successful here.
Most definitely. Well, looks like we're going to be getting into this match very shortly. We'll see what's happening here and see if JUDAS can take another round away from Yeonhong.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to pre-ban next, knowing that Ragdoll is going to be in play and the Yeonhong's also going to be in play. I could see, and both of them have Giannas, right? So it'll be interesting to see if JUDAS decides to take out Yeonhong's Gianna or not, and if not, where it ends up being in the draft.
Yep, pre-bans locked in. We have a Nephthys getting pre-banned and more getting pre-banned as well. Yeonhong with the first pick.
So I didn't know JUDAS had a Nephthys, but obviously haven't played him recently. But that's a great ban as well then if he went that way. I mean, Nephthys, very scary unit here. Oliver seems to be the unit that the 2 are fighting over, and we see a very quick Gianna into a Masha pick, which makes a lot of sense as well.
Yep, Gianna and Masha being drafted by JUDAS. Yeonhong looking to respond to both those units. Taking a Shizuka.
Interesting choice to go with the turn 2 right away. I would have expected him to lean into the more and commit to the cleave, but this is perfectly acceptable as well. Is susceptible a little bit if JUDAS wants a full-on cleave this into a Changpeng Robo G92, but instead JUDAS decides to go with a turn 2 comp of a Riley Ragdoll, so clearly saying that he's going turn 2 here, and again would allow Yeonhong to press the action more if Yeonhong wanted to go with more cleavings, more aggressive style play.
Interesting choice here with Yeonhong. He's looking at a Bulwark right now with one other pick. We've seen this often drafted with a Mo Long, and he is going to be taking a Bulwark Mo Long here.
Yeah, so the Bulwark is a very interesting pick here. Your opponent is able to control when it gets stacks, but again, with Masha constantly getting immunity, Bulwark's going to get stacks naturally, and of course, it's going to kind of paralyze the Riley. So we know there's a very good chance the Riley stays on the field. Not necessarily has to be banned out, but a lot of threat coming out from Yeonhong. A lot of resilience with the Molong, Praha, Shizuka comp. So I like that draft. I do not like this Light Vampire pick from JUDAS. Light Vampire does not supplement his team and does not really allow him to kind of counteract what Yeonhong's bringing. It's just another slow bruiser unit. Obviously a very aggressive unit, but I think he should have gone with something that will allow him to disrupt Yeonhong a bit more.
Yep, we have seen this Light Vampire many times from JUDAS here, so I'm almost not surprised to see it right now from JUDAS. And Yeonhong looks like he's going to be losing the Bulwark. Ragdoll is going to get the ban as well. Speed lead for Yeonhong. He's definitely going to be taking turn 1 here in this game, number 2.
Yeah, Yeonhong's going to have a very aggressive opening here. It's actually interesting to see that the Shizuka moves in front of the Praha. So a very interesting form of tuning there. And I actually really like that here. And Yeonhong's going to be able to do a lot of damage over time with the speed buff and just wear his opponent down.
Yeonhong really pummeling the damage top of that Gianna, making sure that unit's not going to be taking any turns at all. Reckless Assault finishes off that unit there.
Yeah, Reckless Assault, I mean, that aggression coming out from Yeonhong, absolutely massive here. JUDAS does need to take out unit here. That's exactly what it looks like is going to happen here. Oliver's going to go down, and we're going to see a 3 versus 3.
Yep, Oliver's a big takeaway right there. Because Judas doesn't have super consistent immunity. He does have that Riley, but that Oliver was going to do a lot of work on him.
Yeah, Oliver definitely would have done some work. But at the same time here, now Yeonhong, all Yeonhong needs to do is survive here and needs to find a way to bring this Molong online and to bring more damage to the field.
Yep. Looks like the unit of choice right now is going to be that Masha. Yeonhong looking to pummel away that damage. Opting to go for a defense break on top of the Light Vampire, not receiving it though.
Yeah, so we see Judas here is going to need to get some crits on that Masha here. So that Masha is going to need to get a little lucky. Otherwise, he's going to be a little damaged light with just that Light Vampire.
Yep, a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Praha. Praha with all skills available. Not too sure he's going to put that unit down there. He's just going to be skill one in the Masha. We've got stuns available. Stun does land with the additional turn going out onto the Praha. Yeonhong might get pushed back here, losing another unit.
Yeah, but Yeonhong again has that speed buff, and there's a lot of resilience with that Shizuka there. That is a crit from the Masha though, but unfortunately not able to take out that Praha.
Yeah, Praha staying alive with beautiful skill too, with the soul protection on top of the Praha. And that should be enough to keep that Praha alive here. Does have skills available once again, so there's soul protection. Skills all available. He's going to be healing himself here. Definitely going to be putting Judas down.
Again, so much resilience coming from Yeonhong's team. You have 3 water units. That Masha really doesn't do very much here, and that speed buff is allowing him to take turns over and over again.
Oh, we're going to see another stun potentially coming out onto that Molong. I think he wants to stop that unit from. Never mind, he is going to try and go for the Shizuka instead of the Molong here.
Interesting to go after the Shizuka here, but again, Judas doesn't really have many choices here. I mean, he needs to take something out. He needs to take the Shizuka is the source of all the revives and all the action going on from Yeonhong's side, but it's a really tanky unit here, and Judas is gonna need to crit a couple of times with that Masha in order to take it out.
That's exactly what he was looking for. Big skill too for the Molong, finishing off that Masha there. We've got that Light Vampire looking a little low, and that's going to be sucking all the life away from that Riley. Judas trying to get whatever life he can right now with both these units.
Yeah, Judas needs a lot of procs on his team right now if he wants a chance to win. He needs to be able to burst down a unit, but that's not what's happening here. Light Vampire is not able to do it here, and again, Yeonhong has revive buff on all of his units here, so not going to be able to. Judas is not going to be able to win this one.
Yep, and there you have it. Yeonhong taking round 2 away from Judas.
Very good draft from Yeonhong there. I like the pivot with the Bulwark and the Molong there. A lot of aggression coming out on the side of Yeonhong, and also just resilience, right? Having the ability to heal, having the Oliver, having speed buff, and the Shizuka to kind of revive whatever you want is made for a very good draft.
Yeah, definitely. It was a much better play coming out of Yeonhong here. I figured Judas was just, he decided to take that turn 2 and be way more defensive with, I think that might have been the big downfall for him.
Yeah, I was interested to see is when you see the Ragdoll Riley come out. Your opponents picked a Oliver Praha type mix, so you have the ability to counter cleave with your Masha Gianna if you want to go with the Robo route. If you went with like a more Wind Robo, you have the ability to counter cleave, and the Shizuka tends to be weak against that. I think that would have been a little bit stronger, give him some more options. When you lock in that Ragdoll Riley off the bat, you are basically subjecting yourself to whatever your opponent's throwing at you, however they want to open. So it makes it a little challenging to kind of come back in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've got round 3 coming in right now. We got the pre-bans from last time. Nephthys and more with the units that were pre-banned. New pre-bans coming out right now for Yeonhong and Judas.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same pre-bans that we saw in the first game. We're going to see a Yeonhong and Ragdoll pre-ban. So, obviously, we could see a Gianna pre-ban somewhere, but that wouldn't make sense given the fact that both of them use it.
Well, there's the Ragdoll and Shizuka going to be biting the dust in this round 3.
Yeah, interesting to see the Shizuka banned out here. This is going to give Yeonhong free reign to use his Yeonhong, as well as that Moore and whatever other units he wants to throw at him. That Yeonhong is a very fast Yeonhong. Having fought that before, it's a very well-runed unit. So I think Judas needs to fight for aggression in his draft here, and then turn if Yeonhong commits too hard to that.
Oh, Yeonhong definitely looking to go for that turn 1 play. A lot of AoE units coming out for him. Judas choosing to go for a Masha and a Gianna once again. I do like Yeonhong's draft right now going into Judas.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how Yeonhong has laid this out here. Did not go with the Yeonhong here. Instead, went for the Okeanos, which is a little weak into the Masha here, but I think it's also it's an okay pick. But I really think a Yeonhong might have been a little bit better here. Judas fighting for turn 1, but also mixing in a Juno is a little odd, because Yeonhong has a clear path if he wants to cleave to ban the Oliver and take another cleaving unit.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that the Juno is just going to be here strictly just for the Tomo, but it's interesting that he would just bring that one unit just for the Tomo. It's signaling that he's not going to be banning out Tomo though.
Yeah, so the ban here should be the Oliver from Yeonhong. Yeonhong here taking another AoE pick here shows that when he drafts a lure and all this AoE stuff, he wants to dominate with AoE. So it's going to come down to how good Yeonhong's artifacts are, and if he's able to bring in just enough damage to take out Judas's team.
Yep, that was quite interesting. Speed leads for both teams, and Yeonhong's going to be taking that turn 1. We've got more pushing everybody back here, getting a nice little stun on top of the Barbara, with, of course, that third skill from Chung Hong, reduce the attack power of everybody. Rain of Stones coming out, not getting a stun. Luckily, not on the Juno, though.
Oh, so much damage coming out from Yeonhong onto Judas's team there. You see how low every single unit's HP is, and every single unit is slowed except for that Juno. So, I mean, Yeonhong just has an overwhelming advantage. It's going to be able to lap Judas over and over, and it's just going to be able to take out his units. I mean, that's just so much damage he did.
Yep, that was a desperation move right there from Judas, going with the skill too, trying to get as many despair stuns as possible, landing 2 of them both, so he got pretty lucky there, but the Barbara is going to get dismounted.
Yeah, the Baba is definitely dismounted, and the Baba is going to go down soon. Again, Yeonhong's units at full HP here. Looks like Yeonhong's going to take this one down.
Oh, there you have it. Laura finishing everybody off there. And there you have it. Round 3 going to Yeonhong.
Yeah, Yeonhong just showing us what he does on the ladder all the time, which is AoE cleave people down. If Judas obviously was not able to defend against that AoE cleave, you know, and Yeonhong just with such good artifacts was basically able to dominate Judas from beginning to end.
That's exactly what happened there. It was right from the beginning, right from the get-go. Okeanos laying down the absolute law there. I thought the Juno was going to be there to like help sustain the team. The Juno was exactly correct what you had brought up before. Juno was a complete waste of time. Almost what it seemed like. Juno wasn't able to do anything there. Judas was able to get a double despair stun at a moment where he was hoping to maybe get more than a double despair stun. I would say he was lucky to at least get 2 units despair stun with that second skill that he threw out there. But I think the Juno is just not something that he needed to help his team here.
Yeah, I mean, if Judas wants to survive a turn 2 style of play, he needs to bring in more than just the Juno to do it. He kind of had 4 cleaving units or 4 higher speed units and then just a Juno. And I think that's the weakness that got exploited, right? When the Oliver's gone here, now your 3 other cleaving units, higher aggressive units became targets to pick off. And instead, he could have gone for a Juno Molly and allowed him to survive longer. So that's generally when you defend a high damage cleave type style of play. That's exactly how you need to draft. Judas kind of committed too much to the high speed play, did not bring enough for these slower team play, and just kind of ended up with a team that didn't synergize and defend well against Yeonhong's aggressive team.
Well, let's see what happens here, because Yeonhong has the Oliver this time. 33 speed lead is going to be on his side of the field. Judas is going to be looking to respond here. Now, does Judas go for an outspeeding route? No, he doesn't have that 33 speed lead Oliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting choice here. There is no Masha here. So he's likely going to throw down like a Gianna Shizuka or something like that, because Yeonhong has gone for that. Going with a Nephthys is interesting here. Showing that he does want to fight for speed, but Yeonhong does have the Yeonhong available, so you know, we could see that happen in Yeonhong committing to like full damage here with the Yeonhong Seigar or something like that.
I think that's what I would definitely like to see here. Potentially even like a Dominic, if Yeonhong can fit a Dominic into his draft to see what happens up. But Judas does have a 24 speed lead in the form of that Nephthys. Yeonhong looking to draft a Shizuka and one other pick, and it is going to be a Dominic.
Knowing he has a Yeonhong in the back pocket is great, but I'm not sure I like 2 middle speed slow units into this opener from Judas. So if Judas were to bring in a Robo and another AoE cleaving unit, he would be in a really good spot here, because Yeonhong has units that don't really threaten speed. He would be forced to take 2 of those in the last 2 picks here. But instead, Judas goes for a turn 2 play, which I am not a fan of either here. Allows him to be dominated if you know, if Yeonhong decides to fully cleave him, Yeonhong just has so many options available because Judas's team doesn't really synergize. When you bring in Juno, Riley, Nephthys, like cleave and then solo target things, they don't really work well together.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. When I see a Juno and a Riley, I see someone who is built to receive, and he's going to be receiving a lot of damage coming from Yeonhong here.
Yeah, so when I'm Judas and I'm looking at this, I think the Dominic is going to have to be a ban, and I would pick revolving around that. So an Antares would not be a bad pick here. I could also see a Mali, and we would go into a long snooze fest. You could just pick something that would enable us to go for a long game. Ragdoll is also perfectly okay. Leo is also interesting, but and at the same time, I think the Dominic is going to have to be the ban. I think Oliver's pretty good in the Leo here. If I'm Yeonhong, I would be taking out this Juno. Juno looks pretty scary, or I'd be banning out the Leo outright. It's probably the most likely ban. But if I'm Judas, I have to take out that Dominic.
Yep, definitely. That Dominic's going to be bringing a lot of damage to the table, and he only has so much sustain in the form of that Riley. Couple seconds left here. We'll see what these two are going to be banning out.
Yeah, interesting that they banned out the Bulwark there, but the Leo makes sense. I mean, we know Yeonhong wants to go for speed, so we're going to see Yeonhong tunnel in on either the Gianna or the Nephthys early on, and go from there.
Yep, let's see what happens. Yeonhong kicking us off with a big skill 2, not stripping the Nephthys, of course.
Yeah, so Yeonhong's skill 2 looks exactly like mine. It misses all the time there. So unfortunately, missing that boost is absolutely massive there because it's going to allow Judas to provide get an open.
Yeah, well, Gianna was not able to get that stun on top of the strip stun on top of that Oliver here. Oliver's looking to finish off that Nephthys. Nephthys is down now, putting Judas down a unit.
Yeah, Judas is down a unit here, and unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to have the ability to take out that Dominic here, because that Yeonhong massive heal there, and that's just so much damage coming out from that Dominic.
Yeah, Charge Vitality, what a valuable skill from that unit here. Bomb does land true on top of that Oliver, cycling a little bit of attack bar, and so is Juno on top of that Dominic.
Yeah, again, Yeonhong's team is just looking so strong here. He also has resilience from that Shizuka later down the line if he needs to revive dead units here. So Judas is really playing on the back foot here. Is able to clean off some stuns, but there are bombs on these teams, on these units, and it's going to be really tough for Judas to even have a shot here.
Yeah, most definitely. You can see that damage coming out of the Dominic. Dominic pummeling is so much damage on top of that Gianna. Gianna's definitely going to get removed from the field here because I don't believe the cleanse is going to be up for Riley. I think she had already used that skill. Charge Vitality once again is available, bringing that Dominic to max.
Yeah, and Yeonhong just wanting to secure the kill in that unit. No need to greed there. Knows that if he goes up 4 units to 2, it's pretty much impossible for Judas to come back. And at this point here, Yeonhong's just clearing the field here. Dominic's going to be able to take out Juno anyways. So Yeonhong's got this and gonna win that 100,000 baht prize pool.
Yep. You can see Yeonhong pummeling the damage right into that Riley. Additional turns coming out. Dominic bringing the dominant unit here. And it looks like Yeonhong is definitely going to be taking that round 4.
Yeah, Yeonhong cracks a smile there. He knows he's won. He knows he's going to win this one. Might not have been able to take SWC this year, but at least he's going to be able to win this consolation match here.
And there you have it. Yeonhong taking down Judas in round 4.
Yeah, just a great draft from Yeonhong there. Able to use that the speed from his draft, able to dominate from the onset. And I think, again, in that matchup there, it goes to Judas taking that Juno a little early. I think, again, when Yeonhong lays out 3 units around the 270, 280 speed range, he's open to cleave there. But then when Judas goes with a Juno Riley there, he is open to being cleaved, right? And so instead of pushing the advantage that he got with the Gianna on the field, he's instead playing to receive whatever action your opponent's throwing on you. And generally, those 270, 280 speed units tend to be very impactful units, right? Shizuka, Prahas, things like that. So laying into slower units like that may not have been the best strategy, and that's exactly what we saw there. We saw Yeonhong being able to bend his draft into something that made a little bit more sense, was a little bit more cohesive with more options down the line, and was able to pick off Judas's units one at a time.
Yeah,
Yep, definitely a fine example to see if what we'll run into later on.
Yeah, and one of the great things about this tournament, of course, you touched on it earlier there, Make It a Bud. The fact that this is going to be like not everyone could make it to SWC, but the fact that we're able to still celebrate the grand winner of Thailand here in the Grand Open. Congrats to Young Hong for that win, as we're going to have a couple words with him on stage and just, you know, kind of rifle off a little bit there. Maybe we'll get some translation in a little bit. But again, just the fact that Summoner's War can continue to grow and show how impactful it can be across the world. A ton of fun here, and great to see a couple competitors here make it all the way to the end and have a great time doing so here, Stoic.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I look forward to seeing all of these. I look forward to all of these guys going through today. We definitely have a lot of great, very exciting matches ahead of us.
Yeah, which we'll be getting to in just a little bit. Again, your winner for the Thailand Grand Open Tournament, Young Hong, he'll be taking home the lion's share of the prize pool at home, which will be a solid 50,000 baht. He's getting crystals, figurine as well. Again, one of the great prizes that you can get here in Summoner's War, the collectibles that come with it. And I just love the fact that we're continuing to invest in grassroots guys, you know, getting everyone still involved. You don't necessarily have to be in the world stage to still create a stage for yourself, still represent yourself and still represent the region. So going to be a lot of fun for them, and hopefully maybe someone we could see in the future of SWC. Who knows? You never really know, but again, the experiences there will be something that they'll hold on to for a lifetime. So again, congratulations to both Young Hong and Judas. Judas now getting his check as well. So I think it was 50,000 for Young Hong. Judas getting 30,000 baht right here for his portion of the tournament. And yeah, like, congratulations to both of them. Hundreds of entrants here just in Thailand alone. And to make it that far, have that great attitude, as Stoic was saying earlier, you could see the personality throughout the matches, before the matches, during the matches, with the way that he played. But the overpowering of Young Hong, a little bit too much there for Judas. In his bio, Young Hong said that my water Rio will crush all opponents. And in that game 3, it did. Came up huge, lots of stuns there, and the game was over before it could be. And our crowning moment here for our TGOT champion, Young Hong. You can see again in the crowd and grabbing the big check. Have you guys ever grabbed a big check before? I'm throwing this one over to you to make it a bud. Have you picked up a big check, you know, for winning anything before?
I have, actually. This is back in business school. We won a case competition, so I have held a big check. It makes you feel great. It makes you savor that victory more. So it's a great feeling, and it's good to see that Young Hong is able to enjoy that now. Judas also holding a big check, equally sized, but just with a different dollar amount. Both of them great players, both great SWC players. We've seen Young Hong, I think he competed this year, and also I also got a chance to hang out with Judas back 3 years ago when we did Paris. He was at the World Finals there, so it's just great to see how he's evolved as a player, how his hair is growing out. He's always a fun guy to hang with, and so it's great to see that both of them on the stage here playing again.
Yeah, again, loving the fact that we have a full live audience here, again, for SWC showing up in Thailand for the APAC Cup. And speaking of APAC Cup, that's coming up very, very soon. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, we will have ourselves the matches for the quarterfinals. 8 players, guys. 8 players that will be vying for those 3 spots. So one of the few times in competition and here in SWC where we got to play that 3rd place match. And it means a lot here, Stoic. So even if you do fall a little bit further in those quarterfinals, you still have that, or in the semifinals, you still have that opportunity to make it on through to the world stage.
That's right. I mean, we've got our number 1, 2, and 3 going towards Worlds here. This is very exciting for all these players here. It's a lot of opportunities to still be able to write their name in SWC and have their shot at a world title.
Again, Lots still on the line yet to come. I think highlights from that previous match are being shown right here. Judas and Yang Hong got to see the power of the Ryu, or the water Ryu, slash more. But either way, again, fantastic to be able to celebrate it from a regional standpoint. But now the big guns are coming on in. It's time to see who will make it on through from our APAC Cup participants. Again, the APAC region is the most successful region in all of SWC, and expecting more things from it here in the future, as it looks like we are getting ready and suited up for those said matches. And guys, just want to turn it over one more time. Obviously, here in the Grand Open of Thailand tournament, a little bit lesser quality of box, but make it a bud. When we look towards the APAC region, what are we expecting to see in terms of units?
I honestly think we're going to see a very similar style to what we see in America's Cup, what we see on the ladder. I mean, that's pretty much the dominant style that we see. It's cleave or counter cleave, or single target, or the themes that you generally see. You don't see a lot of passive play. That generally doesn't survive a lot. So you're going to see a lot of action here. Obviously, the player's box will dictate a lot of how that matchup goes. So in DUCHAN's matchup, you're going to see a lot revolve around the Dark Onimusha. But in general, you're going to see a lot of, should see a lot of Moore's, Changpong's, Masha's, the same stuff that you've seen, but mixed in with some of the LDs that they may have.
All right, well, we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we kick off the APAC Cup. Don't go anywhere. You're watching SWC 2022.
Just take all the spotlight. Making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby. Maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say. Color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SWC 2022 APAC Cup. We just knocked out our first event match, and now we're ready to go for the quarterfinals. DUCHAN here alongside Make It a Bud and Stoic. And guys, I just wanted to take a second to thank all of our friends around the SWC community, especially here in the North American region, where we've got a lot of people staying up late night. So I saw Daniel Karaoke was online. Who else did we see? We saw Gigi. Of course, Gigi is streaming. She's streaming. Our friend over across the seas, say Shizo, is got his stream open as well. So, you know, SWC 2022, it's a family affair. Everyone just wanted to say thank you guys for staying up with us throughout the night. And, you know, if you wanted to watch along, you can pop open multiple different streams and support your favorite streamers and get all the insights here from the biggest brains in the game, from Stoic and Make It a Bud. So guys, we knocked out the TGOT. Now it's time to get down to business with the APAC Cup. Our quarterfinals are here. You said, meta-wise, we are expecting to see a lot of what we've seen already in terms of units. But when we think about the APAC region here, Make It a Bud, what makes the region so unique compared to Europe and compared to the Americas region?
Well, I would say, having fought a lot of players in the APAC region, we see a lot more LD abuse going on. So a lot of these players are going to have a lot of LDs, multiple 4 or 5 LDs to choose from, and that's what makes those matchups very interesting, because LDs can change the way a draft shapes up because of its unique properties, right? And the fact that usually your opponent doesn't have that. So you're going to see a lot of that. But I would say as a meta, this is the most elemental friendly metas that we've seen in a while. And it is obvious, like, as I think it's generally a cleaving meta or counter cleave meta. So you're still going to see a lot of those units, those Changpangs, those Robo G92s, potentially mixed in between with like defending into like Shizukas and Mashas and stuff like that. So where you sprinkle in the LDs is going to change that matchup dynamic, and we're going to see that take place here.
So we are getting ready right now in Thailand. Our friends in Thailand are setting the stage as the players are getting ready to come out, and we get our first quarterfinal underway. So I wanted to just pick your brain here when we take a look at our 8 competitors that we have that are vying for the 3 spots. What's one name that sticks out at you, and why?
I mean, OSSERU is one of our players that are returning from last year as well. So OSSERU, I can't remember how well he did, but I can tell you he was not one of our champions for moving forward in the APAC. But I will expect OSSERU to play pretty well, but he has a tough opponent in the form of ERIC.B in our very first match. So I will say OSSERU probably one of the names people are looking at, one of the names I'm looking at as well. But I think ERIC.B is definitely a very tough opponent for him to have, especially in his very first match.
Make It a Bud, you play against a lot of these guys on the ladder. What's one player that we should be looking out for as we take a peek at our prize pool and the overview? Again, all of it a best of 5 here, single elimination match. If you make it to the semifinals, it then becomes somewhat of a double elimination match because you got to battle it out for that 3rd, 4th place spot. Remember, it's not just 2 that go from the APAC region. It's 3 players that go from the APAC region. So if you win your first match, you're basically in a double elimination from there. So very exciting stuff here. But again, I want to pose the question to you one more time, Make It a Bud. When you get to play against these guys, you're used to seeing them on the ladder. Who's a player that stands out to you?
I mean, it's tough to pin any one player as who stands out. Obviously, I think the 2 favorites today are ERIC.B and MEOWMEOW. If you look at Seishizo's stream title, he's favored the 2 of them. I think from what I've heard, they're very strong. I don't know if I've had much experience playing against ERIC.B, but definitely I've seen MEOWMEOW use a lot of LDs. But obviously, you still have TwoLove, you have DOCTHURR, you have DUCHAN, right? And so TwoLove has been on the scene for a long time, has Tianlane Gianna's really strong box there. And DOCTHURR, right? Gianna Yunhong abuser. I believe Yunhong is the player that we saw earlier in that show match is his guildie. Both very strong players from Thailand, very smart drafters with what they have in their box. So you have some really, really strong players with different LDs, and so again, we're gonna see the clash of LDs and the different styles in their boxes. It's going to be very interesting matchups. Can't wait to see what we have.
Yeah, and you can see by the predictions right there. MEOWMEOW definitely one of those guys at the top, but ZZ Song also picking up a lot of traction. And how about that? They play each other in the first match there, or the first round in match number 3 against each other. DUCHAN and TwoLove. Another big matchup there. And down at the bottom, newcomer YUMARU against DOCTHURR. DOCTHURR should be favored in that one. But right there at the top, that's the one we're going to focus on. ERIC.B versus OSSERU. OSSERU coming back from last year, making it back to the world stage. And that's going to set us on up here. Again, the first match is where a lot of the nerves have to come in here, Stoic, because you know that if you lose this, you're out. The whole year's over. But if you make it to the semifinals, dang, if I would have just at least got that first win, then I could have had, you know, a little bit more experimentation, had the ability to get a little aggressive if we wanted to, as we take a look at some of the picks that have been rolling out from a lot of people's boxes. The most picked unit there, Fire Beast Rider, and then the highest win rate there. Oh, look at that. Are we really counting it if you only use it 5 times? Like, I don't know. I feel like there should be like minimum like 10 times picked here, but sure, whatever. We'll throw those couple on in there. But Stoic, what do you make of some of these stats that we're pulling out here?
I mean, definitely not surprised with the Masha. So many people take this as a first pick, and it's such a great unit right now with the buff that it received. A lot of people taking this unit and riding this unit to victory indeed. I mean, applying that defense break beam with a violent proc and just deals so much damage. Masha pumps out a ton of damage, and people ruin this thing very, very well. So no surprise to see the win rate, the pick rate with that Masha, and also the Shizuka, followed up by the Dominic. Dominic is a little surprising being up there where it is now. We've obviously seen Dominic do incredible things here, but the Shizuka is absolutely no surprise seeing where it fits right now. Especially Nana. Nana, I think, is a little interesting as well, seeing where it is, because I feel like Nana has fallen off just a little bit. I think Nana's still a fine unit. It's just, I think it's fallen off since we've had those Nana days, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah, again, Nana kind of falling off there. On the opposite side there, Carnal only picked, what was it, like 7 times? It was something not very high, but still has a high win percentage. Now, on the band side of things here, make it a bud. Gianna can take it away a ton, as well as Windsurfer, because we've just seen a lot of Windsurfer. And then, look at that. The Nana being banned a decent amount of the time, you know, not part of the pre-ban, but the ban afterwards. And that's the win rate if banned. It's like, all right, stop wasting bans on Nana here.
Yeah, I mean, okay, yeah, I would say this makes a lot of sense. You generally want to pre-ban a unit that impacts the draft a lot. And so you see Gianna's and Oliver's pre-ban a lot. And it's interesting when you look at the bottom there, when you see the Tianlang at, you know, win rate if pre-banned of 29%. So what that tells me is all the Tianlang users did not know how to pivot there, because once they had their Tianlangs pre-banned, they didn't know what to do. Because generally when you have an LD unit, you need to know what to do with and without that. So clearly these are some LD dependent players here. And then thinking back to the graphic we saw earlier, when you see the Nana and the Shizuka at 57, 56% win rate, when they're picked that much, one could think they're dominant, or you could also interpret that as cleave is not something that's seen a lot, at least in the APAC region. Generally, those two units are very weak to cleave. That's why we see that's how they're dealt with on the ladder. So we'll see if the players today are able to adapt and kind of cleave those units down and draft appropriately. We see when we look on other resources online, the win rates of Nana and Shizuka's aren't as high as 56. They're generally around the 52, 53 range. So again, I think in live tournament settings, when a lot's on the line, players tend to gravitate towards what's comfortable, right? And cleaves feel very all in and can be a little scary to use. But you know, generally the right pick tends to be to focus on the unit's weakness, right, and exploit that. So we'll see if that 56% win rate holds true today, or if players decide to actually draft those Chungpungs, those Robos, and get aggressive with their play.
Yeah, well, time to throw it to our friends at home. I wanted to get, again, the community involved, because it is such a tight-knit community here in SWC that I've been so graciously able to be a part of. For you all at home, what is the unit that you like to see people win with the most, right? Forget the stats on the pre-ban, the post-ban, the win rates. What do you love seeing the win, right? What is the highest happiness factor when you get it in there. For example, for me, I loved seeing the bomb meta with Sierra. Anytime Sierra was getting wins in there, I loved to watch that one. So let us know in the chat, as it looks like we have a little piece here on ERIC.B. So let's take a listen in and get to know ERIC.B.
做出一些 counter 位的处理，我觉得这就是我的优势。我觉得最厉害的应该就是第一场的对手 OSSERU 吧，因为他的整体坦度非常的足够，加上他都是玩3属的角色，所以我觉得他的角色运用是非常灵活的。我觉得最大的障碍应该就是现场比赛的压力，因为很有可能观众的一些欢呼声会影响到我自己个人的思绪，所以这是我自己个人比较担心的。OSSERU， 我们来一场精彩的比赛吧！我会尽我所能，不让你们失望。希望你们还可以继续帮我在韩国加油。
Some more there from ERIC.B, and figured, you know, it works out well that way when you get to know him a little bit, and then he gets to come out on stage, our first competitor of SWC APAC Cup. It's ERIC.B. He pulls out the charm. That was awesome. All right, Stoic, what do you rate that? What do you rate that one there?
#1 entrance so far. I gotta give it to him. I don't know if anybody's gonna be able to top that, but I'm excited to see if anybody does try to top that. So ERIC.B sitting at #1, and I already favor him to win.
There it is. Earlier, you got to see the 3 matches he had to play to win. He defeated MEOWMEOW already, which is the other favorite according to Make It a Bud, which is according to Seishizo. But ERIC.B coming on in, and you saw that those kind words he had for his opponent OSSERU. Let's have a great match together. So ERIC.B up against his opponent OSSERU. Let's get to meet him a little bit more.
Hi, 名前はオッセルです。本名は竹内和樹と申します。はい、去年はワンチャン出れればいいやぐらいの気持ちでしたんですけども、今年は去年よりも結構上位ランカーになることができて、安心して出ることができたっていう気持ちです。はい、ERIC.B選手です。理由は初戦の対戦相手ということで、そういう理由です。暴走負けすることですね。はい、誰が来ても負けません。はい、いつも応援してくださってありがとうございます。期待を裏切らないように頑張りますので、また応援よろしくお願いします。
I will not be defeated by anyone. The words from OSSERU as we are getting ourselves ready for this matchup. He comes out. Let's see what his entrance is like. Any flashcards? Nope, just comes out with the big smile on his face. And so here we go. Just like voices in my ear that are happening right now. OSSERU has to block out all the distractions and focus on in. So hopefully he'll be able to do that in just a little bit. There you have his match history right there against Taru, Etowarj, and of course YUMARU, again part of the Japanese preliminaries there. And so again, OSSERU and ERIC.B, a big matchup for both of them. But ERIC.B, again, one of the favorites here, Make It a Bud, looking to stop down the man that was part of the APAC Cup last year.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at those most picked units there, OSSERU looks like he has a lot of free-to-play units, and you see the Nanas, you see the Diana, you see Shizuka there. Might be reliant on some procs here. Generally, maybe that's his play style, his strategy, right? It's just proc his way to victory. ERIC.B, I think I saw Volantis there, but generally should be able to be a little bit more versatile. We'll see. Excited to see what he has in store in this matchup here, and to see how he handles those kind of stationary, more passive units from OSSERU.
You can see quick breath there by ERIC.B. Is the Irish supposed to wear the headphones? Who cares? ERIC.B wearing the headphones with style. OSSERU, the great picture. I give him the picture buff, but it's time to get ourselves in the game. Picture buff will help no more. To break down this matchup, let's send it on over to the two cuties in the window. It's Stoic and Make It a Bud.
Alrighty, guys. Pre-bans are locked out. We're getting this thing rocking and rolling. First pick. Gonna go to the player on the right.
Interesting, and we see a Chandra Dark Onimusha coming out super quickly by the player on the left here, coming into that Nana first pick early.
Yep, Nana is being a first pick here. That's very interesting. And we're going to see another Chandra in the Dark Omniuji. We had seen this before, and we knew that this was going to be coming out here from him. So I believe that Dark Omniuji is OSSERU, I believe.
Got it. Okay, so OSSERU's the one on the left, and on the right is ERIC.B here. Interesting. So ERIC.B going with the Geo and the Cardinal. Interesting picks here, but obviously if your opponent has a Tian Lane, taking a Geo is going to be pretty weak, and the Tian Lane is almost a force ban there.
Oh man, we're going to see a Beelzebub wrapping up that draft there for ERIC.B. Quite interesting. That's very aggressive. I mean, we've seen the Nana and the Beelzebub combination before. Many people using that who have those two units, of course. And then a Tetra is going to be wrapping up the draft here for OSSERU.
Yeah, and then we see the Dark Demon here. So interesting pick, last pick. There's a lot of aggression there. We see the ban on the Tian Lane. Tian Lane definitely has to be the force ban here.
Yep, I'm sorry. ERIC.B is on the left with Dark Omniuji. And then we have OSSERU on the right side with the Dark Demons. On the bottom side of our screen with ERIC.B kicking things off with the Chandra.
Got it. That makes a lot more sense. Tian Lane makes sense. I seem to remember that being in the player card there. So we definitely a good draft coming out from ERIC.B's side here. I'm not sure about the Geo early into that Tian Lane, but we're going to see that the Dark Onimusha is going to do a lot of damage, and that Tetra's just going to need to be able to keep up, provide a lot of healing over time. It's going to come down a lot to how good those artifacts are on that Tetra.
Yep, he's going to be dumping all the knowledge there on top of the Dark Omniuji. Omniuji with the Karma, of course, is going to be up here. Tetra is fit to cleanse, though.
Yeah, chooses not to use that cleanse. Probably decides he doesn't need it there. But again, the part that's missing from OSSERU's side of the field is a little bit of burst damage here. We don't see a lot of damage coming out from these units here. Jeff definitely needs a defense break if he wants to score a kill here. And so it's going to be a little tough to take out some units of ERIC.B's.
Yeah, nice little stun, a little bit of damage, additional damage coming out from the Cardinal. On top of ERIC.B down here, we got Riley's going to be healing everybody up here. Attack buff, no cleansing on top of that Karma, though, or the stun.
Yeah, that's a very nice cleanse there. Otherwise, you have an attack buffed Dark Onimusha coming out doing a lot of damage next turn. So very luckily able to cleanse that off there. But again, ERIC.B just biding his time here, waiting for that Dark Onimusha to come online and then do some damage to OSSERU's.
Yeah, he has to use that cleanse there. He throws the cleanse down. That's a full stack once again going on top of that Bolvac. Bolvac has all the knowledge. It's going to be dropping once again.
Yeah, but that Dark Onimusha not doing a lot of damage here. OSSERU actually looking pretty strong here. Just need to hang in there. OSSERU doesn't really have a way to heal. Doesn't have a way to heal if ERIC.B chooses not to use Riley totems. But again, that Bolvark has 5 stacks. But ERIC.B is the one who controls how often that Bolvark is going to be able to heal.
Yep, that's right. So there's all the knowledge being once again dropped off. Looks like the unit of focus is going to be that Dark Onimusha. It is going to get dropped from the field. There's 2 stacks sitting on top of that Nana, 2 orbs, may I say. And of course, Chandra's going to try and do all that he can right now to get him back into the game here. Slows being applied.
There's no coming back. There's definitely no coming back in the game here at this point here. That Bolvark is basically locking down that Riley. That Chandra doesn't have enough burst damage. It's super tanky, but clearly doesn't do a lot of damage. ERIC.B doesn't have a way to do enough damage onto OSSERU's side here. So at this point, we're waiting for 40%, 50% up-down attack. But, you know, ERIC.B doesn't really have a win condition at this point.
No, he doesn't, but I gotta admit, OSSERU using that Geo very, very well. We've seen the strips, the Karma, and the defense breaks coming out, especially those strip defense breaks coming out of the Geo, providing lots of value for OSSERU.
Yeah, definitely that Gyu landing a lot. When I see it on the ladder, it tends to miss a lot more. That Gyu definitely doing a lot of work. But again, kind of weird here. You have a Chandra, which is generally speed lead, tends to act a little more quickly. Dark Onimusha, again, very aggressive, wants to do a lot of damage. But then you have like a Tetra kind of supplementing down low. And then you also have a Riley, right? So you don't really have units that can dominate the field. You have, and then the supports don't quite support each other very well. So ERIC.B, once he loses that Dark Onimusha, doesn't really have a way to claw back into the game. And that's not usually a unit you want to throw all your entire draft into.
Yep, you can see some very quick plays coming out of that Gyu onto that Riley. We're going to see the dish return popping out after that hug going out onto the Riley as well. Look at the skills just always available for this Gyu. Gyu getting the karma back onto the Riley. No defense break being applied to the Riley, though. No provoke being applied to the Riley. Riley trying to stay alive here, and it's just, we're going to be taking this match, well, to the distance, sadly, here with all the sustain left on the field.
Yeah, sadly, ERIC.B doesn't recognize it, that he doesn't have the burst, or just wants to see this game go to 60%, 50%. Maybe we'll even see a draw as we go down here. I mean, that Nana has 2 stacks on it. This Bolvark has that Riley on lockdown. If that Riley wants to heal with more than just skill 1, it's going to give Bolvark a lot of stacks. And of course, that Gyu does provide defense break when it uses skill 1, so there will be a window of opportunity for OSSERU to eventually win this.
Yep, and that was a beautiful Despair stun. So that Gyu is Despair as well. A lot of people have been running this on Despair now. Beautiful Karma's coming out there. No defense break being applied as well. So we'll see how things go, because we're going to get probably another cleanse going out here. No, just a skill 1 and more additional turns popping out here for ERIC.B.
Yeah, more additional turns for ERIC.B here, delaying the inevitable. We have 2 stacks on that Nana, and that's going to be a lot of basically kind of healing for this Carnal. This Carnal is also quite tanky. So at this point, we just need OSSERU to get some procs here and be able to do enough damage to take out another unit of ERIC.B to convince him to quit out of this match.
Yeah, look at that value coming out of Gyu, being able to strip so much and apply defense breaks, even getting lucky enough to get the Despair stuns as well. I'm actually thinking about possibly playing a little bit more Gyu myself, looking at all the value that OSSERU's getting out of this unit.
I mean, it's definitely a lot of value that unit brings here. But again, this match is over here, but ERIC.B is just hanging in there. Maybe he's writing down how much damage each of these hits do and doing some calculation in the back to know how he can draft. But there is no way that ERIC.B is going to be able to come back in this match.
Yep, getting the strip, taking the knowledge right there, going up to 3 stacks on top of that Bolvark. Nana looking for a little bit of poke damage, potentially going out with the Riley that has full stacks anyways. Gets the Despair stun on top of the Water Beastman.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great Despair stun coming from that Nana onto the Water Beast, on the Water Beastmaster there. But again, there is no no win condition for ERIC.B. I mean, even if he waits for, the attack to go up and HP to come down here, I mean, there's defense breaks and all kinds of weapons coming out from OSSERU's side. But again, down goes the Riley, and maybe ERIC.B is going to see that this is over.
Oh, and there you have it. OSSERU taking round 1 away from ERIC.B.
Yeah, and so in that draft there, it's kind of interesting that I think ERIC.B put all of the eggs, as you would say, into the basket of that Dark Onimusha. He had the Tianlang in play, which also can solo teams if you have enough support. But again, the Tianlang is a force span, and the Dark Onimusha tends to be, a little bit on the squishy side because it has to do a lot of damage. So relying only on the Dark Onimusha there to take out your opposing team when there's Gyus, there's defense breaks, and all kinds of ways to lock it down, is generally not a winning strategy. So OSSERU winning this one pretty easily here. And I would say ERIC.B probably needing to rely a little bit less on that Tianlang and Dark Onimusha moving forward.
Yeah, OSSERU got a lot of value out of just about all of his units there. We saw so many stacks of knowledge getting applied to Bolvark. Bolvark being able to drop all the knowledge and all of, pretty much drop the knowledge on top of ERIC.B throughout that entire match there. Really look forward to potentially seeing more Gyu throughout our matches here with OSSERU.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that Gyu was pretty impactful there, but I would say that ERIC.B could easily abuse his opponent's Gyu if he knows that his Tianlang is a force ban anyways, right? He can choose to go in with a more cleave-style matchup, which is generally what Gyu is a little bit weaker to, right? If you bring in Changpangs, Moors, Robo G92s, for those of you that don't know the numbers, that's a Win Robo. So like I think ERIC.B could have used that to his advantage a little bit more. But instead, when you supplement with a Riley Tetra, right, you're not really able to cleave your opponent down and exploit that weakness. Instead, you're kind of playing right into that Gyu. I think conversely, OSSERU probably shouldn't draft that Gyu that often, knowing that his opponent has a Tianlang. I think that's not exactly a great unit in this matchup. But if ERIC.B is going to not take advantage of the fact that he has a Tianlang and draft more passively and play into the Gyu, then I guess it's a valid pick here.
Yep, let's see what happens, guys. We get into round 2 with ERIC.B and OSSERU.
All right, it'll be interesting to see what they decide to pre-ban this time here. ERIC.B took out the Diana, which is an interesting pre-ban. Usually, last time, I guess that generally when you take out Diana, it just means you're comfortable playing against anything here. OSSERU taking out the Tianlang means that we'll likely see that Gyu again. And it makes a lot of sense. The Tianlang is such a draft impacting unit.
Yep, and the Nana getting pre-banned as well, with ERIC.B with the first pick here.
Yeah, ERIC.B is likely going to be taking an Oliver or taking that Chandra early. I'm not sure about this pick here. We've seen a lot of Chandra. I mean, Chandra has the ability to boost a team with skill 3, slow the opposing team. But again, its base speed is low. So while it has been recently buffed, it does have a speed lead. Generally, things like Olivers tend to be a lot more draft impacting. If you wanted to boost your team or get a lead off the bat, Chiwus tend to be a little bit more effective since they also strip as well. So kind of interesting to see that there. The Masha Dark Onimusha signals a lot of aggression off the bat, and I would like to see at some point a more or some form of AoE strip to enable ERIC.B's team.
Ooh, definitely a fan of OSSERU. He's bringing back the Gyu. We're going to see a lot more of that. Wasn't expecting to see such an early Carnal coming out of him, though. But we have Masha and the Dark Onimusha coming out of ERIC.B. So he's bringing a little bit more aggression with that Masha to the field. But we're going to see a Praha and Shizuka come out for OSSERU.
Yeah, definitely a lot more aggression on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you kind of have 4 units that are sitting around the 270, 280 range. So they are weak to cleave here. And that's exactly what happens when you bring in mid-speed units there. You are susceptible to have your opponent open up on you anyway. So we see that Robo F29 and the Volantis there. I think we're going to see the band that makes the most sense is the Dark Demon. But we could also easily see a Shizuka or Praha band if ERIC.B decides that, he doesn't want to face the proc from those units there and it's okay cleaving down the Dark Demon. But I think the Dark Demon makes the most sense. And if I'm OSSERU, I'm pretty nervous here, and I'd be thinking about taking out that Robo actually, because it provides a very consistent AoE stream.
Let's see what happens here. Bans are locked in. Volantis is going to get the ban, and we have that Dark Demon's going to get the ban as well. No Beelzebub this time. Speed lead going to ERIC.B. HP lead coming out for OSSERU, and we're getting into round 2 between OSSERU and ERIC.B.
Yeah, we see ERIC.B is going to get a great opener with this Robo F29 here, but unfortunately misses 2 strips, so really unlucky there. But again, ERIC.B is going to be able to do a lot of damage with this Dark Onimusha Masha follow-up.
Yep, there's some slows being applied there to the Shizuka and the Kanal. Gio looking to get a little bit of value here with a potential strip defense break. Defense break being applied to the Dark Robo.
Yeah, and ERIC.B, they're going after the Carnal there, and Carnal's likely going to go down here. So Carnal's gonna go down here, but the Shizuka's going to be able to revive Carnal for a skill at some point down the line. So it's not exactly out of play yet. But OSSERU is definitely on the back foot at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. OSSERU looking for a third skill, putting some units to sleep, and does get the Chandra and that Dark Robo. There's that Despair Stun going out onto the Dark Onimusha, slowing him down just a little bit. All skills available, of course, for the Shizuka.
Yeah, that stun on the Dark Onimusha is actually not exactly the best to do there. Not exactly lucky for OSSERU there, because Dark Onimusha is going to do a lot more damage here. OSSERU is protected by the immunities, but it's just a matter of time before ERIC.B is able to pummel in some damage and take out more units.
It looks like the unit of focus for ERIC.B is going to be that Shizuka. Shizuka did take that damage very, very well. She's protected with the immunity, of course. Here comes that first skill, only receiving, not receiving anything at all on top of the Chandra.
Yeah, and at this point here, again, ERIC.B looking really good here. That Dark Onimusha is just doing a lot of damage. That Masha also can do a lot of damage. There's just so much aggression coming out from ERIC.B's side here. And OSSERU has already used that heal from the Praha here. So OSSERU really play on the back foot, needs to find a way to come back.
Yep, there's that second skill going right back onto herself here to lower the cooldowns of that third skill. A little bit of damage coming up from Prowl onto the Chandra. Chandra looking to get removed from the field. ERIC.B praying for some big damage. Does get the defense break. No additional turn coming out. And the Doc Onimusha is going to be there to finish off that Gyo.
Yeah, lots of damage coming out for the pair of Masha and the Dark Onimusha there. ERIC.B showing us why Cleave and Aggression works and is meta right now. His opponent picked 4 270 speed units, 280 speed units, and basically sat there and allowed his opponent to draft into any opening he wanted.
Yep, there's that big second skill coming out from the Dark Robo. I think this is definitely going to be it for OSSERU. He's going to be losing that Shizuka right here.
Yeah, definitely losing that Shizuka, and there's no way this Prowl is going to go solo 3 units.
But it looks like OSSERU is going to be hanging into this game. Definitely wants to think about what he's going to be drafting for the next match here. Defense break is going to get applied by the Onimusha. A little bit of poke damage coming from the Masha. Trying to cycle a little bit of attack bar, but that is going to be it. ERIC.B is going to be taking round 2 away from OSSERU.
Yeah, great draft from ERIC.B there, recognizing that his opponent did not have a speed lead. This is why you see a lot of speed leads, at least in the America's Cup, where I think the players recognize the importance of reading the speeds in the draft with and without speed lead. In this match, you see that OSSERU did not acknowledge that at all, because the first 4 picks there did not have a speed lead. So what happens when you have 4 picks there and they don't have a speed lead? It allows your opponent to pick, finish off his draft and essentially lock you out when they decide to cleave you down. Because if you have 4 units at the 270, 280 speed range and you have the ability to cleave, you're going to put your opponent in a position where you can just ban out their last pick, and they're just stuck there waiting to eat whatever you throw at them. And so I think OSSERU kind of dug himself into that hole by not picking the speed lead early and then picking 4 units that kind of sat at slow speeds, did not threaten for early turns or any of that.
An absolute night and day draft here for ERIC.B, coming from his first match and what he had drafted with the Riley, the Tetra, and to see what he had brought out in this round 2 up against OSSERU. It's almost like, what were you doing in that first match when you could draft like this and just play so much better? Definitely excited to see what happens in this game 3. Are we going to see a similar play style from ERIC.B in round 2, or is he going to go back, depending like what gets banned out here, into drafting that what is it? Lots of healing like he had brought in his first match.
Well, I sure hope he does not go back to Tetra Riley, and I probably sure Twitch chat, YouTube chat, and any other chat that's watching this is also hoping he doesn't go the Tetra Riley route, and instead goes with the LD abusing Volantis Robo F29 route, because that's a lot more exciting to see. You get to see a lot more draft dynamics pan out with those different levels of speed coming out. It makes for a more interesting draft, more interesting gameplay, and the matches go by more quickly and more explosively. I think it just makes for better play. It's also meta, and that's why the players that are ranked higher tend to draft along with these levels here. They recognize that it's important to be able to dictate how you want to open and force your opponent to resist, right? When you're relying on 15% chance to resist or 22 to proc, generally on the back foot.
Yep, quick and explosive is exactly how I want to express my time here in APAC. Let's see what happens, though. We've got the pre-bans that are now available. The Nana and the Tian Lang are going to be available as we get into round 3. Pre-bans going to be coming out very shortly.
Yeah, and if I'm ERIC.B here, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Geo pre-ban. Again, he takes out the Diana, which is a little odd. When you have a Tian Lang sitting in your back pocket, the Diana should not be the pre-ban, because Diana basically guarantees a Tian Lang a free win. But instead, I would take out the Geo, because it tends to be a little bit more draft impacting. Either way, takes out the Diana. We see a Volantis pre-ban. Makes a lot of sense too, because a Volantis is very draft impacting. Also a very oppressive unit, and also something that America's Cup winner Raigeki uses a lot.
This is crazy that ERIC.B is relying so much on this Chandra, maybe just for the 24 speed lead, but the Chandra coming back as a #1 choice for him. And then Nana, of course, for OSSERU.
Yeah, there must be some good rune investment on that Chandra for him to draft it so often. I think generally, though, units that strip and move at a fast pace tend to be valued a little bit more than those that simply boost. And the weakness of the Water Beast Monk really is the fact that its base speed is a little slower. So we see the Molly Masha pick here, which shows that ERIC.B wants to tangle for have a longer match here. And OSSERU's obliging him, going with the Abelio and the Dark Demon. I think the Dark Demon's going to be the ban, because it's a lot more volatile of a unit. And then we see a Mephisto coming out from ERIC.B.
Yeah, Mephisto going to be wrapping up ERIC.B's draft. Is very unorthodox drafting here, looking at that unit. But of course, it's going to get banned out because he wanted his Beelzebub to stay alive. But Beelzebub is going to be the ban here for ERIC.B on OSSERU.
Yeah, a lot of mind games going on there, laying down the Mephisto and then telling your opponent that you're not taking out the Dark Demon, but then taking out the Dark Demon. So really interesting draft by ERIC.B here. We're interested to see who ends up taking this. ERIC.B definitely with a lot more aggression with the Dark Onimusha and the Masha opening this one up.
Yep, most definitely. And the damage right now going towards the Connell for ERIC.B, trying to target that one unit on the side of OSSERU.
Yeah, and I think in this situation here, it's going to come, the opening that OSSERU is going to be looking for is to see if this Nana can land a lot of defense breaks, which it does not, only lands one, and it's going to need that Cardinal to press in a lot more damage.
There's that additional turn coming out there, removing that Dark Onimusha from the field. Stuns going down on top of the Chandra, and of course that Molly as well. And we've got Masha taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, and at this point here, OSSERU just needs to dismount that Masha to prevent it from being able to land defense break. Once that ability to land defense break goes down, there's not going to be any burst coming out from ERIC.B's side. So ERIC.B's in a lot of trouble once that Masha gets dismounted.
Yep, there's all the damage coming towards. There's the Strip Despair stun going out on top of the Masha. Masha is going to get the additional turn, pummeling that damage on top of the counter. Connell does handle it very, very well, but you see OSSERU is adamant. He wants to dismount this Masha as soon as possible.
And there we go. We see that Masha dismounted there, also able to do a lot of damage. And at this point here, it's just a matter of time here. That Masha is going to be quite squishy here. Molly's not going to be able to keep this team up.
Yep, trying all his best here. Bunch of skill ones going towards the Connell. Connell's going to take a big skill too. Connell is going to drop here, saved by the orb on top of Nana. Nana with one more orb available.
Yeah, Connell did go down there, but there is another orb left on that Nana here, and that Masha is going to go down at some point when that Abelio gets to do some damage to it. So OSSERU definitely looking like he's in a good spot.
Yep, most definitely in a good spot indeed. We're going to see a nice strip there. No strip. No karma being applied either with the Gyo. Gyo's just going to keep on trying to pummel those damage into the Masha. Masha being the only unit that OSSERU wants to remove from the field right now.
Yeah, and ERIC.B wisely saving the bubble for that defense break here. And that Nana actually only landing that defense break on the Chandra is huge because that Masha is going to be able to actually stay alive here.
Yep, there's that karma being applied to the Chandra. Chandra not able to use any skills. If you use you'll lose a ton of health there because of the karma ability. You can see OSSERU still trying to take out that Masha.
Yeah, so still trying to take out that Masha there, but that Masha is actually quite tanky there. So able to survive, and that Molly's going to pick it right back up because that Nana and that Geo is not going to be able to do enough damage, and that is a slow debuff on this Abelio.
Look at him think about it, and he does. He throws the hug and takes that huge HP hit, knowing that his Molly might be able to heal up that Chandra in time.
Yeah, and again, if ERIC.B can get a couple procs on this Masha, he might be able to come back here. That Chandra is running low on health, but at the same time, this Masha is looking like it's in great shape.
Yep, a little bit of damage. Oh, gets the Despair Stun with Gyo on top of the Chandra. Chandra healing up just a little bit due to the Molly.
Yeah, but this slow debuff on this Abelio is so impactful because OSSERU really doesn't have any damage on his side of the field aside from that Abelio. So the fact that the Abelio is slowed means that he doesn't really have a window to take a kill just yet.
He is trying here. ERIC.B pummeling the damage on top of that Gyo. Gyo is going to get all healed up now. Provoke does land on top of that Masha, and this might be it here. Got a big wild blow going out on top of the Chandra. Chandra did handle it pretty well, though.
Yeah, but we do see that Molly's moving next, so Molly's going to pick up that Chandra right back. Does have a bubble, and should use this right here to pick up that Chandra. Otherwise, that Nana is going to be able to get another stack. If that Nana gets another stack, OSSERU is going to have this.
Yep, well, a little bit of poke damage coming towards this Abelio. Abelio handling it, of course, very, very well there. There's that strip of the shield sitting on top of that Chandra. Chandra not looking good right now. ERIC.B not looking good right now.
Wow, and really lucky for that Masha to get that slow debuff onto a water unit there. So, but again, OSSERU finally has an opening here. There are 3 defense buffs live on ERIC.B's side, so ERIC.B is going to be taking a lot of damage.
What a stun right there, going out onto the Abelio. The high stack bar are going to be moving next, would have been fit to be taking out that Masha, but the additional turn is going to be coming out there. Masha's still alive. How is that Masha still alive?
Yeah, and you see the facial expressions of ERIC.B every time there's a proc and a resist. It's just very animated here. He knows he's in a tough spot here and needs to claw his way back, and those are the ways to win, but unfortunately that Masha goes down, and OSSERU is going to be able to take this one off.
Yep, that is 100% going to be it right there, but we'll see what happens. Of course, the Despair Sun's going out on top of the Chandra. More poke damage coming towards that Gyo right now. We've got an orb on the side of that Nana as well.
Yeah, but again, ERIC.B does not have burst on his side of the field, and that Belio provides quite a bit of healing over time. So there we go. Also a lot of damage down Zamali in one shot.
Yeah, massive damage. OSSERU taking round 3 away from ERIC.B.
Yeah, so we've seen twice when ERIC.B goes with the static comp, when he brings in the Chandra, it's not working out here. The Chandra, again, not able to do a lot of damage, right? It doesn't do a lot of damage, it doesn't provide a lot of draft impact. So I'm not sure why he's still leaning into this pick here. When we saw him go more aggressive, more cleave, we saw him dominate that match. OSSERU in this situation here had the right balance between threat with the defense break from the Geo, and also the healing, survivability and healing from the Abellio to be able to eventually whittle down ERIC.B's side.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, that was another long one. It was definitely another long one. I really don't, I'm not a fan of how ERIC.B is drafting right now. We saw our side of ERIC.B in that round 2 that we did not get to see in this in that round 3. I think if ERIC.B goes back to the way he was playing, I don't know if it's because of the things getting banned out here, but if ERIC.B goes back to the way he was doing in that second round, we could have seen a different outcome here. I think this Chandra first pick needs to change. We don't need to see a Chandra coming out of ERIC.B. He needs to change the pace.
Yeah, and I don't think the passive drafting is necessarily a bad thing either. I mean, you can definitely angle to survive, especially when your opponent doesn't pick a lot of super high damage. A Molly's a perfectly fine pick in that type of style. The Chandra's a little interesting though, because he's not building around that Chandra in a way that allows him to capitalize on what it brings to the table, which is a boost, the speed lead, and all of that. And there are other units that maybe do that a little bit better. So hopefully ERIC.B is going to be able to step away from that, maybe draft a little bit more aggressive. And not to say that Chandra isn't aggressive, but something that dominates a little bit more heavily as it is aggressive and leads out on the turns.
Well, dude, ERIC.B is going to be first picking again. The Chandra's coming out here, and OSSERU's going to stay with the exact same draft. We're going to see the Connell and Geo coming out again.
Interesting choice again of the Chandra first pick here. I guess ERIC.B wants to prove to us that Chandra's able to take a match. OSSERU taking the Cardinal, taking the Geo. Cardinal is an interesting pick given the fact that it's a little weak to, initially weak to water. And not exactly this, it kind of mixes balance, kind of as a wash with the Dark on Amusha. Geo is a great pick, as always, especially when the Tianlang is pre-banned. And then we see a Savannah in here. So, interesting pick. Interesting choice to kind of change up your draft style and go with the Savannah, especially when there's already a Cardinal on the field.
Well, there's the Diana that ERIC.B really didn't want to see. So the Diana's finally coming to the table from OSSERU. So maybe explaining why he was banning this unit so much, but we'll see. And a Molly is going to be coming out for OSSERU.
Wow, so kind of scary team here. You see a Diana Molly. If I'm ERIC.B, and Taurus would be very strong here. Some sort of fire or cleave is fine too. You have two options there, right? Either cleave or some sort of Taurus single target, just total disruption. We see he goes with the cleave route. I like this option. I think it's very consistent here. I think the Savannah is likely gonna need to be banned out, or Volantis is also fine. That Leo last pick is gonna be banned out because it, at this point here, I think ERIC.B has a much better draft and has his opponent locked out.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I think this is the draft that we needed to see out of ERIC.B, potentially taking us into a Game 5 with ERIC.B getting a little bit more aggressive here. And of course, the Leo's not going to get banned.
Yeah, so if OSSERU has very tanky units here, look to see him survive the initial onslaught from ERIC.B, and then come back with the Leo Molly to take out, pick apart ERIC.B's units one by one.
Yep, we'll see if that's what exactly happens here. Of course, Leo's going to put that damage towards that Dark Robo, and we've got Savannah looking to get the speed buff for the team, getting both defense breaks on top of the Molly and Leo.
Yeah, those defense breaks are nice under those two units, but at the same time here, ERIC.B needs to have statted his units in a very high damage manner, otherwise he's going to be in trouble here. And he is stunned up, which is absolutely massive.
Yeah, there's that Geo, man, putting in that crazy work there with that skill, too, going out in the Dark Robo, a little bit of poke damage coming towards the Chandra. Of course, Chandra with all skills available.
Yeah, and ERIC.B desperately needs to find a kill early because he does have a squishier team and does not have any heals right now, so he needs to secure some kills. And OSSERU just needs to hang on and have his units live in order to win.
Ooh, Karma's able to get one of the strips there, but the speed buff still remains on top of that. Volantis getting only a couple glancing laying onto the field, maybe potentially stopping that gear from doing a little bit with that one-turn glance.
And that's an absolutely massive proc there from OSSERU, so that Cardinal's gonna be able to take a turn, but it's surprisingly only uses skill 2 instead of skill 3, knowing that he had glanced.
Yep, a lot of negative effects on the side of OSSERU. OSSERU with all skills available. Once again, that's pretty much what you're always going to see with this Gio. Gio not able to apply anything to the Chandra here.
Yeah, Gio not able to do anything to Chandra, but we see that third skill, AoE coming from Cardinal, so impactful, so much damage coming onto the side of ERIC.B, and that Savannah's gonna go down.
Yep, Savannah dismounted, not looking good at all. You see a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Cardinal. Cardinal definitely in range of dealing some big things to ERIC.B's team here.
There's actually quite a bit of damage coming from that Dark Robo. That third skill's also going to do a lot of damage. So many dots on the side of OSSERU here, but that Leo is going to be in torrent range if it gets a turn.
Yep, definitely going to be dangerous here. We've got Savannah still alive with one last skill going at her. Does he choose to use that second skill? Does he hold on to it?
Yeah, I think he needs to take out this Leo here. This Chandra is gonna just chilling here, needs to do something. It hasn't really had a draft impact this entire game here. But again, ERIC.B's Volantis and Dark Robo just doing so much damage and so much work.
Yep, there's a hug going out onto the Savannah to keep that unit alive just a little longer. But of course, the Karma's going to go out, strip that right off the Savannah. Savannah's going to be in kill range.
Yeah, Savannah is going to be in kill range here, and it's going to come down to that Molly plus that Cardinal dual combo to see if OSSERU can leverage that, get a couple procs, and take out ERIC.B's side. Because again, ERIC.B doesn't have healing, and is going to be weak to damage over time as this Molly heals his team.
And there's that big skill too going out onto the Dark Robo. Dark Robo is going to get removed from the field. ERIC.B with a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Molly. Molly is still holding on. No defense breaker to spare stun being applied to the Chandra. Big skill 3 from Cardinal, not receiving any stuns on the field of ERIC.B.
Wow, really unlucky not to get any stuns here. And ERIC.B needs to take out this Molly or he's going to get worn down over time here. Not sure why he's going after the Cardinal there. Needs to take out that Molly. Otherwise, that Molly's going to pick itself up over time.
A little bit of value coming out of that Gio, getting the camera placed on top of that Chandra.
Yeah, and that Chandra does have the Karma on it, but it's not quite over yet. But again, OSSERU's just doing enough damage with that Cardinal here. ERIC.B looking like he's in trouble here. That Molly's going to, again, take another turn and heal more units here. So at this point, I think ERIC.B's window of clawing back in has closed.
Yep, OSSERU looking so good right now, but the additional turns are coming out for ERIC.B. Can't really do much, can't do too much with the Karma being placed on him. Beautiful additional turn right there. That's going to be dropping the Volantis, and OSSERU looking to lock in this victory over ERIC.B.
Yeah, OSSERU looking so good in this matchup here. Only has to take out this Chandra, and he's going to be moving on to the semifinals.
Yep, there you have it. I mean, we've got Cardinal pummeling that damage, and that is definitely going to be it there. There it is, round 4. OSSERU taking the victory over ERIC.B.
Awesome. You love to see the sportsmanship between both of them, but only one can move on, and it's OSSERU, the Japanese player, making his way on through further than what he did in SWC 2021 and living up to what his quote said, "I will not be defeated." And he gets the, I guess we could call it an upset victory, guys, over ERIC.B, taking care of business here in our first match. And again, kind of questionable target selection there by ERIC.B, but in that set 4, but still, I think that's a very impressive showing, and the right player won this one here, Make It a Bud, in OSSERU.
Oh, 100% the right player won this one. I think OSSERU's drafts were a little bit cleaner. I think ERIC.B kind of split his drafts in different directions. And also that Chandra first pick was really, I wouldn't say interesting, I'd say it was weird. Because generally, your first pick is something that is impactful in the draft, the matchup between the two players. So generally, you're going to want to take a contested unit or a unit that really sets up your team and dominates. And we really didn't see any impact from that Chandra at all. Generally, that's why your first picks tend to be Olivers, Changpengs, Mashas, because they set the pace of the matchup, the draft. And then, of course, in the middle of the match, as you noted with the Molly, and I called it out, it was a little interesting to see some of the target selections. So I think ERIC.B didn't really do himself favors with how he laid out that match. But again, OSSERU, I mean, picking the right blend of survivability and threat to be able to counter whatever ERIC.B brought in.
It is one of the great parts, I think, about SWC that I love here, Stoic. Players that have made it to the SWC, at least regional stage, or starting to make it to the international stage. And then they build upon the experience that they had before, and OSSERU fits that bill here this time.
Yeah, 100%. And we get to see units like this Gio that he brought multiple times. Just about pretty much every match that we saw out of OSSERU that he brought the Gio. Gio brought a ton of value with being on Despair, of course, having the strip Kama with second skill, being able to apply a strip defense break with the first skill. Gio got a ton of value for OSSERU. And I feel like we talk about units that do a ton of work here. I can't help but bring up Chandra, where I feel like Chandra was a unit that we were trying to showcase that what it could do for ERIC.B's team, and it really, I just wasn't a fan of Chandra throughout the entire match, and I think the Gio was just way too oppressive. I think OSSERU was just way too oppressive for ERIC.B. We saw that one really great match come from him, and you just wasn't able to produce anything like that after that. I think what ERIC.B did was exactly what Makeup said. It was the correct blend, and is exactly what he needed to draft here, and Gio just happened to be part of that blend.
Yeah, definitely. I was just taking a look at the chat as our friends that have been watching along in the homie stream. That's what I'm calling this stream today, our homie stream, because obviously we are following our friends in Thailand. Our homie that all of us know and love. Why? Because he knew OSSERU was going to get the win. Cal Roberts, not as lucky, went with ERIC.B like many other people did. And so I think this hopefully bodes well for a very exciting APAC Cup, guys, where upsets will happen, and maybe it will be the experience that comes through, because we've got 3 to 4 players here in this year's APAC Cup that have had experience from years prior, whether it was last year or 2 years ago, that maybe will be making that next step forward as our highlights continue on. And here again it is Megan Abad with that target selection here, and the Cardinal able to just continue to rifle off some of those skills and live up to the billing that we saw earlier when the stats came on up, where less picked as Cardinal, but one of the highest win rates picked as Cardinal.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know why that is the case there. I think in general in this meta, Cardinals kind of dropped off as you see a lot more Moors, because Moor's very strong in the Cardinal. But in this situation, I mean, Cardinal just did very well. You know, it just provides that HP lead, it provides skill 2 with a lot of damage, sapping attack bar, skill 3, AoE stuns, slows. Also in that last matchup, I think he brought in the Savannah, didn't ban the Leo. I think if that decision had been changed, might have been a little bit better situation. So I think in this situation, it's less so Cardinal the unit, more just how the units synergize, how the draft was built together, and then what he ultimately decided not to ban, given what he chose in his draft.
Well, there you have it. Just putting the cap on it. OSSERU makes it out of the single elimination portion of the tournament. And now we'll move on to the semifinals, where no matter what, he's going to be playing another match. If he wins, he's already qualified for the World Finals in Korea and will be playing for the APAC Cup title. If he loses, he will be playing in the 3rd, 4th place match for that all-important bid as the 3rd place member for the World Finals. So congratulations to OSSERU, ERIC.B, a fantastic year that falls a little bit short here at the APAC Cup. That was our first quarterfinals in the books. You saw the bracket fly just a little bit earlier. It is the first of our 4 matches that we have, and now it's time to get us into our second quarterfinals as we take a look at DUCHAN.
안녕하세요. 이번에 한국 예선 통과해서 아시아 퍼시픽컵에 참가하게 된 삐길드의 두찬이라고 합니다. 매년 대회 나오면서 느끼는 거지만 항상 무거운 마음으로 참가하고 있고요. 응원해주시는 분들에게 더 좋은 보답하기 위해서 항상 열심히 하고 있습니다. 매치 첫 번째로 만나게 되는 투러브 선수가 제일 두렵고요. 투러브 선수는 항상 대회 보면서 느끼는 거지만 대회 때는 전략을 대단히 많이 준비해오는 것 같아가지고 항상 주시하고 있었는데 첫 경기를 만나게 되었습니다. 물론 대회하면서 힘든 점도 많지만 굳이 하나만 꼽자면 이제 사람들이 응원해주는 그 부담감도 이제 물론 좋긴 하지만 그만큼 더 힘들었던 것 같아요. 첫 상대가 나라서 미안하다. 물론 그 상대도 잘하지만 이제 제가 더 잘해서 제가 이길 거기 때문에 미안하게 생각합니다. 항상 응원해 주셨던 분들한테는 이번 대회에서 꼭 우승으로 보답하고 싶습니다.
Yo, I'm pretty good at my job, but I'm not as good as DUCHAN is at interviews because my man said, I'm sorry, you are my opponent. DUCHAN coming in with all the swagger and all the confidence that you'd expect from a player that made it from the Korean region. So rich with esports history and looking to break on through here to the world final stage. DUCHAN had to go the long way around in the preliminaries, losing his first match and then getting some clean 3-0s before closing out with the 3-1 to make it on through. A world finalist last year, making part of it. And again, just a full array of experience here from DUCHAN, expecting more against his opponent, TwoLove. And TwoLove, again, another player rich with SWC experience. Let's take a listen.
ครับผมเอกลักษณ์หน้าทองชื่อในเกมชื่อทูเลครับผมได้คัดเลือกในรอบของพรีลิมของเซาท์อีสต์เอเชียนะครับก็ในวันแรกเนี่ยก็เข้าถึงรอบชิงแต่ว่าก็แพ้ให้กับพี่หงนะครับแล้วก็เราก็มานั่งคิดแล้วก็ทบทวนในสิ่งที่เราเล่นไปเราพลาดตรงไหนแล้วก็มาเตรียมตัวในรอบที่2ของวันอีกวันนึงนะครับผมว่าคนที่ผมเจอเนี่ยเราต้องตัดคนไทยออกไปก่อนเพราะว่าเราไม่ได้เจออยู่แล้วใช่ไหมก็จะเป็นผมว่าคนที่ผมเจอเนี่ยน่าจะดูน่ากลัวที่สุดแล้วคือDUCHANน่าจะเป็นเรื่องข้อมูลของนักแข่งที่เราเจอนะครับเพราะว่าเราไม่สามารถหาข้อมูลจากการที่เขาสตรีมได้เราหาข้อมูลได้ยากแต่ว่ากลับกันคือข้อมูลของเราเนี่ยเขาจะเข้าถึงได้ง่ายกว่าเพราะเราทำสตรีมครับก็ถึงเราจะดูน่ารักนะครับแต่ฝีมือเราน่ากลัวนะบอกไว้ก่อนจะไม่ทำให้ผิดหวังครับผม
The pressure of the live audience on the shoulders of TwoLove, just like our homies at home that are watching right now, like Young New and Lucky Madman. TwoLove playing for them. He streams, he knows he streams Stoic, and so a lot of his strategies can be seen, and he still has to overcome that.
Of course, anybody that streams know that a lot of their stuff's going to be out there, and that's a lot of footage on their plays. But same goes in the game. You can follow their replays and keep an eye on each one of these players. So I'm sure both these guys know what's in store for their match coming ahead here. But TwoLove, he knows, he's prepared. He's very, very well versed in the tournament here in Summoner's War.
You can see it on the faces of the fans out there that aren't on their phones. Little nervy there, right? The hometown crowd favorite, you know, TwoLove representing Thailand wants to make sure that he can get the win in front of his home crowd and get to that double elimination portion of the bracket. DUCHAN, as many have said, favored, experienced, you know, has a box here that can go up with anyone making a bud. But here we go. The time for talk is over between these two. It's time to get into one of the most heated quarterfinal matches we're going to have of the APAC Cup. DUCHAN versus TwoLove. On the call, it's Stoic and Make It a Bud.
Yep, and here we go. As you can see, DUCHAN on the left side and TwoLove on the right side. Pre-bans coming out. Tian Lang in the dark. Onimusha getting pre-banned.
Yeah, great pre-ban from both players. Obviously, Tian Lang, the unit that counters DUCHAN's Ragdoll, and TwoLove taking out the Dark Onimusha. DUCHAN, whenever I fight him on the ladder, tends to use a Dark Onimusha cleave, and that's something that defines how a lot of players play. When you have a Dark Onimusha, it's just such a high damage unit. Does a lot, it fits into AoE cleave, so it makes a lot of sense here. These players are going really fast with their picks here. We see TwoLove taking the Nana, Masha, DUCHAN going in with the Shizuka Ragdoll here. So kind of a little bit of passive play from DUCHAN. Obviously, you can go a little active and shift it if he wants with some sort of cleave, but it's going to be a little tough given the fact that Tulup's already laid down a Nana and also has some resilience when he lays down that Praha.
Yep, definitely. These players are drafting very, very quickly. O2 loves slowing it down with the Praha and Oliver. DUCHAN knows exactly what he wants here. And there's the Robo G92 coming out here alongside the Changpeng.
Yeah, and there we go with the cleave here. DUCHAN, when he does have a Gianna, is able to also lead into a cleave because 3 of those units provide AoE stuns, and 2 of them dominate attack bars, the Changpeng and the Robo G92 here. So DUCHAN is comfortable to ban out that last pick. Tulov, of course, taking that Vertihile. That Vertihile is going to be banned here. Otherwise, Masha would have been the other ban. So Vertihile is going to be a force ban because it provides too much volatility into 3 AoE units. So DUCHAN's going to take that out. And if I'm Tulov, I'm pretty scared of the Shizuka here. But the Ragdoll also makes sense too. But in this situation here, I like DUCHAN's situation. He's got a lot of AoE cleave, a lot of AoE damage, so look to see if that Masha's going to be able to resist something and get a couple of procs. Otherwise, DUCHAN should have this one.
There you go. We've got Gianna kicking things off for DUCHAN. Going to be throwing that bomb and gets resisted on top of that Masha. Of course, with the skill 3 available, he can't go for the strips and the potential stuns on the Oliver. And Pra not receiving that strip stun on top of the Praha, though.
Wow, really unlucky not to get that bomb because Shizuka is not going to be able to bomb with 3rd skill here. So really unlucky for DUCHAN, and of course, not even getting that strip onto that Praha is huge because now Tulov's going to have speed buff on his entire team, and he's going to be able to do enough damage and stack these orbs over time.
Yep, it really is. We've got skill 2 available with the Changpeng. Of course, he has the skill 3 as well that might come out here to get the resets here. Does go with skill 2, gets defense breaks across the field. Definitely going to be helping DUCHAN out a whole lot.
Yeah, but DUCHAN also did not strip off those speed buffs, so unfortunately not going to be able to lap his opponent here. What he needs to do is strip off that speed buff so he can start lapping, but unfortunately not going to be able to do that here. And that Robo G92 is going to go down. That's big proc from that Masha here. All Tulov needs to do is stack a couple of orbs onto that Nana, and he's going to have this one.
Yep, there's that strip. Oh, does get the immunity off the top of the Masha, and it is a despair. Changpeng getting the attack bar pushback on top of everybody. G92 with the big skill 2. With the 3rd skill going out here, Big Fist is going to be dropping right here, and all 4 units are going to get hit.
Yeah, that's a nice despair stuns coming out from the Changpeng here. DUCHAN's going to need a couple procs from his units if he wants to push the momentum more, but he's in a great spot here. Tulov taking a lot of damage here. Units a little bit squishier than I would expect in this situation. That Robo G92 is going to be able to sap up so much attack bar here.
Yeah, a lot of attack bar going down there, and we've got no more orbs sitting on top of the Nana, looking really good for DUCHAN right now. Bomb is going to land on top of that Masha. Masha needs to take a soul here to get the orb back up on top of that Nana.
Yeah, and Masha does take the soul of that Robo G92 here. Shizuka does only need 2 more turns to get his cooldowns up, and once that comes at that skill 3, he's going to have AoE bomb. So DUCHAN looking like he's in a great spot, but gets a huge stun on 2 units.
Yeah, double despair stun, not at all what DUCHAN needed to see right there. There's going to be another kill here that DUCHAN's going to be confirming. Despair stun's going to be locked on top of that Gianna. No more orbs sitting on top of this Nana, though.
Wow, so many stuns coming out from that Nana. It's almost like it's on 4 despair sets here, but unfortunately not able to take out this Gianna.
No, but the despair stun's going to come out with the Changpeng on the side of O2 Love, and then that bomb is going to be landing on top of the Masha. And there you have it. That's definitely going to be it there. DUCHAN taking round 1 away from 2Love.
And that is why we see cleave used so often on the ladder and at high levels of play. We saw that DUCHAN did not even get an optimal opening. That Gianna missed the strip onto that Praha, which is a 15%er, and still was able to claw back because that Robo G92 and Changpeng are so impactful in the draft. So impactful in AoE and stuns, and gives you full control when those units go off. So that's why in drafts I always identify when when AoE can take place, when AoE can do a lot of damage here, because it turns the tide so much, it forces your opponent on the back foot, and if those units are not addressed, it instantly can win the game.
Yep, exactly. I mean, like you said, we saw so many things go not in DUCHAN's way very early into the match, and it just did not matter. That's how strong that draft was coming out of DUCHAN. So excellent play by him, and I'm expecting to see a different change of pace going into round 2 with 2Love, because I know 2Love has that ability to turn things around for him. We'll see what happens. I'm not too sure what 2Love is going to be drafting going into this round 2 against against DUCHAN here, but we'll find out. Maybe DUCHAN will stay on top here with these amazing AoE cleave that he brought in this first round.
Yeah, I think if I'm Tulov, I need to find a way to steal that Gianna, and I need to find a way to disrupt and not allow my opponent to AoE cleave me. I was actually surprised to see DUCHAN take this Shizuka so early, because Shizuka's not exactly the best unit into AoE cleave, so he doesn't necessarily need to take it if he's primarily relies on cleave. So either way, it worked out. But I'm just kind of surprised to see him take that Shizuka so early. But either way, I mean, he was able to use cleave very effectively, and that's why he's here where he is. That's why he's so successful at this game and great at it. I mean, we just see him bend his draft from a Gianna Shizuka type draft that looks like it wants to potentially tangle in the turn 2 and completely turn it into a turn 1 draft.
Yep, well, let's see what happens here, because we got a pre-bans from last time that Tian Lang and the Dark Onimusha are going to be available. New pre-bans are going to be coming out right now.
Yeah, and so Tulov's gonna have first pick here. So DUCHAN taking out the Light Monkey makes a lot of sense. I mean, Tulov has a Light Monkey, and Light Monkey is probably the best AoE unit in the game here. Interesting to note that the Gianna is not pre-banned, so Tulov should take that Gianna first. And DUCHAN's likely going to follow up, follows up very quickly with the Oliver Masha, which is going to give him flexibility into Changpeng's and Robo G92 later if Tulov does not address it.
Ooh, he can't decide right now. He likes the Oliver, but he just changed out that Masha. We saw Shizuka. We've got Masha back here. And he's going to be going with a Miles. That is very interesting to change to a Miles here.
Interesting choice to go with the Miles. So DUCHAN's relying more on a single target type strategy here. If he went with the Masha, he can still flex a little bit more, but Miles is definitely more single target. And Tulov going with definitely more of a passive turn 2 type style play. Again, DUCHAN going with the AoE picks. I think we're going to see a Changpeng or a Masha here. Either is okay. But DUCHAN definitely pushing the aggression here. We could also see the Dark Onimusha, also valid, and complete this with another AoE stripper up top.
Yep, see what happens with DUCHAN. He's hovering over that Robo G92. O2 Love with the Dominic and Shizuka locked in. We're going to see a Pontos coming out for DUCHAN here. Not a Poseidon, a Pontos.
That's an interesting pick of the Pontos. I'm not exactly a fan of that because it is a great unit in general, but it does run counter to how these units are drafted and how they perform. Also, the Robo G92 and Oliver tend to cycle out of turns a lot, so they're not going to be protected as much as they normally would under a Pontos. And so Tulov responding correctly, identifying that weakness and laying down that Juno, telling us that Pontos is going to be left in field. I think the tentative ban is going to be that Miles, or you can even think about just banning the Oliver, because even though you lay down 2 fire units at the end, because Oliver's just that good. But I think in this situation, DUCHAN laying the Pontos is a huge weakness here, and Tulov picked up on that and is basically going to tee off on that.
Yep, let's see what DUCHAN's going to be wrapping up his draft here, and it is going to be that Dark Onimusha. That was pre-banned last time. We're going to get that action here in this round 2.
Yeah, and I think the Dark Onimusha is also valid to ban out, but I think you can also ban out the Oliver. It's going to be one or the other here. Tulov could think about banning out the Miles, but I think it just makes more sense to take out the Oliver. Is just so oppressive. But again, Tulov has a great draft here, and I think as long as his Gianna can stay alive and get a strip onto that Pontos, he's going to be in good shape.
All right, let's see what happens here in this round 2 between DUCHAN and O2 Love. We have Miles kicking things off here.
Yeah, Miles is going to kick things off here. DUCHAN's going to get a strong advantage with that Robo G92 earlier. We're going to need to see that Dark Onimusha do a ton of damage and get DUCHAN a big lead early on.
That G92 not getting any strips there. A little bit of attack bar pushback though, which was kind of nice, but we've got Gianna looking to place a bomb here, and we do have that strip available.
Yeah, and Tulov does have a decision point here. Does not use skill 3 because he does not want to have that Dark Onimusha do a ton of damage afterwards. So it'll be interesting to see how DUCHAN takes over here. But again, Tulov's Shizuka is a little low on HP here, and I think DUCHAN's going to need to go after that unit.
Ooh, defense break being applied to that Dominic. We do have the additional turn as well. Big second skill he chooses to use. Let's see what happens here with Tulov. Tulov is going to be losing that Dominic. Masha almost in range of getting dismounted.
Wow, so much damage coming out from that Dark Onimusha there. That basically one proc killed a Dominic there. And again, Tulov on the back foot. Dark Onimusha is just so, this is quite a tanky Dark Onimusha too. Just overall super well statted, lots of damage, lots of survivability.
Yep, Pontos, a little bit of damage coming towards that Shizuka, and nobody's going to get stunned up from those bombs dropping here. Dominic's going to be coming back here with skill 2 available, looking to remove that Dark Onimusha from the field. Does get that kill.
does get that kill on the Dark Onimusha, but again, Tulove's looking like he's in a decent spot, but that is a massive proc from that Miles because it does so much damage onto that Shizuka.
Yeah, really big proc there. Tulove's looking to take a unit from the field. It is now definitely Tulove's looking much better than DUCHAN.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why he used Fast Link on that Robo G92 there. I think he could have saved that for the Pontos there. So not sure why Tulove's decided to use it. Maybe felt he was so far ahead he didn't need to do that. But if Pontos gets one proc here, he's going to be able to cleanse that bomb off. So I'm not sure if Tulove's overstepped there and overkilled that unit there.
Yeah, let's see what happens, because there is the Miles. Miles going to be dropping its 2 units versus 2 units right now. So there's the beautiful buffs coming up on the side of DUCHAN, but we do have the stream available with Tulove's, and he does get the stuns on both units.
Does get the stuns on both units, does have fasten again, but again, Pontos tends to be on 100 resistance, and that's a massive resistance from that defense break.
Ooh, a lot of damage getting pummeled in on top of that Pontos. Bomb does go off. Both units are going to be alive right now, looking for a big skill 2 with additional turn popping out from the Pontos. Pontos is probably a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Gianna, but keep in mind, we still have a dismount that needs to happen. That's not going to happen right there, and there you go. Tulove taking round 2 away from DUCHAN.
Yeah, and again, we saw in that matchup there, I mean, we saw DUCHAN have a lot of aggression with the AoE from the Robo G92, but at the same time, that Pontos kind of didn't synergize with that team. It didn't allow him to push the advantage. If he had another AoE unit instead of that Pontos there, he probably would have won that game very easily because he would have been able to push the action and continue to just overrun his opponent. But instead, he had a Pontos to kind of play a little bit back and forth, and I'm not sure that was the right pick. And we saw that, you know, ultimately he wasn't able to win because he wasn't able to take advantage of the opener that he got.
Yeah, definitely a close match, though. I mean, both drafts could have went either way with both those players, but I guess there was some decisions made that were quite interesting. So maybe we'll get better decisions to get into round 3, but I think both players could have had that win in that match either way. But we've got a 1-1 right now. We're going into a game number 3 with Tulove and DUCHAN.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they adjust their pre-bans for the next match. I mean, definitely that match earlier could have gone either way. I mean, obviously, when you have 2 evenly matched players, both of them have great boxes. It's going to come down to some RNG. It's going to come down to, you know, a few procs here and there. But generally, when you see these drafts, you're going to see themes kind of come together, right? Whether they're AoE cleave altogether or AoE opening strip into Masha solo kill. And so when you see Miles mixed in with AoE units, it also doesn't quite synergize as well. So it's kind of interesting to see why those are picked and if they're effective or not. And as we saw, obviously, Pontos is a great unit, but generally they work better with things like ragdolls, with units that want to survive and win over time.
Well, pre-bans from last time, Light Monkey King and the Nana are now available as we get into round 3. New pre-bans getting locked in right now, and it is a Tian Lang Ragdoll pre-ban.
Wow, I actually really like this Tulove's ban on this Ragdoll here, anticipating that his Tian Lang is going to be banned out. So knowing that once that Tian Lang is gone, he's going to have a tough time dealing with the Ragdoll, preemptively takes that. So really good pre-ban coming on the side of Tulove here. And of course, the unit of choice between the 2 players is going to be Gianna that they're going to fight over.
Yep, it's very quick. That Gianna's getting locked down almost immediately, followed up by a very quick Oliver and Light Monkey King locked down by Tulove.
Yeah, so we're about to see if Tulove can enable that Light Monkey King to full effect here. That Light Monkey King, if it's able to get off, is super impressive here. DUCHAN going with the Nephthys Masha, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Dark Onimusha and then a Moor to finish things off, or a Chiu or some sort of AoE unit. That looks to be how DUCHAN is setting this up. Tulove is going to need to find a way to disrupt it.
Very interesting. Tomo is going to be coming out for Tulove here. See if he chooses to lock that unit out. He does take that unit away, and we're going to be seeing another Water Ryu coming out. Well, alongside the Wunsa.
Wow, okay. I actually really like the response from DUCHAN here. So this is likely a Nem Trap Tiana here. We're also going to probably see a ban on the Wunsa, is my guess here. Because if that Tiana's banned out and the Wunsa are banned out, and the Wunsa's not banned out, DUCHAN still needs a way to survive. Tulove is kind of stuck in a spot where he needs to take another AoE unit, because if that Light Monkey's gone, he's in a lot of trouble. Gani is kind of an AoE unit, but this signals to me that the Masha's the ban, yeah, because otherwise, if your Light Monkey's banned out, you're in a lot of trouble.
Well, 33 speed lead coming up for Tulove, 24 for DUCHAN. Let's see if Tulove's going to be taking this first turn here. I love that these players are really going all in with these AoE teams here. Wunsa with the big 3rd skill coming out for Tulove.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. Should not use third skill here. Should just use second skill because that Tiana should be a Nem Trap Tiana here. And it's going to put Tulov in a bit of a tough spot. But somehow, tuning-wise, this Pontos moves in front of the Tiana.
Yeah, Pontos is going to be taking first turn here, and it looks like he's just going to go with the skill 2, looking to get that silence on top of the Water Ryu. Water Ryu with no skills available, only left with the skill 1.
Water Ryu only with the skill 1 here, but does not use anything else. And then that third skill AoE is going to set up for this Netis Gianna.
Yep, well, Gianna's looking like put a bomb onto the field here, choosing probably to put it onto the Oliver. Never mind, choosing to put it onto the Light Monkey King to lock that unit down.
Yeah, needs to put it on the Light Monkey King because one proc would mean that there's AoE control going on the side of Tulov here. But again, Tulov's going to need some procs on this Oliver if he wants to come back. He has defense break on these units. There's going to be a lot of damage he's going to be taking here. A lot of resilience coming out with the Holy Ground coming out from Ponto. So really like DUCHAN's chances here. Tulov's unit's a little squishy here, and I don't think he's going to be able to survive this onslaught.
Yeah, there's that skill 1 going towards that Light Monkey King. Light Monkey King being the unit that DUCHAN wants to get rid of the most right now. There's that bomb, detonates, removes that Light Monkey King from the field. Oliver not able to do anything through that invincibility on all units inside of DUCHAN.
Yeah, DUCHAN just needs to land a couple more bombs, do some AoE damage, do some single target damage with the Gianna here to whittle units down here. And eventually he's going to overrun Tulov here because he's just got so much damage. And Tulov doesn't really have a win condition to come back from this.
Oh, not at all. And that Water Ryu getting 0 value with all the invincibility on the side of DUCHAN. DUCHAN's just taking these units out one by one. Bomb sitting on top of Oliver. That's going to be it. DUCHAN taking round 3 away.
Yeah, and DUCHAN there, very wisely taking that Tiana and Pontos there. I think both of them are Nem traps. And then also very smart to use skill 2 to silence the Water Ryu. To kind of prevent it from using skill 2 and disrupting his team, and kind of put Tulov in a rough spot. I think Tulov, with that Wunsa there, exposed him a little bit because when you have an Oliver, Moore, and Wunsa there, and a Light Monkey, your last pick has to be an impact unit. It has to do something once you have an opener, because if that Light Monkey's banned, then you're stuck with units that, you know, open up for you but don't have anything to follow up with. So I think draft-wise, he already has that more to strip for him. He should have taken his impact unit a little earlier and then Wunsa afterwards. Then he wouldn't be faced with that Tiana Nem trap in that situation. But either way, I mean, we got to see a very cool Nephthys Gianna counterplay from DUCHAN. And I just really like that draft overall.
Yeah, I honestly, I really like both players' draft here. It felt very, I don't want to say all in, but it feels like both players really trying to go at it there, and I definitely appreciate a draft like that. So well done on DUCHAN here, and definitely expecting to see DUCHAN probably do fairly well going into the round 4 here and draft something probably similar. I know these two are fighting over this Gianna unit, but the Gianna doesn't signal that whoever owns the Gianna is going to be the winner here. So let's see what happens here as we get into round 4.
Oh, and yeah, in these drafts, it'll be interesting to see how round 4 pans out. But yes, these drafts are definitely all in. When you don't see Shizuka's, when you see AoE cleaves, you see Tiana's, Wunsas, these are all in. Because once that Light Monkey gets off, it's all in, it's over. So everything is drafted and built around that moment where you can gain AoE control. So in this matchup, we see that Gianna pre-ban, we see that Nana pre-ban. So we're likely going to see DUCHAN he's going to be able to rely on that Tian Lang, or going to have to face that Tian Lang, and Tulov's going to have that in his back pocket.
Yep, first pick coming out for Tulov. Very interesting to see a Gianna getting pre-banned here. And we've got Shizuka as a #1 pick here for Tulov.
Interesting choice to go to Shizuka early. Means that he's likely gonna want to take Gianna at some point to drop a bomb and kind of power up that Shizuka. But I think, and I like DUCHAN's response. I mean, very neutral here. You're going with an Oliver, going with the Masha. You can lean into cleave or lean it a little bit more turn 2 if you want. Also different ways you can cleave if you want. And Tulov's going to respond with the Tian Lang here at this point. I think that's a fair and good response. I'm not sure about the Miles, because the Miles is a little early, I think. It's going to open him up to being cleaved, potentially, especially because some of the best cleaving units are Changpengs and Robo G92s. So if DUCHAN wants to cleave Tulov down, this is on the field at the moment. He just needs to know that Tulov has that wounds in the back pocket and needs to draft around that.
Oof, DUCHAN looking at another Pontos G92, bringing back the G92, locking in the Changpeng.
Yeah, so as called, I mean, this looks like Love is set up and primed to be cleaved here. As DUCHAN recognizes that and goes with the Changpeng. The Pontos is an interesting pick because again, it doesn't really synergize with the cleaving style play, and it also powers up the Shizuka skill 3 a little bit by giving that invincibility down the line. So Love is going to tee off on this Pontos, taking a Juno, and likely taking one more unit that is pretty good into the Pontos. DUCHAN running with the Laura, interesting. I thought he would have taken the Robo G92. I know there's a Tianlang on the field, but Robo G92 is still very viable in this. If you go with that and ban the Juno out.
It's almost like he heard you. Robo G92 is exactly what's going to be coming here. Takes that LD Nat 5 Laura right out, locks in the 4-star unit G92.
Yeah, so we're going from, instead of taking LD units, we're taking 4-star units, and of course that Juno has to be the pre-ban as called here. So DUCHAN's gonna have an opening from this Changpeng into a Masha, and he's gonna need to find a kill with it, or he's gonna face a lot of damage coming out from Love.
Yep, let's see if he lands that damage. Oh, just a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Dominic, not using that second skill just yet. Gravity shots coming out on top of the Pontos, not receiving the stun there with that Miles, but of course we're going to get holy ground here. Immunity and invincibility is coming out. You got a skill 2 primed and ready from DUCHAN.
DUCHAN needs to get a glancing onto this Tianlang here, otherwise he might get stripped. Tianlang does have a very high chance to strip, but unfortunately doesn't even strip the will off of the Tianlang.
Whoa, resisting a whole lot from that Tianlang. The only unit to get stripped there was the Changpeng. Changpeng not in great shape at all right now, though.
Yeah, Changpeng definitely not in great shape. That unit's going to go down, so it's going to come down to Tianlang, Miles, and Shizuka versus these three units, because we're going to see this Dominic drop, and then we're going to see this Oliver just run wild here.
Yep, definitely going to see it run wild here. Indeed, we've got the defense break and an almost dead Dominic going to be happening here with big skill 2. He's going to finish him off. Sounds going across the board. A little bit of skill 1 going towards this Oliver. Oliver is going to be handling that very, very well. A little bit of damage. No slow getting applied to that Tianlang.
Yeah, and that's a very, very big miss of the defense break. So unfortunately, Love's going to be on the back foot here. Needs a proc on Miles. Otherwise, he's not going to have enough damage to take out this Oliver. This Masha already has skill 2, does so much damage here. And this Oliver is going to be able to use skill 3, go into skill 2, and do so much damage to Love's units.
Yep, here comes that skill 3. It's going to be coming out right here. Potentially going out on the Tianlang is going to be the Tianlang doing a lot of damage here. There's the additional turn with the skill 2 going out on the Tianlang. Drops that Tianlang. Looking very good for DUCHAN.
Yeah, looking amazing for DUCHAN here. I mean, DUCHAN here is going to be able to lock down this Miles. Unless that Miles procs here, he's going to be able to use Oliver and get full attack bar because that Tianlang's not here anymore. So DUCHAN's in a great spot, has a Pontos, has a Masha that's not going to do a lot in the water, but there is that Oliver that's going to do quite a bit.
Yeah, nice little assist there going. The Shizuka skill 2 is going to be available. Does get the full strip on top of that Oliver. A little bit of damage coming towards that Oliver with additional turns coming up with the Shizuka. Shizuka with all things happening right there with the third skill, getting the invincibility up for themselves.
Absolutely massive proc from that Shizuka, able to get that invincibility up, and that's what allows him to take out that Oliver. So now all of a sudden, Love's in a good spot, but does get defense broken by this Masha.
Yeah, Love getting a lot of additional turns right there, but that Masha landing the defense break on top of that Miles off of an additional turn was definitely something DUCHAN really, really needed here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure why he decided to revive the Tianlang there. I think he should have thrown that second skill onto the Miles, because if DUCHAN's able to get a couple more procs here and take out this Miles, Love's going to be in a bad spot.
Oh, beautiful sweeping wave's going to be happening here. Get the silence out here. A little bit more poke damage coming towards this Miles. Miles with the additional turn once again, dealing lots of damage to this Masha. Masha needs to finish off this Miles here, and we may have it with DUCHAN.
DUCHAN needs a crit right here, does not get the crit, super unlucky not to crit any of those times here. So DUCHAN needs to find a way to take down this Miles, but does not do it with the Pontos.
Does not at all. More damage is going to be coming out towards that. Does get the additional turn here. Holy Ground comes out, but I do believe all skills are going to be available for it, and gets resisted. Not all skills are going to be available just yet for Love.
Yeah, and Love's going to be in a good spot here. That Pontos does not do any damage here. That Shizuka's quite tanky, so we're going to see a 5th match.
Oh, there's that damage. No strip's going to be happening here, of course. A little bit of damage. Everyone's just going to be skill wanting each other, but that Shizuka had the invincibility, brings back the Tianlang. Tianlang looking to finish off Holy Ground. It's coming out for those Pontos. Pontos trying to land a skill 2. Does finally land here. Skill 1's going right to the invincibility with additional turn. Nothing's going to be happening here.
Nothing's going to be happening here, but Love's going to be able to revive the Dominic, and he's going to seal this one.
And there you have it. Love getting that second victory for him, keeping him alive, and we're going into a game 5.
Yeah, so this is the first Game 5 that we're seeing in the APAC Cup here. Super exciting stuff. And it's interesting to see DUCHAN there. That Pontos not doing a lot of, obviously not doing a lot of damage, but again, that Pontos doesn't quite synergize with the AoE style that he's bringing. So it's interesting to see how over time, once Tulov got a few key procs, he was able to come back. And rather than, if that Pontos was some other AoE unit, I think that will put Tulov on even more of a back foot and probably finish the game earlier, rather and allow DUCHAN to just basically take it home.
And I think you were right about that Pontos coming into the field and giving a little bit of value towards that Shizuka. Shizuka being able to use that third skill, get all the invincibility, the immunity. The same thing Pontos was offering for DUCHAN's team, and I think that's something that Tulov got to take advantage of, and it was definitely beneficial to have that invincibility, you know, to being applied to his own team. So I do agree with you. I don't think the Pontos was the correct unit, nor was the correct synergy for DUCHAN's team here. But we're going into a Game 5. They're going to fix the problems that they ran into before, or we'll see if they fix those problems they ran into before, and we'll find out who's going to be moving forward out of these two players, with DUCHAN and Tulov.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they approach this 5th game here. I mean, the winner has, I mean, if everyone's the same skill level in this game and the same unit box, the winner here would have a 75% chance to go to Korea, right? So that's this is a very important match. Every match is important, but this one here, this is the 5th match of this set. Both players are very experienced. We've seen them in SWC before. We've seen them on the ladder. Great players, really well-known boxes, a lot of powerful LDs. So everything's on the line here for these two players. We see DUCHAN taking out the Tianlang early, does not want to face that. I mean, it is such a draft impacting unit. And of course, Tulov taking out the Gianna, wanting to stifle DUCHAN's cleave. I'm not sure if that's going to stifle it per se, or allow him, prevent him from cleaving. But it definitely is going to make it a little bit more difficult for sure.
Well, Tianlang Gianna are going to be the pre-bans. Oliver, first pick by DUCHAN. We have again Nana in the Masha getting drafted by Tulov.
So I can see DUCHAN taking Shizuka. There we go. Shizuka and Miles there. I would have been interested to see a Praha, as we saw in America's Cup a lot more, but we haven't seen one yet between these two players. DUCHAN could have also leaned into a Moore and went AoE if he wanted. And Tulov is going with a little bit more cleave action, flashing the Robo G92. If he does this, he's going to need to take a Changpeng, or he's going to need to take a Moore. Yeah, exactly. And he's going to need to take some AoE units, and if DUCHAN doesn't take some fire, Tulov is going to round this out with a Changpeng at the end.
Oh, Ragdoll being drafted by DUCHAN. His first Ragdoll we've actually seen make it into the battlefield here. And a Diana being drafted by DUCHAN. The Diana is quite interesting.
I don't like this Diana pick by him because I think it's very passive and weak to cleave. We've already seen Tulov telling us that he wants to cleave here. So Tulov should round this out with a Changpeng here. And then all he needs to do is ban out Ragdoll and he's going to have any opening he wants. Taking a Tessarian is really weird because he's running an AoE setup. An AoE opening. If he takes a Tessarian, it's going to allow DUCHAN to, you know, disrupt the AoE cleave. So I'm not sure about that Tessa pick. I would much rather see a Changpeng with a ban on the Ragdoll because Miles usually doesn't stun off the bat, and then you're going to dominate with AoE. Light Monkey's great. There we go. We see some AoE. There we go. So we see the AoE there. Really love that pick. Actually, even more than the Changpeng. That's a force ban. So we're going to see the Water Ryu Robo G92 opening, but the ban on the Shizuka is a little interesting, and I'm not sure if that's the correct ban there, because Ragdoll's going to be very disruptive in this matchup.
Now let's see what happens, because DUCHAN's going to be taking first turn with this Miles. Miles with a bit skill 2 available, only gets stripped, not the stun. And of course, we've got the G92 with all skills available. Look for a big skill 2, trying to get a little bit of value. Of course, it's going to be pushing up that Diana here, which still has the immunity.
Yeah, and Tulov did not get the strip on the Oliver, so very unfortunate there. That Oliver's gonna be able to lock down some skills from the Nana most likely. And in this situation here, Tulov's gonna need to score a kill early.
Ooh, goes for the attack bar reduction, does not get the reset on top of that G92. G92 with third skill available. We're gonna see the second skill. He might go and place this onto the G92, choosing to put it onto the Masha though.
Yeah, definitely needs to push on the Nana because the Masha, otherwise that's a lot of damage he's going to be eating there. That Masha's going to be able to take out that Oliver soon. That Oliver's very tanky though.
Yep, it really is. Additional turns coming out for Miles. Miles looking to do a little bit of damage here. Potentially remove this G92 from the field. Looking for a little bit of attack bar pushback on top of that Nana.
Yeah, surprised he chose not to take the life of the Robo G92 there, but instead decides he wants to have it die to dot here. I think this Diana needs to transform, needs to do some damage here. Tuluf's on the back foot. Once he loses his G92, he's going to lose an orb. Surprised he didn't go for it there, but DUCHAN's going to be in a good spot to take out some of Tuluf's units soon.
Ooh, looking for the Despair Stone and received it on top of that Ragdoll. The G92 is going to get dropped here. Looking for a defense break on top of Oliver. Does get the Oliver kill here.
Yeah, does get the Oliver kill here, and again, DUCHAN needs to set this Diana off, needs to start going here, because that Nana is going to be able to be stacking orbs. That's already one orb on that Nana.
Yep, one orb on that Nana is going to get removed here because he's going to be taking out that not taking out that Nana just yet.
Yeah, that's a very tanky Nana there, probably on some heavy minus wind here. And there's a slow on that Diana, so that Diana is probably not going to take another turn here. DUCHAN needs to get a couple procs here to take out that Nana, otherwise Tuluf's going to be able to push an advantage over time.
Wow, WaterRyu does get the Despair Stone on top of that Diana. Masha pulling the damage on top of the Diana, but that's going to be it for the Nana. Nana gets dropped additional damage. Additional turns going to be coming out for Diana. Diana back into unicorn form here with shields.
Absolutely massive proc there, allowing him to get some shields there. Tuluf's in a tough spot now because he only has a WaterRyu and a Masha here. WaterRyu does not do well in a Ragdoll, so Tuluf's kind of running out of steam here. DUCHAN looks like he's going to take it home with this Ragdoll and Diana.
Yeah, most definitely. If he doesn't kill this Diana, Diana's going to be wrecking this WaterRyu, but he's worried about killing this Ragdoll as well, who's almost in torrent range, but that's going to be it for the Mash here. DUCHAN almost fit to celebrate already. We'll see what happens, though.
Yeah, and this Diana can go for it here, knows that WaterRyu is going to go down, and it looks like DUCHAN's going to take this one home.
And there you have it, DUCHAN in round 5, taking down Tuluf.
There you have it. You see the face of elation, but still a lot of work there needing to be done by DUCHAN. Tuluf finding a way to fight back, but falls in front of the home crowd in Thailand as we say goodbye. Again, love this from our APAC players, the handshake and the hug, but it's DUCHAN that is moving on, representing Korea, and he will be the one that fights off against OSSERU in the battle of the semifinals. Going to be a very, very big one there. And guys, that last draft, back and forth, you said it there, Make It a Bud. Tuluf seemed set up pulling out that last pick there. I think it's Light Monkey King at the very end. And it seemed good, but then the bans were kind of questionable, and a couple of very, very lucky procs there at the very end. The Diana able to proc out a couple of stuns. It just seemed like a complete match there of Summoner's War, where you get a good pick, you get yourself a nice draft, you get yourself on the front foot, strips mostly there except on the Oliver, and then you get luck sacked out. What can you do about it there, Stoic? There's not a lot you can do about that one.
No, there's not really too much you can do about it. Honestly, I really did like both players here. I think potentially both of them could have won that match there. So welcome to Summer's War. RNG could definitely favor one side or another, but I think both players had their chance there. But we had DUCHAN just getting a little bit luckier there. But, you know, hey, I'm not going to say luck is why he won this match, but I think he played and had a great draft and definitely took this match over O2 Love.
Yeah, as we take a look at these highlights one more time here, Make It a Bud. What was something here from DUCHAN's play that you think OSSERU could pick up from and say, all right, this is something that I want to exploit, because we already have our first semi-final matchup in the books?
Well, I'm not sure what OSSERU is going to be able to exploit, but he needs to be cognizant that DUCHAN is going to be running a lot of AoE cleaves here. So OSSERU definitely can't be playing very passive, otherwise he's going to be cleaved. Obviously, we saw Tuluf run the cleave just now and not make it, but we saw that Robo G92 didn't get that strip onto the Oliver. We saw a bunch of other things. Generally, when you run the cleaves and you force your opponent to have to resist to win, you have an 85, right? 70, 85, 80, 75% chance to win, which is very good in SWC setting. So cleaves are very consistent. We see DUCHAN using this very liberally and has the units to set up for the cleave with the Giannas, Changpungs, the Robos. We're going to see OSSERU is going to need to be able to defend those cleaves. Going to need to pre-ban Giannas, pre-banned, pre-banned Robo potentially. Otherwise, he's gonna be facing these consistent comps from DUCHAN.
Yeah, again, you saw the pop-off moment there by TwoLove in that very, very close set number 2 in this matchup. And you felt like maybe DUCHAN was starting to run away with it here just a little bit, but TwoLove able to battle back. And then just as you said, I think you said it earlier here, Stoic, in game 3, it was the all-in comps by both of these guys that were really going aggressive. That one fell in the way of DUCHAN. And then in set number 4, TwoLove squeaks it out, ekes it out, was able to make sure that he stayed alive here as, again, the Bioproc's going his way, but not the case there in game number 5 here, Stoic.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, like I said with these, the all-in here, well, MakeItBed said it himself. It's like when you're going all-in, these are for sure things. You're coming in there, and the only thing stopping you is, I guess, the RNG here. It's like when you go all-in, you're in there, you know what's going to be happening here, but then RNG kind of just takes the wheel, and that's kind of what stops these kind of things here. So the way DUCHAN was drafting here is if he keeps up with this kind of play style here, he could find himself here in the final if he keeps up with what he's doing.
Yeah, again, just one more look at it here. Man, Ragdoll was stunned for a long time. There's the kill earlier. Nana not quite able to get the other revives that I think you're looking for when you pick a Nana earlier. And then just tough here. Look how low Diana was, but able to proc on out of it, stay alive long enough, and close it out against the final unit. I think it was YUMARU. And that was all she wrote there for the Thailand representative in TwoLove. And DUCHAN moving on, 1 win away from making it to the world stage yet again. But we've got ourselves 2 more matches left on up. MEOWMEOW, another fan favorite, now on the plate here, has to go up against the other fan favorite. The fans at home, they're not normally wrong. I think Song, that is, he's playing against. Not normally wrong, but I think they had Song over MEOWMEOW. But we got to call back in our friend Seishizo one more time, who changed the title of his stream, saying it's MEOWMEOW waiting room. And we'll see if he's able to do that. Not sure if MEOWMEOW is going to be able to do that, as we are getting ourselves ready for our next match here. And for all of you at home, again, thank you so much for staying up with us, the late night broadcast crew here for SWC 2022. Look at those beautiful faces on the wall right there. Make sure to send them some love in the chat, because we got a lot of Summoner's War left. We're not even at the halfway point. This is a unique one for all of you at home, because we've got the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the 3rd place match, plus the event match. But enough about us. Let's send it on over to our player interview to take a closer look at MEOWMEOW.
我中文名字是唐宇庆，然后我游戏内的名字是喵喵，然后也是叫做喵喵的。这次很高兴运气足够能够参加这次的比赛，然后其实我也对比赛有花很多的时间去努力准备，然后很高兴最后面有得到我想要的结果，然后也有足够的运气去得到这样子的成绩。觉得 DOCTHURR 选手是最厉害的选手，是这场比赛最厉害的选手，因为他的出脚跟思考都非常的独到，然后也非常的聪明，是个很厉害的玩家。我觉得可能我自己会比较紧张，然后由于我平常出脚的方式比较死。所以可能会有一些失误，但是我也会尽力到比赛的最后一刻这样。暴走抵抗绝望之神会站在我这里的。谢谢大家有支持我，然后我也会尽力加油，不会辜负大家的期待这样。
There you have it, MEOWMEOW getting ready to get into the ring and stay up and stay in the tournament, unlike our friend Pat, who's going to bed right now. Pat, you should stay awake with us and watch Meow Meow in his matchup right here, as here he comes on to the stage, ready to cup and, more importantly, one of the slots here in the APAC region towards the World Finals. We take a look at the preliminaries there. Had some wins. Kind of had to reverse his way on in with 2 losses, but still qualified on through. One of the contenders here. Good luck, or was it? God of Luck will be on my side. That's terrifying. I believe in luck. And now we get to see Meow Meow's opponent, if he believes in the luck, because he shouldn't if he wants to win and believes in Meow Meow. Here we go. Let's take a look at his opponent. Again, quarterfinal matchup, number 3. Let's get a closer look and get to know just a little bit more.
안녕하세요. 한국에서 온 바코드 길드의 본명은 조순규라고 하고요. 닉네임 찌숭이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 굉장히 기쁘고요. 떨리기도 하면서 굉장히 감명이 깊습니다. 이제 제 인생에서 정말 기쁜 일 중에 하나 정도로 기억될 정도로 정말 기쁘고 감명 깊습니다. 제 첫 번째 상대인 미우미우 선수가 제일 어렵다고 생각하고 있습니다. 가장 까다롭고 제가 지금 준비하고 있는데 제 가상으로 이제 뱀픽을 이제 짜보고 준비하고 있는 이제 그런 과정에서 굉장히 까다롭고 그리고 최근에 제일 품도 좋은 것 같아요. 제가 그 친구의 리플레이도 많이 보고 많이 연구하고 체크하고 있는데 그 친구의 실력도 지금 제일 그 친구 플레이 중에 제일 잘하고 있는 것 같고 무비나 룬작 같은 경우에도 굉장히 강력하다고 생각하고 있습니다. 제일 그 친구 제 첫 번째 상대가 제일 까다롭고 어렵다고 생각합니다. 그냥 첫 상대 준비하는 그 준비 과정이 제일 힘든 것 같아요. 그 외에는 특별히 힘들다게 생각하는 거 없습니다. 그냥 첫 상대를 준비하는 준비 과정, 그게 제일 힘들어요. 제가 잘하고 제가 상대하기 힘들다고 했지 제가 진다고 하진 않았습니다. 시합에서 긴장 많이 하고 오셔야 될 거예요. 제가 무조건 이길 겁니다. 저를 한국에서 좀 많이 응원하고 계신 걸로 아는데 제가 한국 대표로 나온 만큼 저 혼자만의 대회라고 생각하지 않고요. 그런 자부심과 책임감을 갖고 꼭 이기고 돌아가겠습니다. 기대해 주세요.
There you have it. ZZI song, and you can feel it with all the Korean players. We felt it earlier with DUCHAN. The expectation of the player base, the Korean player base, and the pride and the responsibility that comes with being the representative making it out of the region. And Song is going to try to use that to his advantage. Very thoughtful answers there against his specific opponent. MEOWMEOW had to go through a bunch of different drafts and how he wanted to tackle it. And so here is his moment, ZZI Song up against MEOWMEOW. You see the way that he qualified on through, defeated DUCHAN earlier again, and one of the players that is here on the APAC stage, now trying to make it to the world stage. And as he said, I said it was difficult, but not impossible. I am confident I will win. Song versus MEOWMEOW, a matchup here that again, gets you into the double elimination portion of the tournament. One of the coolest parts of all of SWC. Very, very unique towards the tournament styles, where every other tournament, lose, you're out. This one, you win your first one, you get at least 2 more matches there. Here we go. It's MEOWMEOW. It's Song. Everyone watching at home, you better send some energy on over to Stoic because he feels like the plague, but he's going to power on through it. With everyone's favorite elephant rider, it's Make It a Bud.
And here we go, guys. Pre-bands locked in. Shizuka and Nephthys getting pre-banned out here in this first match between Zishan. I'm going to butcher his name, and MEOWMEOW.
Yeah, and Zisong is definitely more of a defensive player. We saw this commonly picked units were Belios, Rileys, and Junos there. But if there's anything MEOWMEOW has, it's LDs. MEOWMEOW has so many of options available to him. Goes with the Masha Geo off the bat, which answers the Oliver very well. Both units do very well in the Oliver, and he's likely going to pair this up with probably some form of Giannas and other LDs that he's got in the back pocket. And so it'll be interesting to see what Zisong brings in.
Yep, with all the LDs, we're going to see a Gio, and that's going to be the proof right there how strong this unit has become. But we're going to see a Tian Lang on the other side of the field alongside a Miles as well. It's quite interesting.
Interesting. Not sure if this Tianlang is new here, but that Tianlang is a perfect pick into the Geo there. And also, I'm not sure about this Wind Monkey into the Tianlang, but Wind Monkey's great into Oliver Miles. So MEOWMEOW is basically teeing off on the Oliver here and takes a Cadiz. It's not something we see often, but takes a Cadiz here, which I'm not sure I'm a fan of, but it's an interesting pick.
Now, that is quite an interesting pick. I was not expecting to see a Cadiz come and get a MEOWMEOW here. And he'll have one last pick, but he's got to first respond to these next 2 picks here. And we're going to see a G92 coming out of Zisong. And then, of course, the Tessarian wrapping up his draft.
MEOWMEOW has opened himself up to be AoE cleaved a bit with the Cadiz pick. The Cadiz kind of sits at a low speed and doesn't provide anything to impact the draft, and that's why it's a little bit of a weird pick. And the Wind Monkey already provides that weakness anyway, so kind of doubling down on the weaknesses is exactly why Zisong is able to pick the Robo G92. I think that last pick here is just going to be banned out. It could be anything. Rika's a great pick, but it's going to be banned out here. We're going to see that Oliver let through. We're likely going to see a ban on that Tessarian. And then a ban on that Rika to kick things off. And then we're going to need to see Zisong take advantage, and that Tian Lang is going to need to stun up a lot of units and allow him to push that action over time.
Yeah, such an interesting draft already in this first bout between Zisong and MEOWMEOW. We'll find out who's going to be taking turn 1 here. And it is going to be that very fast G92 over the Miles.
Yeah, and MEOWMEOW doesn't believe in Will Runes. They don't exist in this game here, so G92 is able to get a lot of attack bar there, and that's a big proc from that. Tian Lang allows him to get a defense break, and it's going to allow this Miles to do a lot more damage.
Wow, gets it. Take advantage of the defense break sitting on top of that Masha. Masha is going to get dismounted already, trying to take advantage of the branding effect sitting on the G92. G92 is going to be staying alive here, looking for a big reset going out on top of that Gio, though.
Yeah, but once Zisong takes out this Masha here, he's going to be able to pick off more units. He has an Oliver, Miles, and Tian Lang here. So that Tian Lang is going to stifle that Geo, and he's just going to have so many opportunities to win this game. I really like Zisong's position here. It's going to take a lot of procs and Despair Suns from MEOWMEOW side if he's going to want to claw back here.
Yeah, there's that big skill too going out to the Cadiz, but of course that passive is going to be activating with the Wind Monkey, getting a nice stun on top of that Oliver, trying to do exactly what he was drafted for. Big third skills coming out here, gets the stuns on 2, 3, misses a third stun.
Wow, really lucky for that Wind Monkey to get that proc there, activating the passive. That's only a 35% activation rate, so really lucky by MEOWMEOW to get that. But again, doesn't really matter. That's quite a bit of damage coming out from that Tian Lang there. And so again, MEOWMEOW's on the back foot here. Doesn't have a way to heal because that Cadiz has been locked down.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, Cadiz isn't going to be able to do anything here. Didn't even get the Comet to land on top of that Oliver there. Gets a defense break, and that's going to be it for the Cadiz. Cadiz drops, and Gio's going to be dropping very soon. Does get the kill on top of that G92, though. But, of course, we have the attack bar reduction here. No, not going to happen there on top of that Wind Monkey. And Wind Monkey does get the defense break, laying on top of the Oliver, but we still have a ton of value here left on the side of Zisong.
Yeah, and that Wind Monkey's going to need a proc every single time if he wants a chance to win it, because that Wind Monkey's up against 3 units here, and so far it's getting all these resists here. But Zisong looking so dominant in this first game.
It really is. Tian Lang does get the defense break there, landing true. We have all those skills coming his way, and there you have it. Zisong taking round 1 away from MEOWMEOW.
Yeah, and that one just came down to a classic case of MEOWMEOW drafting a draft that didn't have any will and allowed his opponent to dictate that match however he wanted. I mean, MEOWMEOW basically ran 4 units that didn't impact the draft. That's why I didn't like the Cadiz pick, because it kind of sits there and doesn't do much if you don't allow it to do something. Cadiz is a great unit if it gets a lot of support. It allows you to, knock down ATB from the opponent's monsters, allows you to heal your team over time, but it needs support to do so. And the Wind Monkey is not going to give you the support, and neither is the Masha. And Zisong brought in a lot of AoE picks, Oliver, Robo G92. There's a lot of control, AoE everything. Defense breaks, everything coming out from the side of Zisong. So Zisong able to take advantage of MEOWMEOW's passive draft there, and dominant 1-0 to kick things off.
Yeah, it really was. It was a great example of a stationary draft on the side of MEOWMEOW, and that's what happens when you draft a stationary draft against someone who has so much attack bar gain and so much. He's just taking so much more turns and really taking advantage of his opponent, especially when his opponent didn't even have any will runes. So for sure, that was a very clean victory for Zishong there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they pivot into the next game here. I'm not sure if MEOWMEOW knew that Zisong had that Tianlang in the back pocket. Obviously, he drafted that Gyo early, so without seeing that Tianlang. But now that he's aware of it, I would think that MEOWMEOW shouldn't be relying on that Gyo as much, because Tianlang is just so good into Gyo. I mean, it's good into other units as well. So increasing your weaknesses is not a way to win the match. You do not want to have a weakness and then allow yourself to draft multiple units that are weak to the same thing. So it'll be interesting to see if MEOWMEOW's able to pivot here.
Definitely going to see that here. And the pre-bans, it's interesting to see Zishong's going to be banning out the unit that he had already drafted, which is the Oliver. And very quick drafts happening right here. Gianna Neftis, Tianlang coming up from MEOWMEOW, going full LD.
Yeah, we're going to need to see, I mean, this is a very big commitment to AoE, so Zisong should be laying a Changpeng, needs to lay one more AoE unit. He's pretty much going all in AoE when he lays a more Robo G92 off the bat like this. If he pivots, it's going to be something like Junos and whatnot, but yeah, he's going straight for his Tableau and running a Sagar here. Last pick likely should be a Changpeng. Leo's a great last pick. I do not like this Wind Monkey, because Wind Monkey is already weak to AoE cleave, which your opponent is presenting to you. So I think likely ban here could be either the Gianna or the Leo here. It just really depends on what that last pick is. I would like to see Zisong have taken a Changpeng earlier instead of the Sagar. Sagar, I think Changpeng's a little bit more oppressive, but either is okay, and it probably depends on the speeds that these run out at.
Yep, let's see what this last pick's going to be. He's definitely taking his time here, and he is going to bring another Changpeng here. So a lot of win units on this side, though. Not going to matter too much going up against these LDs on the other side of the field.
Yeah, so Leo's going to be banned out for sure, and when Zisong lays this in, he probably has really fast Swift runes on either the Robo G92 or that Sagar here, so he's not afraid of... he's confident he's going to get first turn, and he's going to be able to take advantage of that opening he has. So Leo's going to be the ban. MEOWMEOW's got some decisions to make here. It's going to need to survive this opening onslaught, but there's just so much defense break, so much oppression coming out from Zisong. I think Zisong is going to be in a really good spot with the strong opener that he's presenting us.
Yep, and we've got that YUMARU is faster than that G92. The G92 was faster than the Miles in the previous match here, but it looks like that Tianlang's going to be cutting in here. Does get that stun on the G92.
Wow, so unfortunately that YUMARU does not push back enough units here, so putting Zisong in kind of a tough spot, so super unlucky, and also big resistance on that Neftis there.
Yeah, really big resistor, not getting the reset. Of course, that skill 2 is going to be coming out with the big curse, the beautiful. Everyone's going to have a ton of negative effects. Looking very, very good for MEOWMEOW right now.
Yeah, this one's pretty much over. Zisong, unfortunately, RNG did not pan out his way. He's going to lose this all in here, and MEOWMEOW's going to even this up 1-1. I mean, there's defense breaks everywhere, and there's no way for Zisong to come back in this match.
Yeah, definitely one of these prime examples of one of those all-in drafts where you just go absolutely all in to find out that RNG just said no. This was not going to be Zishong's match.
Yeah, definitely not going to be Zisong's match here. This Tableau, even if it procced a million times, would need to see a miracle to make this happen.
Yeah, that's definitely not what's going to be happening here. Water, you're looking for some Despair Suns, not happening, and we've got the skill 2 available for this G92, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough here if he takes away everyone's attack bar. But we'll see what happens.
He kind of needs a skill 2 here. But unfortunately does not land any Suns at Glancing, doing a lot of work here, so Zisong's not going to take this one. And DUCHAN, MEOWMEOW is going to even this up 1-1.
Yeah, 1-1. We're going into a game 3 with Zishong and MEOWMEOW. Very interesting.
Yeah, and that's a classic situation of just RNG not panning out your way, right? The Moor is able to strip, I think, 30% of the time, 3 times. So unfortunately, not able to push back enough units, and then that Tian Lang absorbing attack bar, and then able to stun on the back foot. So also, I'm also surprised that Robo G92, when drafted that way, was that slow. Usually it needs to be faster when you draft it in that order, especially with the Sagar coming in at that point in time as well. So Zisong's draft, not quite fast enough for the way he's drafting, but generally that's a very consistent way to win. If you get your opener, which, you're forcing your opponent to push those 15% resists on you, you're going to have a, really strong match. Of course, that Nephthys also procced, which allowed him to AoE defense break everything, and that's really what gave the game away right away.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I mean, we're going into a game 3 right here. It's all tied up. We have lots of LDs we got to see coming out of Meow, which is always exciting to see those LDs drop on the field. But we'll see if there's more LDs in store and maybe even a change in the pre-bans, because we had noticed that Zishang had pre-banned out in Oliver, which he now has available going into game 3.
Yeah, and also I'm not sure if Zisong knew that MEOWMEOW had the Tian Lang in the back pocket, because that Tian Lang was picked pretty early there. So it'll be interesting to see how Zisong approaches this. I think Zisong is going to be AoE cleaving this entire lineup. We've seen different ways in which he's weaved it into his draft. So I think that's just generally his style for how he plays RTA, which is great. It's great action. The matches are very explosive and usually allows you to force your opponent to resist, which is a very consistent way of playing.
It's a very interesting pre-ban coming out of MEOWMEOW. I feel like he noticed that Zishang really wanted to have the Oliver. That's why he pre-banned it when MEOWMEOW had the first pick, and now it's going to get pre-banned by MEOWMEOW so that he can't have it again in this match here. But it looks like he's going to choose a different path. MEOWMEOW looking to draft a Nana right now.
Yeah, MEOWMEOW drafting Nana. And also to note earlier, that Gianna, I believe, is on Swift. It moved quite fast into a Swift water Ryu. So Zisong should be taking note of that. And it's definitely something he needs to keep in mind as he drafts. If he wants to commit to this AoE cleave, or commit to an AoE cleave, we're going to see a Moore and something else at this point. Otherwise, he's going to lean in turn 2 with some sort of Shizuka, some sort of Shizukas and other units like that for turn 2 type play.
Let's see what Zishang's going to be drafting. We're going to see that more in the G92 coming out again. Is that a little early for this G92?
No, I don't think it is. I think in this situation, Zisong is going to be drafting Cleave here. That Masha is an open-ended pick. It allows you to bend into either first or second turn. But as stated, that Moore is going to need to come out at that point in time because you need to take your speed lead at that point and commit to your draft. Leo is going to be a force ban here, but Zisong still needs to pick an AoE type units that are good into Leo if in case that 5th pick is too difficult to withstand. So he's going to need to pivot a little bit here and not fully commit to turn 1 and have some ability to play back and forth a bit if he needs to.
Shizuka might be that unit.
Yeah, and Shizuka is exactly that unit there in the Dominic. So he could possibly take out the Nana or the Tian Lang at this point. And MEOWMEOW, very smart to realize that his opponent's pivoting, knows that Leo's likely left on the field, and brings in that Juno. And Juno is just so good into, pretty good into Dominic, but really good into Shizuka and decent into Robo G92. And when you're paired with the Leo, does so much work. So I would like to see that Juno, and instead he goes with the Riley, which I'm not sure about because it enhances his weakness of being weak to AoE cleave and allows Zisong to take out that Leo.
Now let's see what happens. Ban's going to be coming out here. Could be a lot of things. I'm a fan of both drafts at the moment. I feel like this is anyone's match here. We're in game number 3, guys.
Yeah, I think the ban here kind of has to be the Leo. Otherwise, that Zisong might not be presenting enough damage, especially with that Nana there. Riley's also fair too. Leo, I think, would be a little bit better, but both, it's either one of the two there. But Zisong has a lot of damage he's presenting, but at the same time, there's a lot of threat coming out from this Tian Lang. And if this Tian Lang gets a lot of stuns, Zisong could be in trouble.
Yep, well, bands locked in. Here we go, guys. We've got round 3. Zishang and MEOWMEOW. Leo kicking us off, of course. And the unit of focus is going to be that Dominic. He's looking to get rid of the field first. Bomb is going to be landing on top of the water. Ryu gets the strip, stunning up both those units.
Yeah, but unfortunately not stripping that Tian Lang there. So Water Ryu is on Despair, actually. And there's going to be a defense break coming out from the Masha here. And Zisong's going to need some procs on those units, but unfortunately does not proc on any of them.
Manana trying to get any despair stuns whatsoever, not really receiving much. Additional turns coming out of this Tian Lang, pummeling that damage on top of the Dominic. Leo looking to remove a unit from the field, doesn't get that crit kill on top of Dom, does get the additional turn though to remove that Dominic from the field, giving another orb to the Nana.
Yeah, and at this point here, Zisong's on the back foot here. That Masha is not going to do a lot of damage with the Leo on the field here, given the fact that the attack speed is basically 0. So Zisong in a rough spot. Nana's got 2 orbs, so there's a lot of protection up on MEOWMEOW's side.
Yep, Dominic looking to do some big damage to that Tian Lang with a bomb, and Branding sitting on top for Masha with no skills available, looking for a nice little skill 1 tap going out onto the Tian Lang. Tian Lang's going to get destroyed, but the Nana's going to save it with still 1 more orb left up.
Really risky tap there. If he killed the Tian Lang would come out without any bombs on. So pretty risky to do that there. But at the same time, he probably knew the amount of damage he was going to do. Zisong's going to need a lot of procs on this Shizuka and throw more bombs if he wants a chance to survive, because this Nana's about to get another stack once this Water Ryu goes down.
Water Ryu looking to take away that stack here, potentially taking out one of these units in the form of the Gianna. The Tian Lang going after the Gianna instead.
Wow, big proc onto the Gianna here. But again, Zisong's going to need a lot to go his way if he wants a chance to win. Does not get a proc on that Masha, so unfortunately that Nana's going to get another stack. Zisong's on the back foot.
Yeah, 100% on the back foot. Tian Lang doing so much value here for MEOWMEOW. Going to attack right sitting on top of that Shizuka. Shizuka trying to proc out to get anything to happen up for the side of Zisong.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if that was the right move. Maybe should have refreshed himself and allowed himself to get bombs on the next skill here. But at the same time, this Tian Lang's going to go down. This Shizuka's going to need to survive that Leo. That Leo procs, this is over for this match.
Oh, she's still alive here with no skills available. If she gets the additional turn here, she's going to have 3rd skill available, and that could be a big turnaround. No turn's going to be happening here. Nana's going to be there to finish off the orb is going to be popping up for Nana here, and Masha's looking to remove some units from the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, and MEOWMEOW just here so dominant. Going to be able to take this one home. Those stacks on that Nana just too much for Zisong to handle.
Yep, definitely is. Masha cannot provide enough damage here. Trying to deal as much damage to that Leo as possible. Leo holds on, and MEOWMEOW taking round 3.
So pretty dominant performance by MEOWMEOW here. I mean, just so many LDs in his box that he's able to use. And Zisong, obviously, we see him leaning towards cleave. Generally very consistent, but committed to it very early. And then MEOWMEOW laying in that Leo, just so impactful in the draft. Kind of wonder, I think, if the Leo was banned out, potentially would give Zisong a little bit more of a chance, because his Masha and his other units would be doing more damage. So I think that might have been a little bit better, but I think overall MEOWMEOW's draft has a higher chance to win in that situation.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, I was a big fan of MEOWMEOW's draft, fan of all the LDs that MEOWMEOW was able to bring to the field, and Gianna, Tian Lang, such a powerful combination, powerful units here, things that I think Zisong really has to worry about. So maybe going back to kind of what he did in this one, where he was all in originally, and then he had taken a step back here and adjusted. I feel like MEOWMEOW is just adjusting to his pivots really, really well.
Yeah, and what's making it difficult for Zisong in this draft here to consistently cleave is the fact that Gianna should be on Swift. And when it's on Swift, it means that Zisong has to bring in a speed lead to pair with his AoE units, because that Wind Robo is not very fast. It's not like, you know, we've seen Obabo when he streams his 220 Wind Robos and things like that. It's not that fast. So when you go head-to-head without a speed lead into Gianna's going to take first turn. So the fact that Gianna is on Swift makes it very difficult in the draft for Zisong to be able to, I mean, he has to almost take 2 speed leads every time if he wants to consistently deal with that Gianna, or ban out that Gianna, or deal, you know, and really think about those speeds. That allows MEOWMEOW to draft, you know, can continue to fight the speed battle or go slow with Leos. And that's what you see him do, right? You see him kind of keep it open-ended, and then at the end kind of take the perfect draft at the end. So it's a kind of a tough matchup. I think this what you end up seeing here is that this is a tough matchup for Zisong. He's a cleaving type player, but his opponent kind of has answers for any type of speed and unit that he throws at him.
Well, pre-bans are locked in. Masha and Oliver are going to get the pre-banned here. It's so funny seeing that Oliver getting pre-banned, because he knows that MEOWMEOW would take this as a first pick. He really doesn't want him to take that Oliver.
Correct, and because once he takes that Oliver, it's going to put him in a tough spot. And these are very fast picks. We're going to see a repeat of that, of a match earlier where it basically Zisong got pretty unlucky with the opening and not stripping a unit with the the Win Robo. But yeah, with the Oliver here, once you add the Oliver, that 33 speed lead allows your 270, 280 units outspeed the other person's 270, 280 units if they only have a 24 lead. That's the power of Oliver, plus of course all the attack bar taking and skill resetting that it does. That 33 is just so impactful in a matchup like this.
Ooh, a little bit of changing pace coming out of Zishang here. He's going to be taking segment, the very fast segment with double speed leads for him.
And I would like to see MEOWMEOW go to turn 2 because there's not a lot of bursts from Zisong and go with some sort of a Juno Molly. Or Juno Leo would probably be the correct answer here. Zisong is committed a little bit too much to speed without enough damage to back it up. Unless that Water Ryu is as good as like Pinkroid's Water Ryu, it's going to be a little tough for him to burst down this team. He's not presenting enough damage. That last pick is likely going to be banned out. I think the winning strategy here is for Zisong to pick something great at the end that has to be force banned, some sort of high impact unit. He's likely going to need to take out that Leo. He's probably going to take out the Riley, but I think he should take out the Leo because that Leo counters his tableau and it's just, you know, it's just going to be too tough for him to deal with.
Yeah, definitely disruptive for all that speed damage he's trying to bring to the field here. And it looks like Shizuka is going to be the last pick coming out for Zishang here. Definitely one of those better pivot picks here that we've seen throughout the tournament.
Yeah, the problem with pivot picks though is you can't do pivot picks with only one pick. You need two to have both pivots in play. So Shizuka is the ban though. Leo's the ban as called. So we're gonna see the segment open onto the Gianna and then the Win Robo. But I don't know if this is enough damage for Zisong to be able to take out MEOWMEOW's team here. We're just going to need to see how good those artifacts are.
Now let's see what happens here. And we've got Segment with the third skill. Let's see if RNG will be favoring Zishang here as he goes for it. Does not get the reset on top of the Nephthys.
Wow, really unlucky not to get that reset. We're going to see at skill 2 that Tianlang does get attack bar absorbed enough, so it's not going to be able to take a turn. But that Gianna is so unlucky for Zisong here, not able to strip that Gianna.
No, not at all. Bomb lands, gets the stuns as well. Initial turn's going to be coming out from this Tablo with skills available.
Yeah, but Tablo goes for the skill 3 there. I think at that point, Tablo needs to go for a skill 2 instead, or he needs an AoE stun here. So if Zisong's able to AoE stun, he's going to be able to have that segment defense break coming back and do some damage on the back foot. But unfortunately, misses that stun, so Zisong's in a lot of trouble.
Definitely in a lot of trouble indeed. I mean, that bomb's going to be doing a ton of damage to his G92, and there's that more damage coming in from Gianna there.
Yeah, but luckily for Zisong here, that Tianlang's not able to get too many stuns there. Only gets one, but at the same time, again, MEOWMEOW has so much damage. Once those defense breaks going down here, Zisong's in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of additional damage units coming from Tianlang Gianna. There's a lot of damage that Zisong's not going to be able to counter here. There's also Riley backing up MEOWMEOW's team, so I think MEOWMEOW's going to end this one here, and he's going to move on to the next round. Zisong's in a lot of trouble, has a bomb on that tableau, so he does not have a win condition at this moment. So these are going to be Zisong's last moments in SWC.
And there you have it. We've got MEOWMEOW taking it in the round 4.
Well, and MEOWMEOW just very dominant there with the ability to counter everything in Zisong's draft, whether it's a speed lineup, whether it's a counter cleave lineup. MEOWMEOW just, that's the advantage of having LDs. You're able to throw out Nephthys, Gianna, Tianlang, and basically have the perfect counter to anything your opponent throws at you. And of course, unfortunately, Zisong not able to land that strip on Gianna. Had he landed that, I think there would be enough damage on his side of the field because he'd have that segment rolling in with skill 2, and then you'd have a lot more damage with stuns coming out from, you know, Win Robo and on. So I think in that situation, Zisong probably still wins that draft, but just LDs just give you such an advantage in the draft in general, allows you to be flexible, and allows you to come back if necessary.
Yeah, and that is what you told us to be looking out for here, Make It Bud. The LDs that come out of this region starting to play big here, and feels bad for Zisong a couple times here, right? You had the all-in comps there in game number 2 that didn't go his way as well, and then you saw all the debuffs that fell his way there in set number 4. Just a tough run there by the Korean representative, but it is MEOWMEOW that is moving on through and booking his ticket to the semifinals. Now makes it to the de facto double elimination portion of the tournament as we say farewell to Zisong after just a tough run. But that is the beauty and the difficulty of SWC. It happens, right? You know, the procs that come on in, and whether it works in your way, and sometimes it does, but in this case for Zisong, doesn't work out his way. And Megan Bud, when that happens, you look back on it and you're like, man, I had a good draft here. Maybe there's a skill 2 or skill 3 I could have used earlier, maybe a band somewhere I could have used, but generally I drafted well and just got outlucked, and now you got to wait a whole year for redemption. What do you tell yourself when you're trying to bounce back from that?
Well, if you're trying to bounce back from that, you tell yourself that if you want to keep playing the game, you need to just keep staying in there and hang in there, right? You need to tell yourself that you had the right draft and be confident that it is the right draft. Because at the end of the day, every player's goal is within your matchup to maximize that probability of winning there. So in Zisong's situation there, he needs to cleave and his opponent needs to resist, right? Resist is a 15% chance, and obviously that strip is not 100, but there's multiple hits of that. So MEOWMEOW has probably a less than 50% chance to survive that opener. So if you go into the situation thinking you have a 60-40% chance to win and you didn't hit it, that's just the game. That's how it works out. But as long as you correctly make those decisions over the long run, law of large numbers, if you play a million matches, not that there are a million matches to play, if you do, you should win. That's the best you can do, and that it's the same for a lot of games that go, a lot of things that go beyond the game, right? You just need to put yourself in the best position, best chance to win, and let the chips fall.
Well, you saw it there, a pretty good look of disbelief by the Korean player, Zisong, who falls on out to MEOWMEOW. MEOWMEOW making it to the semifinals, which leaves us with one more match remaining, y'all. So you all at home, you've been sticking through it with us throughout all of today. So as our two boys in the screen, again, let's get some claps in the chat there for Stoic and Make It a Bud. One lung Stoic right now, who is hanging in there. You see, or we got to see over in the stadium over in Thailand, when the players lose, they get grayed out. Stoic, hang in there, buddy. Otherwise, we might have to gray out your face in the box. How you doing, man?
I'm holding on, man. I'm holding on. I'm doing my best, trying to stay in there.
Your best is great. All of us love you for it. Make sure to drink that water and stay as fresh as you can as we're hitting the early morning hours in the East Coast of the Americas region. That's where we're at, celebrating the APAC Cup in Thailand, in person. It's a lot of fun, and it's great. There it is. It looks at the live audience here in Thailand as we get ready for our final quarterfinal matchup of the evening. All these great videos that we've been doing as we take a closer look at YUMARU.
Hi, 和田祐希と言います。ゲーム名はYUMARUと言います。よろしくお願いします。そうですね。今回は運が結構良くて出れたと思ってます。今回の大会はトゥーラブ選手が一番気になる選手ですね。ゲーム内で、実際のシーズンで戦って負けてしまったので、リベンジをしたいなという気持ちがあります。そうですね、言葉が通じないので、その言葉の問題ぐらいです。熱くいい試合をしましょう。よろしくお願いします。出るからには優勝を目指して頑張りますので、応援よろしくお願いします。
YUMARU was looking for revenge against TwoLove, who's already been knocked out of the tournament, so now he has to focus his guile and his frustrations towards his new opponent. I like the fact that, two things that I like about YUMARU. One, he's not above saying, I feel like I got lucky to be put in this position, the Japanese player, acknowledging, hey, it was a little bit of luck for me to get here. As you can see, his route here through the preliminaries, eking on through. But also, he is the only player to tuck in his shirt You see his shirt? It's tucked on in. He's got more style than everyone else combined. YUMARU, the Japanese representative, in the final quarterfinal of the evening, trying to punch his ticket to the semifinals, but he's got a big one in the way. It is SWC veteran DOCTHURR.
สวัสดีครับผมณัฐเมธ ลุงวิทูลนะครับชื่อในเกมชื่อด็อกเตอร์ครับผมครับก็ปีนี้ผมได้แข่ง SWC เป็นปีที่3ต่อเนื่องกันนะครับแล้วก็ปีนี้ผ่านรอบแรกโดยการชนะในรอบ preliminary มาได้ในวันแรกครับผมก็มาได้แข่งในรอบนี้ต่อไปครับก็จริงๆน่ากลัวหมดทุกคนครับเพราะว่ามีคนที่มีความสามารถเต็มไปหมดนะฮะแต่น่ากลัวที่สุดก็จะเป็น2คนก็คือ F ของเราทูเลิฟแล้วก็ดูชานที่จะเจอกันเองในรอบแรกเพราะว่าทั้ง2คนนี้เคยผ่านเข้าถึง World Final มาแล้วทั้งคู่ก็ความตื่นเต้นครับเพราะว่าผมไม่เคยแข่งในเวทีใหญ่ระดับนี้มาก่อนนี่เป็นครั้งแรกของผมนะปีนี้ประเทศไทยได้เป็นเจ้าภาพนะครับก็ยินดีต้อนรับสู่ประเทศไทยขอให้มีเกมที่ดีครับผมก็อยากให้มากันเยอะๆนะครับแล้วก็มาสนุกกันเพราะว่าเนี่ยประเทศไทยได้เป็นเจ้าภาพนะครับนานๆทีนะครับมาสนุกด้วยกันเยอะๆ
Ace28 in chat saying, is that J-Mac? No, that's DOCTHURR, who is a great representative here of the game. Come on now, like, how can you not love this guy saying, welcome to Thailand. When I think about my rivals, which rivals would I pick? Everyone's great and has their own strengths. He's a fantastic host and he wants to have a great game. He's playing down the fact that this is his third SWC tournament. I wonder if the nerves will get to him because he did highlight that as a new situation for him. But hey, it is his opportunity here. Like he said, he made it through the preliminaries on day number 1 and trying to get past it for the first time in his career in front of the home crowd. Again, Two Love had their match earlier and fell just a bit short, but now the signs are starting to come on up for the Thailand representative in DOCTHURR. YUMARU, again, said it was kind of a lucky draw here, but now that he's here, he's going to try to make the most of his situation. The final quarterfinal underway. Let's put the hashtag pray for Stoic in the chat right now because we've got one more quarterfinal left before Stoic can get a big sip of water and Stoic can make it a butt on the call.
Here we go, guys. Pre-bans locked in. Oliver and Masha going to be the units pre-ban. DOCTHURR with the first pick.
And DOCTHURR here, known for his Yeonhong Gianna play. Interesting to see that Oliver is the pre-ban here. DOCTHURR goes in for the Shizuka, which is kind of counter to a Yeonhong Gianna. So DOCTHURR, as we've seen his most picked here, goes for Junos and Shizukas. So might be a slower paced matchup here. YUMARU's, I think watching him in the previous matches, he does generally favor some passive play, but we see him more Changpong, so definitely no passive play here. So DOCTHURR most likely should be resorting to pressing some action. So probably some Yeonhongs. I think Ma should be a great pick here, but he could also try to go completely turn 2, but he's going to need to make a really good decision here and be flexible because his opponent is presenting a lot of threat right now.
Now let's see what happens with DOCTHURR after seeing those two units. It looks like Atomo and Yeonhong going to come out for DOCTHURR.
Yeah, exactly. So DOCTHURR needs to respond to the speed threat here, and if YUMARU wants to continue this, is going to need to take a Robo G92, and preferably on super high speed if he wants to contest, and then some other cleaving unit here. So I think that's what he's going to need, or he can lean into a turn 2 style of like Junos and Mollies and things like that. Praha is a decent pick, and maybe a Juno here, if he wants to be able to kind of take this draft into a more back and forth type style. And that's exactly what we see here. We see him lay down that Juno, and DOCTHURR's going to need to respond by taking units again that allow him to play back and forth, because now this is no longer opening versus opening. There's going to be a lot of back and forth in these matchups.
Yeah, double Oracle coming out from YUMARU. DOCTHURR very quick to lock in the Nana, and then one last pick for DOCTHURR. He does have some other options. He is going to be going with a Dominic. A lot of damage, very aggressive.
Yeah, definitely very aggressive, and also a lot of good flex that Nana provides for him. And that's a Delphoy last pick from YUMARU, so very nice pivot. Going with a more Changpeng into a completely turn two capable team here. Love that pivot here. DOCTHURR is going to be in an interesting spot. I think that the Yunhong's going to likely be the ban here. Nana's definitely let through when you see a Delphoy last pick here. I think so Tomo gets the ban here instead. Delphoy is going to be a forced ban. So we're going to see that Yunhong probably open up here. And if DOCTHURR doesn't take strong advantage off the bat, we're going to see a lot of AoE coming out from the side of YUMARU.
Ooh, so let's see what happens here. But Yunhong is going to be taking first turn with the skill 2 available.
Yeah, so that does get the strip there. DOCTHURR's gonna need to take a unit out earlier, do enough damage, because there is so much threat coming out from that more Changpeng and Praha. That miss of the attack bar sap from the Shizuka is absolutely massive.
Oh, big damage coming from that Dominic. Dominic almost taking out that Changpeng on his own here. But of course, we're going to have that heal available. Daydream's coming out to heal up that Changpeng to save it. Full team is going to be slept on the side of DOCTHURR.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of lapping going on the side of YUMARU here. YUMARU's pressing a lot of action here, has 2 turns speed buff. It's going to take multiple turns because he has that speed buff over his opponent here. Could even have thought about waiting and thinking about that speed buff versus his opponent's turn and maybe getting more value out of Changpeng's skill 3. But either way, that skill's been used here, and YUMARU's pressing a lot of damage into his opponent.
Yeah, he really is. He's trying to bring some units down. I thought it was going to bring him down evenly with this Nana having 1 orb here, but it looks like Yunhong's going to be the first unit he's going to try and get rid of.
Yeah, DOCTHURR needs a couple procs on the Shizuka. Does get a massive proc on that Dominic, though. So that Changpeng doesn't have much HP left, and that's a proc coming out from that Nana.
That is a violent Nana. I was not expecting to see a violent Nana here, but it looks like Juno was able to finish off that Yunhong, taking away that last orb that was sitting on top of the Nana and looking to take out that Yunhong. Does get that Yunhong killed, immediately gets that orb back by taking down that unit with Dominic.
So we see a trade of units here. We see that Yunhong go down, but at the same time, YUMARU does have all skills available here. So it's going to be able to press the action here, going to be able to take a turn advantage here. And again, this Praha does quite a bit of damage into the Shizuka here. There's just so much damage that's going to come from the side of YUMARU with these multi-hitters.
He's looking for some defense breaks. If we get another, I mean, he gets his violent proc with the Nana instead of the Dominic here. Looking at a little bit more damage going out onto the Praha, though.
Yeah, definitely a lot of damage coming out from that Nana as well over time. You can see those hits doing about 1.5 to 2,000 per hit here. So DOCTHURR definitely pressing in a lot of damage, but again, kind of on the back foot here. That's a lot of damage coming from these oracles here. YUMARU does have speed buff. Again, it's going to be able to lap, and if DOCTHURR doesn't get procs, it's not going to be able to come back in this match.
Yeah, DOCTHURR's going to need some violent procs, with probably that Dominic. He needs to really pummel the damage here and get those orbs back for his team here.
Yeah, but that Shizuka does have skills available here, so YUMARU perhaps misreading the speeds of this a little bit here. Might get caught out of position, and that Yunhong's going to be able to boost that Shizuka back and lay that skill 3 on, or boost that Dominic, gain a lot of HP, and it's going to start stacking Nana orbs again.
Yep, there's that charge vitality going out into the Dominic, and then of course Yunhong's going to disappear back away, and then Dominic pummeling that damage on top of the prize. Their additional turn, no additional turns going to be coming out here. A little bit of poke damage. The additional turns are coming out with just this Nana.
Wow, super lucky to get the additional turn from the Nana. If he did not do that, he would not have that stack. So really lucky by DOCTHURR there. That's exactly what he needed to come back. And he has that orb up on the Nana, and he does have full skills on that Shizuka here. So DOCTHUR needs a huge proc as well. So he's in a great spot right now.
Procs. Dominic was dealing so much damage, and that take away one of the orbs there, and it's just a lonely Juno. But is the Juno going to be enough to take down this Dominic? Because it could be.
Yeah, I don't know if the Juno is enough, but that Juno's going to need to get some Despair Suns, and if it's going to need to do a lot of damage to get some Despair Suns. So that Dominic does so much, and it's going to give DOCTHUR the 1-0 victory.
Yeah, DOCTHUR with that 1 victory right there. That Dominic just pummeling so much damage.
Yeah, I mean, that Dominic hurts. I mean, and also you saw the effectiveness of Nana on Violent. Usually you see it on Despair, but DOCTHUR wanting to utilize every bit of every unit he has, puts it on Violent so that it allows him to do just that extra bit of damage. I mean, so you see such a flexible draft coming from DOCTHUR here. Able to lead with first turn from the Yunhong, and then also able to have turn 2 play as well, right? With the Nana stacking orbs and giving him that advantage over time.
Now, do we think the Nana being placed on Violent is going to definitely affect DOCTHUR? Because I feel like having a Nana Violent proc isn't going to get him a ton of value, maybe even take up the Violent procs that other units could be taking.
That's a good point. It's tough to say here, but I would say the Yunhong's generally on Swift here, but he needs that damage. If you notice that Yunhong, when it opened up, did not crit very much, so it's likely more on a tanky build, or definitely not on a high damage build. So DOCTHURR, when he composed his draft, probably built it so that Nana had to bring in a little bit more damage to kind of supplement the Yunhong and things like that. So I think that damage from that Nana is necessary, and he has enough coming from the Dominic and all that. I'm not sure if that's going to take away, but that's an interesting point there. But I've seen a lot of drafts where Nana is on Violent, and it could go either way. I mean, in that situation, that Violent definitely saved him, and it worked out. So I guess if it worked out, it was worth putting it on Violent.
Yep, exactly. I mean, if it works, no reason to change it for DOCTHURR at all. So let's see what happens, guys. We're going to a round 2. YUMARU looking to clap back against DOCTHURR. Let's see if that's exactly what happens here. But we got a pre-bans from last time. Dominic and Masha now available. New pre-bans getting locked in here in the form of Yunhong and Oliver.
So YUMARU's deciding that he needs to address the speed issue in this matchup. So he's going to alternatively take the Oliver and the Yunhong out to prevent DOCTHURR from having the speed advantage. But I think YUMARU is going to be cleaving a lot. The Masha doesn't mean that he's not going to cleave it because it's flexible, and he might just be taking that away from DOCTHURR as he wants to lean into like Changpeng's, Moors, Robos later. DOCTHURR leans in with a Praha, which makes sense, and the question here is if he wants to double up water. And that's exactly what he does. Does double water pick, but that leaves him a little open to some win units that are great at cleaving.
And double water units for DOCTHURR. Let's see what happens. YUMARU taking his time here, looking to draft 2 more units after seeing the double water units.
Yeah, so YUMARU here could go with Changpeng's Robo G92s, or it could kind of flex into, and that's exactly what he does. He goes with the more Changpengs. So this is this is a comp I used to use a lot. I still kind of do, where you have the ability to open up with either the more of the Changpeng and have the Masha single target, or you have the more into a Changpeng to cleave. DOCTHURR recognizes this and goes with the AoE Robo G92 and a speed lead. And the interesting part is that this is a Vanessa speed lead and not something else, which makes it very awkward for YUMARU if he wants to score a kill. He's going to need to get through the Vanessa, which is fire and is a little bit tough for a Changpeng to deal with at times.
Yeah, very interesting that he brought the Vanessa as his choice in speed lead. I almost would have rathered see a Tomo for DOCTHURR, but maybe not when you see a Juno popping out on the other side of the field alongside a Diane as well.
Yeah, and this is interesting here. So I would like to, I think maybe a Tessa could be in play here. DOCTHURR could lean just a little bit more into AoE with 1 more AoE unit, but Tessa's fine here. I mean, there's just so many units. He just laid down 2 units that are very weak to AoE, but instead decides to double down on AoE, right? Those are the two options he has. Double down on AoE or run with the Tesla. So he's decided to lay down the Gianna here. And so in this situation, a lot of bans are viable. I would say it's either the Juno or the Masha. I think those are the 2 scariest units here for him to deal with. But if he considers YUMARU weaker than him, he would take out the Diana as well. He could take that out. But I think those are the 2 logical bans, is to take out one of the fire units because they're quite scary. Instead, goes for the Changpeng. Interesting.
Yep, Changpeng and Gianna are the ones going to get banned out here. Speed leads for both players. DOCTHURR with the 33 speed lead in the form of that Vanessa. Let's see if that is going to be enough here. DOCTHURR to take advantage of YUMARU. Look for a big skill 2 coming out of that G92. Not getting any attack bar pushback though.
Yeah, so the thing that DOCTHURR lacks in his draft a little bit is some of that burst damage. He's going to need a defense break from that Vanessa and then going to need to capitalize on that. Meanwhile, YUMARU has a lot of ways to do a lot of damage. He's got that Diana, he's got Juno to kind of heal his team, and he has Masha to give a big defense break and do a lot of damage instantly. So I kind of like YUMARU's position here, but it's really going to depend on if DOCTHURR's going to be able to maintain this advantage over time and not get stunned up by this Juno.
Yeah, it looks like DOCTHURR trying to get that second skill back up on that G92. You can see YUMARU's damage is going to be coming into that Vanessa as a priority unit to get rid of first.
Yeah, and DOCTHURR definitely does need to dismount that Masha at some point here, because this Masha is going to do a lot of damage if it goes off, and that's really YUMARU's main win condition, is being able to get a defense break and snipe out a unit, or I guess getting multiple proc on this Diana here. So DOCTHURR really kind of on the back foot. There's a lot of aggression coming out from YUMARU.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you can see this Diana is going to be coming after this G92, not going after G92, trying to get the stun on top of Shizuka, not receiving it. Just Return's going to be coming out of Praha. Praha pummeling the damage on top of the Masha. Masha, with skills available, looking for a defense break and removing the G92 from the field, coming back with a Nana or, I'm sorry, with the Vanessa passive.
So much damage, doing 18k per hit here, and that Robo G92 almost going down there, but luckily for DOCTHURR does not go down quite just yet here. But YUMARU again looking so good here, needs to figure out if he wants to take down this Juno here or continue to dismount that Masha.
Yeah, he went for the dismount there. I think that was a great decision. Skill 1, pummeling so much damage on top of the Masha. Masha can take out that G92. G92 will get revived with the Soul Protection.
Yeah, no choice there, but there is soul protection on every single unit there, and this is going to be a massive strip coming on the side of DOCTHURR.
Yeah, definitely a massive strip indeed. I mean, Praha and Shizuka have a ton of dots on it. Vanessa able to resist that strip, though.
Yeah, Vanessa able to withstand that strip, but there is no passive from Vanessa. YUMARU does need to take out that Vanessa at some point because skill 3 will be coming up again shortly, so YUMARU needs to push the advantage that he has, needs to push the damage that he has here if he wants a chance to win this one.
Yeah, DOCTHURR trying to get a little bit of value with that skill 2 coming from the G92. G92 with only the first skill available, just a little bit of poke damage potentially going out onto the Diana. Not going out on the Diana, going out on the Juno.
Yeah, DOCTHURR very precise here. Looking at attack bars and understanding that he doesn't need to do that here. And also can keep that Masha slept. So DOCTHURR is, I think, in a good spot here. He's got a lot of resilience with that Vanessa, with that Shizuka here, and YUMARU not able to do damage with the units that he has on the field.
Oh, actually landing that defense break on top of the Diana with the Vanessa. Vanessa pummeling that damage here. Shizuka probably going to be poking that Diana, take advantage of the defense breaks here, and that's just more damage coming towards that Diana. Yeah, also landing that crit on that first hit.
And procs like that on the Shizuka are absolutely massive because skills are up much sooner there. That's skill 2 and skill 1 going to be able to refresh itself. DOCTHURR is in a good spot here. I think YUMARU's going to need to proc a couple times or take out this Praha if he wants a chance and take some more kills here.
Yeah, Diana might be the unit to do it here. Looking for the stun, not receiving the stun here. And I think he needs to lock down this unit so it doesn't lock down either the Shizuka or the Praha to stop it. And he does get the stun onto the Praha.
Yeah, absolutely massive stun on the Praha because Praha's not going to be able to heal here. DOCTHURR's going to need to score some kills right now, take out that Diana. Is able to do so, but there's that Masha. That Masha's going to do a lot of damage. The Soul Protect should be going onto that Praha and force that Juno to pull its strip here.
Yep, let's see what happens here. Does he choose to go for it? Goes after Vanessa, dealing a lot of damage with that Masha, though.
Yeah, and that Juno needs to go for skill 2 here. Should go for skill 2. Instead, decides to go for Vanessa, which is also okay here. Vanessa might be going down here, but again, that skill 3 coming up for Shizuka is going to do a lot of work, and that Praha is going to be able to heal up his entire team.
Yeah, let's see what he chooses to do. Does he choose to go for all things? Does go for the all things, stunning everybody up there. That's a lot of negative effects on top of that Juno, though.
A lot of negative effects on that Juno. That's going to be a massive heal, but again, there's not really much to heal here. It's going to be a big strip. Does not strip these units here, unfortunately, so they all come back here. Super unlucky for YUMARU.
Yeah, very unlucky indeed. There's that first skill dealing a ton of damage on top of Juno. Juno looking to take out that Vanessa, not getting it just yet. I mean, we've got the skill 2 with the soul protection going out on one of these units. Could be the Vanessa, could be the Praha. Properly, or no, doesn't use the skill 2.
Yeah, doesn't need to use the skill 2 because he knows he has Daydream coming up on that Praha. So again, DOCTHURR able to push that advantage, is meticulously using his cooldowns and optimizing them. And all he needs to do is take out this Juno here, and there's no way this boy is going to be able to solo this.
Yeah, DOCTHURR doing a fantastic job on choosing the right skills at the right time. Just what a well played out match with DOCTHURR.
Yeah, incredibly well played out match with DOCTHURR here, knowing how, picking the exact amount of resilience he needs here. It's going to be able to have enough flexibility and take this one and have a commanding 2-0 lead.
Yeah, this is fantastic play. It really is. A lot of negative effects sitting on top of that WYUMARU, and that is just going to be it. There's no way the WYUMARU is going to be able to finish all these units. A lot of additional damage coming out of that Praha. It does get the kill on top of the Vanessa. Vanessa does have passive up. She's going to revive back again, and I think this is going to be it. He can choose the heal, choose the kill. It doesn't really matter. DOCTHURR currently with a 2-0.
Yeah, DOCTHURR just so dominant. Great picks, great drafts there. I mean, that Vanessa's not something you would see a lot in the ladder. It's not something you would expect a lot, but you saw that make the game very awkward for YUMARU. He kept his Robo G92 alive enough. He was able to use Shizuka to kind of play off his team and just keep his units alive there. And Praha was able to use its heal, at the right moments there. I think Doctor just had the right amount of survivability into that insane amount of aggression that YUMARU was bringing in.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well done, Doctor. I mean, I did like YUMARU's drafts here, but Doctor, just phenomenal play. Just how he was paying attention to what skills that he had, what it is targeting as well. Doctor played excellent, really showing that veteran aspect of him, because he's been in these tournaments before and he's played phenomenally here. So definitely expecting to see a great performance as we go into our Game 3 with Doctor and YUMARU.
Yeah, I mean, DOCTHURR definitely new to SWC, but, you know, we've seen him around in the ladder a lot, usually ranking quite high, and also having played against him in the past, you know, drafts very meticulously, very sharp drafts, respecting and understanding the speeds that come out in the drafts, and also respecting the amount of threat that he's bringing to the table. And also counting his cooldowns correctly. It's not an easy skill, especially when you have things like Shizuka resetting cooldowns by 1, and then also watching attack bars with the speed buff from the Praha. There's definitely a lot to keep track of when you bring all those variables into the game. And so DOCTHURR really making good use of that. And that's why you see him at the top of the ladder and performing so well here.
Yeah, well, Oliver and Masha going to be the units banned out here in this match number 3. We have DOCTHURR with the first pick here.
Yeah, so DOCTHURR here, first pick, probably going to lay down. Oh, lays down the more. Interesting. I thought he was going to lay down a Shizuka and just continue to play the same match as the first match. But lays down the more here, and it's going to be interesting to see how YUMARU responds. He doesn't have an Oliver to respond into it, which is generally a pretty good pick into this. So Changpeng is fine, but at the same time, he's going to need to think about how he wants to survive, because he's missing a big cleaving unit here. And it's pretty tough to cleave when you're losing a Moor, which is a speed buff and AoE cleave here.
Yeah, I don't think YUMARU was ready for him to take that Moor away from me. He's going to take the Nana and a Karnal as well.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about the Karnal here, because Karnal's not exactly the strongest in the Moor, and DOCTHURR can complete an AoE cleave and push the AoE cleave here if he wants. So he can go with a Robo, or he can go with a Changpeng after this Praha pick, because Nana's a little weak to cleave, and Karnal's potentially weak to cleave if you've already laid down a Moor. I like that. I'm mixed on that Tomo pick, but it's not a bad pick here, given the fact that it gives him buff. So he definitely can guarantee that he's going to take the advantage off the bat. And DOCTHURR here can complete the draft, if he complete the cleave here if he wants, with some sort of, he has a Gianna in the back pocket, he has a Changpeng, he can AoE down his opponent, takes 2 Robos, there we go. So he takes a Robo F29 and G92 here, and exactly that's exactly what we saw here. YUMARU bringing in a draft where every unit's super slow here, and opening himself wide open to cleave.
That is a very confident double Robo. As soon as he placed them down, as soon as he locked both those units in here, DOCTHURR very confident in his draft here, and that is more than likely a triple revenge Verd coming out from YUMARU.
Yeah, and that's just going to be a force ban. I mean, when you go into the last pick, you know your opponent's all in, so you just throw down the triple revenge Verd and know that that's going to get banned out. But if I'm YUMARU, it's kind of a tough call to know what's going to get banned. I think the Tomo gets banned, because with all the dots coming from Robo F29 and all the different things you see, Tomo's just going to keep him permanently locked down. So I think Tomo's probably the scariest unit. Robo G92 is definitely not... Letting the Verd through is also really weird here, by the way. So this is going to be interesting to see how this pans out, and to see how many revenge procs that Verd gets.
Yep, let's see what happens, guys. Definitely a revenge Verd here. Wateroo, more. Getting a Despair Stun on top of that Verd, which is very much in DOCTHURR's favor.
Wow, that's really lucky to get a Despair Stun on that Verd. That's only 25%, obviously, so kind of a big gamble that DOCTHURR took, but it paid off now. So now that Verd's stunned up, it's not going to be able to do anything, and he's going to be able to use that Dark Robo to use skill 3 and a skill 2, and use Tomo to permanently reset attack bars, use Praha to gain speed buff, and just whittle his opponent down and wear him down over time.
Ooh, he's going to go with the skill 1, not wanting to push any more. Diana's attack bar up here. Karma's going to be landing to stop that Diana from transforming, which is a great place for that unit, for that skill. Using a big skill 1, a big skill 1 onto the Verd heal. Verd heal is going to be back every additional turn. Is going to be popping up for Diana. Diana probably not going to be using any skills here. Looking for a stun on top of that Dark Robo. Does receive it.
And that's a massive stun there, because it allows him to stun that Robo F29, but at the same time, there is that Praha. We talk about resilience that DOCTHURR brings in. That's resilience that he's bringing in. He has speed buff here, so it's going to allow him to lap YUMARU's team here, and he's just going to lay in damage into this Diana over time and just whittle him down.
Yep, very confident skill 2 Karma going to be landing on top of that Diana. Diana's going to get stunned up by a Despair Stun from that Tomo. And then, of course, We've got this Dark Robo. Skills available with that skill 2, but he could just use a skill 1.
I think he's going to use skill 1. He's going to use skill 1 because he has a speed buff, and he's going to be able to lap that Verd. So that's a very smart move by Doctor there, watching the attack bars, knowing that that Dark Robo is going to go in front of that Verd there, and just ignoring the fact that Nana might be able to stun him here. Is very good gamble by Doctor, but unfortunately it doesn't pay off, and that Robo F29 got Despair Stun.
Yeah, double Despair Stun coming out of YUMARU. That was very lucky for him here, but we can see his another skill 2 coming out here. No Revenge coming out of this Verd. You can't even tell if it's on Revenge or not.
Wow, that's so unlucky for Doctor there, getting stunned up on that Robo F29 there. Quite a tanky Robo F29, but it's going to go down and give a stack to YUMARU's Nana, so it's not over here, but that's such a massive proc from that Diana, so YUMARU basically praying to luck gods and lucking his way into the next match and keeping him in this SWC.
Yep, gets the stun as well. He's going to get the attack bar push up because he's going to be taking down that Dark Robo. YUMARU probably looking for Despair Stun on top of the Diana, not receiving it here. We have skills available on top with our Tomo.
Yeah, but this Tomo, hopefully it's on Despair. We didn't see any stuns there, but Doctor just kind of unlucky here, really in a tough spot. Not able to get these kills. I mean, just so many unlucky things had to go his way. Despair Stuns and other procs. And you see the Disrespect skill 1 coming out, which might be a throw here. Well, he already used the shields here, so might be in a little bit of trouble. But, you know, Doctor has 2 orbs that he needs to overcome from the Nana.
Yep, definitely. And that's going to be 1 life going to be taken. 1 orb's going to be down here. Diana's going to come back. Of course, skill 2 is going to go right into the Tomo. Tomo's still going to live. Despair Stun is going to happen from this Nana. A little bit more damage coming out of this Diana. And that's definitely going to be it. I think YUMARU is very comfortable on taking this match.
Wow, so lucky from YUMARU to get so many Despair Stuns from that Nana there, but so much damage coming from this more as well. So Nana only has 1 orb left, has 0 orbs left, and actually this match is not over. Doctor might be able to take this because his passive is going to be up now, and he's going to take another turn.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be taking another turn here. Is this skill 1 going to be enough to take out one of these units? He might be able to take out the Verd. Gets a Despair Stun on top of the Cardinal. He might still be in this match. Oh!
Wow, what a lucky provoke from fire onto water there.
Wow, YUMARU at the very end, taking that victory away from Doctor. Holy cow.
Wow, I really love Doctor's draft there and the way he played that. So well calculated, so many redundancies and ability to cleave his opponent down if some skill was resisted. But unfortunately for him, YUMARU just having, you know, some of the best RNG I've ever seen. Being able to despair multiple times, proc multiple times on a Diana, stun with the Diana, which is not 100, I don't think is 100% activation rate. I mean, just so many things going the way of YUMARU. I think if you ran this match through, you know, over and over, Doctor's probably got like a 90+% chance to win this one.
Yeah, definitely. It was a much better draft for sure, but like you said, like when things don't go your way, YUMARU happened to have a lot of things go his way in that match, and he ended up getting that victory there. It came down to the absolute wire there at the end, so it really was a nail-biter for, honestly, both players there. But I really did enjoy Doctor's play, how he was paying attention to attack bars and his skills and everything. Once again, just excellent play coming out of Doctor, but it was YUMARU coming out in the end over there with, you know, a nail-biter victory there in round 3.
Yeah, and this is why Summoner's War is a best, and these tournaments are best of 5s, right? Or best of 3s and other smaller tournaments, because RNG can swing the match, but obviously as you have more matches to play, generally the better player comes out ahead. So far, Doctor's drafted very well, made very good decisions. YUMARU's going to need to figure out how he can balance speeds in his draft so he doesn't put himself in the same position as he did last time to get cleaved like that. Otherwise, he's going to give Doctor a very good chance to take this one here.
Yep, let's see what happens. Pre-bans are locked in. Yeonhong and Oliver are going to be the pre-bans. YUMARU with the first pick, probably taking that YUMARU away and locking it in. Oh!
Yeah, and we see the Shizuka first pick. Interesting choice here to go with that. So again, this leaves them a little open to cleave. Of course, it's just going to need to be the balance of not dedicating too much to cleave while being able to cleave if you want and kind of win off the bat, because that's a very consistent way to play. So Doctor here has a real decision to make. He might likely lean into Gianna X if he wants to take advantage here. If you want to see him go a little slower, he might be taking other units like, well, he might be taking like a Praha Gianna or something like that. I think that would give him a good advantage and allow him to play a little bit more open-ended. So I think those are going to be his picks, Praha Gianna or Praha Tomo. Want some mix of that.
Oh, we're going to see a Dark Robo coming out for DOCTHURR, and we've got YUMARU looking to respond after seeing all these AoE units once again on the side of DOCTHURR.
Yeah, again, so DOCTHURR pretty much all-in, signaling he's going for an all-in cleave. I mean, he liked that draft from last time. Not a fan of this Wind Monkey here because it's already weak to an AoE cleave that your opponent is presenting. So I think DOCTHURR is going to finish, he could finish this off with a Robo G92 and ban the Masha. I think would be a very consistent way to play. And he could also think about some other AoE units too if he wants to turn around and ban something else. Tomo's a great pick as well. I mean, allows him that third skill, right, reduces attack bar for every single debuff that they have, allows him to push that advantage. But again, DOCTHURR with a lot of AoE play here. YUMARU is going to need a couple procs on this Diana if he wants to win this one. Otherwise, DOCTHURR should take this one just from having such a strong open.
Yep, let's see what happens. Doesn't get the full strip on top of the Nana, and of course, Wind Monkey is going to be stunning up that water read. We get additional turn coming out from Diana. Diana throwing up the shields, but we've got skills available with this Dark Robo. Dark Robo getting double stuns, triple stuns out here.
And we're already seeing a lot of procs from that proc from the Diana and resist coming out, procs from the Wind Monkey. But again, there's a lot of resilience and there's a lot of damage coming from the side of DOCTHURR here. That Dark Robo is going to be able to provide a lot of dots here. There's going to be defense breaks coming from the side of DOCTHUR here. So DOCTHUR is going to be needing to push his advantage here. And if YUMARU doesn't proc on this Diana right now, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
If there goes down the skill 3, some dots are going to be dropping onto the field. We can go for a third skill to see if to get the speed buff for DOCTHUR's team and see what he chooses to do here.
Yeah, and so DOCTHUR does decide to go for that speed buff here, thinking that he's going to lap his opponent here. So DOCTHUR's just going to whittle damage and take down, basically get through the Nana orbs here, and eventually his skills are going to come off cooldown, and he's going to have AoE again.
Ooh, Chungpung's going to get the additional turn here, looking to get the dismount on top of the Masha. I think those dots should be enough, and he's going to go ahead and just throw that damage towards that one Monkey King.
Yeah, again, YUMARU's path to victory here is he's going to need a couple procs on this Diana to take down a unit here and get some stacks on that Nana. But again, these cooldowns are refreshing for DOCTHUR very soon, and that's a big proc from the Chungpung earlier, and that's also a big proc from that Wind Monkey.
Yep, and Praha is going to be procking as well, but not going to be able to take advantage of any of her skills here. It's just going to be a skill one to help get a little bit of attack bar. No revenge is going to be happening from this Wind Monkey King, but of course we're going to see an additional turn coming out of the Masha. Masha throwing that damage towards that Dark Robo.
Yeah, Masha, DOCTHUR needs a proc here. He's in trouble here. That's a lot of stuns coming from the Wind Monkey here, and that Diana is, if it procs, it's going to be able to do a lot of damage. DOCTHUR is going to lose his Dark Robo because it's stunned up, and there's going to be a stack going on with this Nana.
Yep, definitely. You see the damage coming out here. It is Glance, so it's not going to be finished off that Dark Robo just yet. Praha can't even proc to do anything here, so it's just going to be a skill 1 to boost up her attack bar just a little bit, though.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this Dark Robo go down here. That's exactly what happens, and that Wind Monkey does get a lucky proc, but does not stun up the Praha. So DOCTHUR, if he's able to proc on that Chungpung, is going to be able to AoE reset and regain tempo.
Yep, Boar trying to do what he can to get rid of this Diana. Diana's going to be standing tall, shakes off that Glance, and big damage coming towards this Chungpung. Diana potentially looking for a stun here. Does get that stun. No additional turns coming out here. Nana with potential despair stuns going out inside of DOCTHUR.
Yeah, potential despair stuns, but that's an absolutely massive stun on that Chungpung there. Means that DOCTHUR is not able to use that third skill AoE reset, so YUMARU's able to withstand that initial onslaught from DOCTHUR, put him on the back foot, and there's 3 orbs on that Nana right now.
Yep, 3 orbs, and DOCTHUR knows that's the nail in the coffin right there. There's no way he's going to be able to come back from that. He is going to be using those AoEs to try and take down all the units on the side of YUMARU, and he might be able to get through all of the orbs.
Yeah, but there is also a heal coming up from this Praha here, and Moore's going to be able to do a lot of damage. So 3 orbs is a lot to get through, or 2 orbs is a lot to get through, but DOCTHUR might be able to do it if he's able to proc on that Praha enough, and that Moore's gonna need a crit a couple times as well.
Oof. Yep, well there's the additional turn coming out of Diana. Diana can throw up those shields though to help protect the team to make sure that units aren't going to be dropping here. He might go for the stun.
Yeah, I think he needs to go for it here because that Moore's path to victory is to use skill 2 to strip here. So he just needs to do damage and take out that Praha and get some more orbs up on his team, or stun that Praha and prevent it from moving.
Yep, he did stun that Praha here. Looking for a potential despair stun to slow down YUMARU, but that's all he can really get here. And he's just going to get stunned up by the Wind Monkey King anyways.
Yeah, just so much revenge from that Wind Monkey, and there we go. We see YUMARU even it up 2-2 against DOCTHUR.
Yep, 2-2, guys. We are going into a game 5 with YUMARU and, of course, DOCTHUR. Wasn't really expecting the game 5 for a little bit, but, I mean, YUMARU ended up pulling it out here.
Yeah, YUMARU ended up pulling it off there. I mean, what happened was we saw a lot of disruption coming out from that Wind Monkey. That Wind Monkey stunned that Dark Robo at that point, which was very impactful because that Dark Robo was set to do a lot of damage and basically take that one home. That's basically the amount of damage that DOCTHURR needed. But again, that Wind Monkey has a 35% chance to proc, and then once it procs, it has a 30.35 times 0.5, right? So that's your percent chance to stun and proc, and then you have to get through the 15% res check. So 0.35 times 0.5 times 0.15 is the chance of stun. That's very low. So the fact that Wind Monkey stunned so many times was pretty unlucky for DOCTHURR, and obviously I think he had to take a gamble. His opponent needed to resist if he needed to win, and that's what happened. DOCTHURR took the gamble to AoE. It's very all-in team, but generally pretty consistent, and unfortunately that's Summoner's War. Got resisted, got procced on, and that's the game.
Yep, exactly. I mean, we saw that Wind Monkey King get locked in there, and you kind of just want to not sweat the Wind Monkey King, but sometimes that Wind Monkey King will just really go off on you, and there's just nothing you could do about it. But hey, we're getting into the next match already. This is the Game 5. Winner is going to be moving forward right here, YUMARU or DOCTHURR. Pre-bans locked in. It is Oliver and Masha in the pre-ban.
Yeah, so at this point, we'll see if DOCTHURR wants to continue running with that AoE cleave type style. He might be kind of traumatized from that, but we'll see. He goes with the Shizuka first pick, as we've expected. Might follow that up with Gianna later to, throw with the bombs that it's going to throw down. And YUMARU going with the counter cleave here with the Praha Changpong, which we haven't seen from him earlier.
Yep, changing it up here, and sometimes that's exactly what you need to do, and I really like that for YUMARU to really change things up here and kind of be unpredictable going up against DOCTHURR. I think that's exactly what needs to happen here. DOCTHURR is going to be bringing out the Gianna and the Tomo.
Yeah, DOCTHURR again. Everything revolves around speed. You always have to respect the speed in the draft here. So DOCTHURR bringing out that Gianna here, has that Tomo, could polish off his drafts with more robos. I think the left-hand draft looks a little weak to some robos. I'm not sure if DOCTHURR wants to try it again, but Wind and Dark Robo could potentially work here. Decides to go with the Dominic. He has a really well-runed Dominic, and does need one more fast unit to deal with the units on the left.
Yep, bringing out that Dominic. I really like to see it here, and it is going to be another Robo. Wind Robo is going to be coming to the field here now.
Yeah, so that Wind Robo, so DOCTHURR going with the Robo, he does need 2 fast units, otherwise, YUMARU would just ban out the Gianna if DOCTHURR brought 2 slow units. So DOCTHURR has to bring out 2 fast units, and YUMARU here is going to get his 5th unit banned out. That Heigang is going to get banned out for sure. I mean, it's a great pick, but it's going to get banned out. The Wind Robo is banned, so if this Gianna can get a full stuns or near full stuns, DOCTHURR's going to have a lot of tempo on his side, and he also has a Shizuka that's going to be able to revive to use skills, and also use skill 3 to provide a lot of bombs over the field. So this draft could go either way, but DOCTHURR does have more single target damage, and if he gets a proc on that Dominic, is gonna have a really strong lead early on.
Well, let's see what happens here. Does get the full team strip stun with the Gianna, of course, and Juno's built on revenge with the Despair stun going on top of that Gianna. We have all skills available with the Tomo.
Yeah, and that's a huge Despair stun on that Gianna, so that Gianna's not gonna be able to do a lot of damage over time here. There's also not a bomb that's been dropped on the field, so Shizuka doesn't really want to use skill 3 yet. DOCTHURR here needs to find a way to keep his take out this Nana before his Gianna goes down, or find a way to establish a strong advantage early on. Otherwise, YUMARU could snowball.
Yep, really could. I mean, he's got the initial turn with this Dominic. Dominic looking to pummel that damage in and removes that Changpong. Changpong's going to get revived with the Nana passive.
Yeah, and that Tomo just so good there, spreading around the stuns. Changpong's still stunned up, but that's a massive Despair stun on the Dominic. So 2 for 2 on stuns there. YUMARU's super lucky with the Despair stun. It's not gonna have a unit go down here because that Dominic's stunned up.
Yep, a lot of negative effects going on the side of YUMARU, though. Definitely going to help DOCTHURR try to get a little bit of a comeback. And there you have it. A little bit of damage coming towards Changpong. Changpong is still going to get healed up thanks to that Juno.
Yeah, Changpong's still getting healed up due to that Juno here, but again, that's quite a bit of damage going on that Changpong here. DOCTHURR needs to take that Changpong out because that's a lot of threat coming out there. And again, this Tomo is going to be able to do a lot. That's a bomb on that Praha is going to help him a lot here.
Yep, it really is. Goes to the skill 2, finishes off with the skill 1. A little bit of damage coming towards that Dominic. He was looking for the Despair stun once again, but there's that big skill 2. The bomb should be enough to finish off. Gianna's going to be the one to finish it off there. No more orbs left on the Nana, but Nana with a quad stun.
Wow, quad stun, quad defense breaks basically enables YUMARU to claw back into the game here. We're going to see a couple units go down here, more than one unit here. Doctor is in a little bit of trouble here. This skill 2 is going to be very important here. Decides to keep up the Dominic, which is a wise choice here, because Dominic's going to be what allows him to win this match, and it needs to stay in.
Yeah, not with another Despair Stun to keep that Gianna down. He rolled the dice with the Juno, trying to pummel in more damage on top of 3 units here. And we just have Dominic. Dominic is looking a little low right now.
Yeah, and Doctor realizes the threat is the Nana, knows that he needs to go after it here. Dominic does have Soul Protect on, and Juno did not strip it. So Juno does not have a strip here. So we're going to see that Dominic take out this Nana here, and then potentially need to take out another unit because there might be another orb going on the side of YUMARU.
Ooh, a Despair Stun does happen, but it looks like Juno had enough to kill the Gianna here. Gianna goes down, giving an orb to the Nana. Now we have skills available with the Dominic. He's thinking about where to put this damage here. Goes after the Nana here. Finishes it off. It's going to revive back with this last orb.
Yeah, if Doctor gets a proc, he would win that instantly, but does not get a proc here, so it's going to come down to how much damage this Juno does onto the Dominic. It all comes down to taking out this Nana. That's a massive skill 1 there, able to take out some attack bar from the Juno, but again, all comes down to if this Dominic can survive the damage from the Juno on this next turn.
Wow, gets a Despair Stun as well. Gets a Despair Stun by the Juno again.
Wow, so lucky to stun this Dominic so many times here. Doctor needs to take out this Nana right now because if he loses this Dominic, he's going to be in a tough spot and doesn't have a way to deal with this Juno.
He gets another Despair Stun as he takes out that Dominic after the Soul Protect. Soul Protect is going to come up here. Does get the Karma to land on top of that, the Nana.
Yeah, it does get to land. Does get the Karma to land on top of the Nana, but at the same time, that Nana does have an orb, but that Shizuka moves in front, so it's going to be able to take out this Nana, and the Dominic's going to be able to take out the Nana again. So we're going to see a Nana go down here, and Yumu's left with just the Juno.
Yep, just the Juno, but it might be enough here because that's going to be it for the Dominic. Finishes off the Dominic and just all poke damage right here from Doctor. Is that going to be enough to take down this Juno? Gets a Despair Stun, which is not what Doctor wanted to see here. Is potential Juno solo here.
Potential Juno solo here. We're going to see how much damage this Dominic does once it's revived up here. Doctor needs to do a lot of damage on the Juno because the 2 remaining units don't really do a lot.
No, not at all. And there's that kill on the Tomo, and that's it. It's just Juno, and it is Shizuka, and it's looking so good for this Juno right here. Additional turns going to be popping out. I don't know if that's going to be enough because he's going to get the skill 2 again to bring back that Dominic. And is Dominic going to have enough left in the tank to take care of this Juno?
Might be able to do it here, but again, that Shizuka doesn't do a lot of damage on its own. Brings up the Dominic. Dominic's gonna need to do a lot of damage. Unfortunately, doesn't do enough here, so Doctor's gonna need a proc here and need a little bit more.
Let's see what happens. Shizuka needs the big crit here. Doesn't get the big crit. That's gonna be it. YUMARU taking down DOCTHURR. Wow.
Oh my goodness. You could see the elation and the great sportsmanship from our friend DOCTHURR there, the host, part of the host nation, and obviously great representative of the game. But the heartbreak of what just happened, YUMARU with the reverse sweep coming back, guys, from the depths. We thought it was over there in set number 3, and then again in set number 4, and then just falling slightly short there was DOCTHURR. YUMARU is able to survive and knocks out our second and final Thai player here in Thailand. Oh man, what a heartbreak there for DOCTHURR, who just could not eke out enough damage and couldn't get past the Nana, who had just enough revives, and the numbers work out just their way there, making it, bud.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I would say well calculated by YUMARU to know that he could get Despair Stuns and procs exactly what he needed. I feel a little rough for DOCTHUR. I really like the way DOCTHUR drafted it and played that. I mean, I don't think there's anything more he could have done. I don't think there were any mistakes he made there. Neither player really made mistakes, but DOCTHUR's drafts were, you know, you're never at 100%, but just such a high probability of winning. But unfortunately, just, you know, Nana, it's tough to account for a Nana quad stunning and quad defense breaking, right? Or repeated Juno Despair Stuns off the bat. Despair Stun, by the way, for those that don't know in chat, it's only 25%, not 100. So kind of a rough run out for DOCTHUR, but, you know, if he's playing this well, I think he'll do well in the next round.
Yeah, again, a brutal way to go on out, but one of the reasons why we love watching SWC year after year. So again, a tough run out there for DOCTHURR and all of the Thai fans who were hoping that this was the year. You got DOCTHURR, you got Two Love to try and make it on through. DOCTHURR up 2-0 against a player who admitted himself, I'm very happy to be here. I was kind of lucky to be here. Oh, you could see the heartbreak on his face and when things weren't going well. And that was even before he got the wins. Every single play and movement there for DOCTHURR was hurting the soul, but he was still able to eke out those first 2 wins and things were looking good. But YUMARU just survives and plays solid Summoner's War, solid arena here. Pulling out, what was it? I think pulled out the Verd a little bit as well, had the Nana be those key components, and in the end, it was more than enough to survive. Well, I guess barely enough, but he survives on, and that's the brutal thing about the quarterfinals here in the APAC Cup. You know, if you win this game, you got a little cushion. No more cushion here for DOCTHURR. We bid farewell, and we say hello to our Japanese representative in YUMARU. So YUMARU and OSSERU make it on through, as well as the 2 Korean representatives as well. So we've got Japanese, Korean semifinals on both sides of the bracket. So we'll have at least 1 Korean and 1 Japanese player making it on through here for the APAC region at the Korean finals. And again, you can imagine how big this could be for our Korean fans who have been craving the opportunity to play in front of their fans. And, you know, DOCTHURR now feeling the pressure and some of the pain of what that's like with great drafts and just, you know, getting RTA'd, as I like to say. Man, look at this, Dominic. Just not quite enough damage there. Oh, man, I think, look at that last auto attack there. Do you feel like that if there would have been a proc there at the end, that would have been enough here, Make It a Bud?
No, I mean, that Shizukas are not built on damage, so there's no way he'd have enough to take out that Juno. But I mean, I feel for DOCTHURR there, because that third match, that second match, I mean, we saw in the replay there when he had a Moor versus 2 fire units, the Cardinals provoking the Moors. Literally everything you needed to go Yumuru's way went his way. And those are not high probability things, those are low probability things. You need Despair Stuns, right? Back to back from Juno in the last match. On the, you know, right off the bat, so you have 0.25 times 0.25, right? Like, so it comes down to odds there, and unfortunately, luck just really was not on DOCTHURR's side today, and that's some of the worst RNG I've ever seen, I think ever in the history of Summoner's War, to be honest. So feel for him, but that's Summoner's War. That's why we play the game.
That is why we play the game. Those are strong words from our friend who's seen a lot. So, all of you friends at home, we thank you so much for sticking with us as long as you have. As you can see, some of the scenes here over in Thailand as they set the stage for the semifinals. Again, this is now the portion of the tournament where if you lose, you're still in. You still have the opportunity to make it to Korea for the World Finals as the 3rd place representative. If you win, you know that you are going to the World Finals. So the stakes are huge and getting bigger and bigger here at the APAC Cup. We're about halfway through our broadcast. So we had our event matches. We had our 4 quarterfinal matches. We'll have our 2 semifinals matches, our grand final match, and of course our very important 3rd place match. So 4 more matches left. You see him checking his watch, waving around. There it is. Hands in the air. If you at home want something, put your hand in the air right now, because I've got something coming your way. That's right. Are you waving? You're not waving. That's why we haven't flown the coupon code. Are you waving now? All right, yeah, you are. Of course you are. All right, let's fly that coupon code for you at home. Let's see what it is so that you can get all your free goodies on there. Should be up here very, very shortly. There it is. It's Rachna SWC 2022. That is Rachna SWC 2022. Rachna means I love you.
just like, we love this game, and we love the fact that you've stayed up with us all night long here in the Americas region. And if you are watching the English broadcast from Asia or another time zone where it's not sleepy cuckoo hours, we appreciate you. Rakna. Rakna, SWC 2022. Get yourself some scrolls and be a little bit luckier than some of our combatants today so far in the APAC Cup. It's been a lot of luck, a lot of preparation. We're gonna get to see more of it here at the semifinals. We're gonna take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we will be booking 2 tickets to the finals in Seoul, Korea, and we'll have our very, very exciting third place match to see who will join them. See you in a little bit.
Show your color. So cool, slate, better be too quick for me. Rise so flamboyant, a little too typical. Watch out, say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your color. Ooh, 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 I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, 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 making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby, maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solution. Let's hear you say color, leave a mark, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand out, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. Show you, come on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to SWC2022 APAC Cup. We're at the semifinals where 4 players will be whittled down to 3, making it to the World Finals in Seoul, Korea in just a couple weeks' time. Just had our 4 quarterfinal matches, and let me tell you, there was strategy, there was luck, there was great sportsmanship between all of our players from the APAC region. And again, it is great to have this event live from Thailand. Again, live audiences just bring such a great energy and a different environment for our players over the last 2 years, and we're starting to see the nerves and decision-making come on through. As we are ready to get this one underway, our host in Thailand, our friend in Thailand, is kicking us off here with all the excitements and dignitaries necessary of an event like this, bringing us to the World Finals. And again, seeing who will be the winner of the APAC Cup. DUCHAN here alongside Stoic and Make It a Bud. And y'all, it has been a long set of games, and I know everyone at home, as well as you, Stoic, love best of 5s and make it a long type of day, but the matches have all been very, very close throughout, right?
Yep, that's right. I am I am but a husk, DUCHAN. I'm but a husk, but I'm enjoying every one of these matches. You know, game 5 or not, it's been quite of a show today.
All right, well, here we go. We're entering our first semifinals with our main man from Japan. It's OSSERU.
Please make some noise to welcome him!
Please welcome OSSERU.
Please be ready at your stations. Please welcome once again. แล้วก็มาถึงผู้ท้าชิงนะครับอีก1คนนะครับขอเสียงปรบมือต้อนรับนะครับกับดูชาน
coming on in again as the underdog in the very first match. ERIC.B was the favorite that a lot of people had their eyes on, but OSSERU defying the odds, and he'll take on his opponent.
Please welcome
DUCHAN ready to fight, and again book his ticket to the World Finals. One of 2 Korean players here in the semifinals, trying to make it back home and play in front of that home crowd for the title itself. I would say had a harder matchup against 2Love, one of the favorites for the tournament. But I would say both OSSERU's accomplishment against ERIC.B being that far of an underdog and DUCHAN taking down one of the top other contenders, I feel like it's a very, very close call in between the two. Now, when we take a look at these 2 players here, Make It a Bud, kind of want to ask you, what are we looking for, OSSERU and DUCHAN?
I mean, you're looking from OSSERU, like basically this is going to come down to surviving a cleave from OSSERU versus completing a cleave from DUCHAN. I think DUCHAN shown us that he prefers a cleaving style with the Robos, with his LD units, and it's generally a very consistent style of play. So we'll see if DUCHAN's going to be able to press his advantage there and complete those cleaves and not have RNG as bad as DOCTHURR earlier. If he's able to have normal RNG, I think we're going to see like a 3-1 or 3-0 from DUCHAN. I just think the amount of LDs and the way he drafts is going to be very strong into OSSERU's style of play if OSSERU is not able to adjust.
As we see the bracket right on here, OSSERU and DUCHAN, the matchup that we have ready as those players are on stage, but then MEOWMEOW and YUMARU as well. It'll be a great battle between all of the players trying to work their way on in. As again, OSSERU, DUCHAN, the battle of cleaves. Can you survive the cleave? OSSERU and DUCHAN, can you complete it? That'll be the very important thing that we look at in the draft as we get this thing underway. Our players are in their seats, the poses are complete, and do their final couple of checks and keep their hands warm as, again, DUCHAN trying to make it on through
as he has before. OSSERU making it a step further than what he made it in last year's APAC Cup, trying to make it to the World Finals. The pressure is on, the lights are on. These players have made it to this point to prove that they are the best of APAC. And let's find out with our semifinals match number 1, OSSERU versus DUCHAN. Stoic, make it a bud, take it away.
Yep, like you said, OSSERU and DUCHAN. We got our round 1 match here in the semifinals. Pre-ban's coming out right now. Gianna and Molly are going to be getting the pre-ban here.
Yeah, so I think DUCHAN's going to play aggressive here. He's taking up when you take on a Molly early, it's generally going to be aggressive. It might even be a Molly Diana alternating pre-ban. OSSERU taking out the Gianna makes a lot of sense. It's not a unit he has here. DUCHAN taking a Nana early could signal that he could also decide to tankle with the turn 2 play. If OSSERU decides to lean in too hard into... if OSSERU is able to counter enough of the AoE play but lean too hard into being open to single target, DUCHAN's going to be able to do that. He lays in the Ragdoll and Juno here, which is pretty good picks overall. I think the Ragdoll's very good into a Carnal here, and the Juno's good into both of those units. So DUCHAN right now definitely not going for the cleave style. We're going to see a little bit more back and forth, and definitely looking to survive and just kind of use his rune advantage and LD advantage to wear down OSSERU.
Yep, looks like OSSERU is going to be bringing back I want to call it a crowd favorite. Gio is going to be coming back alongside Abelio as well.
Oh boy, we're in for a long one here as we see the Dark Onimusha and the Riley. So it's going to come down to finding that right moment to be able to burst down units here. The Abelio's already on OSSERU's side, so OSSERU has turtled up here, and we're going to see a lot of back and forth going on here. I don't know if OSSERU really has a good win condition off the bat to take down a unit. He's going to really need to have Gio provide a defense break, and then Cardinal probably using skill 2 into a proc to do some damage. That's going to be his win condition. But DUCHAN's got a lot of resilience. He's got the Nana, he's got the Riley, and then he also has a lot of damage coming from the side of Dark Onimusha and attack bar gain from the Ragdoll. So I think DUCHAN's favored probably about 60 to 40 in this matchup, but we'll see how the RNG shakes out.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. DUCHAN's going to be kicking us off with a very fast Riley, throwing down the immunity, but of course Karma's going to be landing true on top of that Nana. A little bit of damage coming from OSSERU here with his Cardinal going into the Nana's unit of choice.
Yeah, Cardinal does go into the unit of choice there. Wow, and that Nana using skill 2 there, sapping all of its HP basically. So DUCHAN, I'm not sure if that's the move that he wanted to do here, but that Nana's basically a wide open target right now.
It really is. I mean, the ability is going to be there to save OSSERU's team. No provoke's going to be landing on anybody, though.
Yeah, no provokes landing on anybody right now. Kind of in a dicey spot here. OSSERU needs to hang on here. There's a lot of damage coming out from the side of DUCHAN. DUCHAN also has the Riley that's going to be able to pick up his team. So that Nana is going to be picked up here because Riley provides a lot of healing over time here. So DUCHAN in a good spot here, and it's going to be able to hang on.
Ooh, Revenge Despair Stun coming out of Nana. I was not expecting to see that happen there.
Yeah, definitely not. That definitely does not happen often. It's a 15% chance of revenge and a 25% chance of stun, but that's a lot of damage coming off on the Dark Onimusha, and that unit goes down here. So we're looking at just an Abelio left, and DUCHAN looking so good right now with this entire team there and stacking orbs on that Nana.
Yep, 3 orbs on that Nana, and usually that's that big sign of no return, to be honest with you, but he's going to try his absolute best here. OSSERU landing the Karma on top of the Ragdoll, a little bit of poke damage going towards defense broken Dark Onimusha. Defense break's going to be landing on top of that Gio as well. Additional turns going to be rolling out with the Shizuka. Not too much you can use with that second skill yet.
Wow, that's so much damage going on to that Gio there. Just one attack from the Dark Onimusha basically took down 2/3 of its health here. So DUCHAN definitely bringing a lot of damage here. The 3 orbs on the Nana and the Riley providing heals is just going to be too strong for OSSERU to handle. OSSERU doesn't really have a window of opportunity, right? Like the Gio's going to be able to give defense break and he's going to be able to do some damage with the Abelio, but really there isn't an opportunity for OSSERU to consistently take kills and stay alive here. DUCHAN just has too many threats here, too much defense breaks from the Dark Onimusha, just too much damage. So DUCHAN in a really, really good position in this draft.
Yeah, definitely a good position indeed. We've got that stun landing on top of that Abelio, helping to keep that unit back here. We've got a little bit of sustain coming from that skill 1 with Riley. And of course, Shizuka doesn't have anything up here right now, but the additional turn is going to pop up, taking advantage of the defense broken Ragdoll.
Yeah, that's a big proc there because it allows Gyu to go above 30%, so Abelio's gonna have his third skill proc off if DUCHAN does decide to attack the Gyu, so that's something he has to watch out for. So unfortunately for DUCHAN, he's gonna have to tough this out a little longer here. But again, DUCHAN does have 3 orbs up on the Nana, does have a Riley to sustain his team, and it's a lot of damage coming off of the Dark Onimusha. Might just take out this Gyu right here, so DUCHAN looking so good here.
Yep, that's right. Unit focus right now is that Gyu looking really low right now. Still 3 orbs on that Nana, and that's something that just OSSERU is not going to be able to get through here.
Yeah, so definitely not going to be able to go through there. 4 orbs, 3 orbs again here. It's about to be 4 very soon here when DUCHAN takes out another unit. All of DUCHAN's units are full HP. Again, OSSERU doesn't really have a win condition here, doesn't have defense break, doesn't have burst here. Just a matter of time before he decides to quit out this match.
Yep, and there you have it. DUCHAN with a very commanding first round victory over OSSERU.
Yeah, so great draft by DUCHAN, as expected. He is the favorite coming in. He has the better box, better runes here. So he's going to need to bring in something that provides some volatility. When you're the underdog, typically you're going to need to provide something different or something that allows you to win with a proc. You're going to need a little bit of RNG to come back. So triple revenge verds, things like that become very powerful when you're the underdog. So OSSERU, though, unfortunately, when he brings in Gyus and brings in Abelios, means you're going to play a lot of back and forth. You're going to need to take more turns. And as you take more turns over time, it favors the player with the better box and the better units, and then, of course, better decision-making as well. But assuming same decision-making, the player that has the lesser box generally wants to bring in more volatility because his chances of winning are not 50-50, it's lower than that. So you want to bring it to as high as you can to give yourself a chance to win if you get 1 proc or something like that. So I really like DUCHAN's draft there. A lot of resilience, Nana, Riley, Ragdoll to give himself attack bar, and then Dark Onimusha just so much damage over time.
Yep, and brought enough damage there to definitely get that victory there. So DUCHAN looking really, really strong right now, getting that that first round victory here. And I'm kind of expecting to see him play that similar route. Like we've already seen him play these same units here before. So if he sticks to this route, I think this could be looking very bright for him as we go into game number 2.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see DUCHAN probably take a similar style approach here. As long as OSSERU decides to keep drafting this way, DUCHAN does not need to take the risk to go with cleave. When you cleave, you have 85% chance to land your skills, and potentially less, right, if your accuracy is not quite there. And if he decides to have Nana backing up his team like that and do damage and press the advantage of his runes, he might even have a higher than 85% chance, or 80%. So he might have determined that this is the best way to win. So I think DUCHAN's just got so many avenues of attack here, and OSSERU might just be limited by his box in this situation here, and it's just going to be an uphill battle for him to climb.
Well, interesting pre-ban here. We got Nephthys going to get pre-banned by OSSERU, and of course, DUCHAN's going to be pre-banning the Carnal here.
Yeah, pre-banning the Carnal because Carnal presents a lot of volatility because procs are so impactful. Typically, again, when you're the underdog like OSSERU, you want to bring in impactful units that can take over the battle with 1 proc. Brings in a Masha. Masha's a great unit for volatility because the proc can basically take over the game. DUCHAN's kind of leaning into low damage so far, so he's going to need to probably bring in the Dark Onimusha at this point. He needs some sort of damage here. Brings in the Miles. So Miles is pretty impactful, but at the same time, if OSSERU's tanky, that Miles might need to get 4 or 5 hits to kill something. So DUCHAN's draft right now is solid. I would expect OSSERU to pick some sort of Juno and some other things like that to counter exactly Juno and Molly, and we're going to be in for a long game. So it's going to come down to who has better runes and survive over a longer period of time. And DUCHAN looking to end this early with a Molong. So if you bring in a Molong like this, you're likely going to probably be banning out either the Gyu or the Nana is probably where his head's at the moment.
Whoa, he's going to be swapping out that Molong. It looks like we're hovering over an Oberon here. Oberon Shizuka being an excellent combination. Changes out the Oberon. Brings in the Dark Onimusha.
Yeah, and that's just DUCHAN having so many LDs to choose from. I mean, it's hard to pick one when you have all these LDs to use. Dark Onimusha is always is generally a very good pick here. There's no immunity on the side of OSSERU, so obviously he's going to be eating a defense break every time, and the Dark Onimusha is going to be able to do a lot of work over time. So as long as DUCHAN does not get procced on for this Masha and get defense broken and eaten alive here, DUCHAN should be able to wear down OSSERU over time.
All right, well, let's see what happens here with DUCHAN taking turn 1 with the Miles. Miles looking for a skill 2 strip stun, only gets the strip here onto the Masha, gets the additional turn, pummeling just a little bit more damage here.
Wow, pretty unlucky not to strip that Oliver there. So that Oliver is going to be able to reset some units here. Probably resetting the Molly, resetting the Gyus here. So DUCHAN's going to be able to press this advantage early on. He's going to be able to do a lot of damage, and that's exactly what he needs to do because he doesn't have any healing on his side. So he needs to take out units and get through these orbs of Nana.
Yeah, he's getting those stuns that he needs here to keep the Masha back, and of course the Masha down and pushing the Molly back as well. We've got Nana trying to get some Despair stuns. Does lock in a Despair stun on top of the Tomo.
Yeah, and that's pretty massive to get quad defense breaks on everything. But unfortunately for OSSERU, that Masha's stun up, so that Masha might not be able to take advantage of all those defense breaks that just popped on here. So DUCHAN, again, needs to press an advantage, is doing so, and is in the process of removing some units from the field here. So DUCHAN's in the lead at the moment, but it's going to come down to some procs and also some Despair stuns if he can get them from this Nana.
Now he's getting some of those Despair stuns already, getting that Despair stun locked down onto the Tomo, and we have the dismounted Masha look like could get removed from the field, but he probably wants to get rid of that orb that's sitting on top of the Nana at the moment.
Yeah, definitely wants to get through that orb here. And DUCHAN's not able to use skill 2 yet because he wants to take out multiple units in one shot. So he's waiting for a bigger window of opportunity to kill units here. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that because he's going to be facing a lot of threat here. He's really lucky he didn't get defense broken there. Otherwise, he'd be losing that Oliver, and then Nana would get another orb. So DUCHAN getting a little lucky here, might be able to find an opening, but that opening is closing the longer he waits.
Yep, it really is, and we've got scales available for Oliver here, choosing not to use it. He's got the Karma on him right now, so no skill 3 is going to be coming out here. No Despair Stun coming from Nana. A little bit of poke damage coming towards the Tomo. We've got OSSERU trying to claim another orb for his team, but Tomo's going to get the Despair Stun on top of the Gyo, looking for a defense break, resisting it once again.
Wow. Absolutely massive, and that's so much damage coming from the Dark Onimusha, but unfortunately that Gyo is still alive here, so that's one unit's going to go down here. But again, DUCHAN in a good spot here.
Yeah, definitely in a good spot indeed. He was able to drop that Nana. Nana's going to be gone here, so no have to worry about the orbs here. But of course, we're going to get the skill 2 right back onto the Oliver. He is going to use that skill 2, and he's going to get his HP all the way down to about a 1% area.
Yeah, and DUCHAN, OSSERU needs to address this Dark Onimusha right now because he's basically looking to win with the Masha Molly combination here. So putting a defense break on the Miles makes sense as well, but he needs to take care of that Dark Onimusha because the Dark Onimusha does a lot of damage and it's going to allow him to win. So OSSERU kind of really in a rough spot here, has a dismounted Masha and is going to be looking to go down 0-2.
Oof, the dismounted Masha indeed trying to do all the damage that it can right now to that Tomo. Tomo's been super lucky with these Despair Stuns, though. It's been wild seeing all the Despair Stuns coming up from that unit. DUCHAN taking round 2.
Wow, so very good play from DUCHAN. I mean, both players playing really well. Excellent play. I think this one came down to that Gyu not landing a couple of defense breaks that it needed to. You look at some of the turns there. When you have a Nana on the field, you want to stack orbs, and had some of those defense breaks landed, that would have opened up some targets for Masha to one-shot, and would have allowed OSSERU to start stacking those orbs. Once those orbs start stacking up, the game's kind of over. Like, it snowballs out of control, but DUCHAN really lucky to get some of those resists on those defense breaks, and was able to hang in there. DUCHAN didn't bring in any healing, so was pretty committed with whatever he brought in and needed to take out units with that. And so he was able to do so, and that's why he won. And he takes a 2-0 lead, which is absolutely massive in this situation. It's really hard to get a reverse sweep at this level of play.
It really is, especially seeing the way how DUCHAN's been playing right now. He's had 2 very commanding victories here. OSSERU really needs to pull something out, something that, you know, maybe DUCHAN isn't ready for. I always bring this up in these tournaments, that when you make yourself unpredictable, that is like one of your best things that you can do to your opponent, because if you keep your opponent guessing, you know, they can't predict or, you know, plan to bring anything in preparation for whatever, you know, they've seen you play in the past here. So maybe that's what OSSERU needs to do here as we go into a game number 3. But we'll see, because DUCHAN's looking really good right now.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I mean, absolutely need to be unpredictable here or bring in something different. You need to bring in something as the underdog with lesser LDs. I believe, right, lesser LDs and potentially lesser runes. You need to bring in high impact units that provide a lot of volatility. You need that proc to swing the match. You need that triple revenge bird, things like that. And so OSSERU is fighting an uphill battle, but that's kind of what he needs at this point in the game. Trying to tough it out with consistent matches or matches where your opponent can use his rune advantage and LDs is not going to pan out, especially when you're down 0-2. You're going to need some RNG on your side here. So we'll see if OSSERU's gonna be able to leverage Diana's or maybe some Antares to come back. Otherwise, DUCHAN's gonna be able to press the advantage with his box, and eventually out of 3 matches should be able to take something.
Yep, well, Nana's going to be the first pick coming out of DUCHAN. Moved out that Cardinal coming back with a Shizuka as well. DUCHAN very quick to bring back the Praha and the Ragdoll here. OSSERU looking to respond.
Yeah, just some really great consistent units from DUCHAN. You see the Praha with a lot of versatility there. And you see the Ragdoll just giving your team attack bar every time your opposing team crits on you. So that's a lot of versatility and redundancy and that it provides you over time here. The Mephisto's not something we see often, so very interesting to see that so early. But again, OSSERU has a team that kind of runs out at the mid speeds, 270s, 260s, 280s, and that is susceptible to some form of cleave. So DUCHAN's hovering over the Nephthys Changpeng Praha here. So he's going to have the ability between the Praha and Changpeng to have an AoE strip for the Nephthys underneath. So from an opening standpoint, OSSERU is either going to have to eat a Changpeng AoE or he's going to have to eat a Nephthys AoE from DUCHAN. So DUCHAN has a really strong opening here. Those 3
Definitely
units
really
are basically going to allow him to win this draft here. I think Sagar is going to be the ban unless it's on Violent. If it's on Violent, this makes sense. But if it's on Swift, it could disrupt DUCHAN. But right now, what I'm expecting to see is a Praha strip into a Changpeng AoE control.
Well, let's see what happens here as we get into round number 3 with DUCHAN and OSSERU. We've got Cigar kicking things off right now.
Yeah, and so Cigar could make things a little interesting here. It does move in front. So as noted, I was expecting to see the Praha move in front of the Changpeng, but unfortunately for DUCHAN, Sagar moves in front. So that's probably not something he planned for, that Sagar was so quick. So DUCHAN's going to be on the back foot here. He does have that Nana with that 1 orb for protection, but again, there's going to be a lot of tempo for OSSERU at this point because he was able to get that open.
Yep, exactly. And of course, the Despair Stun Death Break is going to be landing true on top of that. Changpeng, and that's so much damage coming out here.
So much damage, and again, there's that Mephisto on this field that gets stronger as each unit dies, and also denies that revive and denies that orb. So denies the ability to revive using that orb. So unfortunately for DUCHAN here, he's on the back foot here. Even though he has speed buff, it's a long uphill battle for him to climb.
Yep, instead of looking for the defense break, Provoke does land it here, trying to get gets another Despair Stun with Karma landing on top of the Praha as well. Things really in OSSERU's favor right now. It's looking very good for him.
Yeah, definitely looking very good for him. And at the end of the day, DUCHAN needs to address this Mephisto because this Mephisto's gonna prevent this Nana from being effective. So at some point when DUCHAN needs to win here, he's gonna have to take care of that Mephisto because otherwise he's not gonna be able to revive with that Nana. So DUCHAN at some point needs to think about that, but at the same time needs to start taking other units to establish control of the field.
Yeah, DUCHAN was able to get another orb up on top of his Nana. Nana's going to be a little more effective here. Oh no, the Scar died to the dots and not giving another orb for this Nana.
Wow, and DUCHAN with a huge comeback here. Might 3-0 here. This Mephisto not doing enough here. DUCHAN with 3 units left. All the units at full HP, and it's just this Mephisto left. So DUCHAN looking like he's going to take this 3-0.
That is crazy. DUCHAN able to keep OSSERU back here. Mephisto not bringing enough to the table right now. The additional turns rolling out. DUCHAN with the 3-0.
And so with that victory, Korea will have one of its representatives there at the World Finals. DUCHAN booking his ticket to the APAC Cup Finals as well as one of the 8 tickets to the World Finals as one of the top 2 finishers here in APAC. Congratulations to DUCHAN for knocking this one out against OSSERU, who felt like had no answers to all the questions that were being thrown at him, make it a bud. Do you feel like OSSERU, there's more that he could have done, or is it just another game of Summoner's War?
Well, when we say it like just a game of summoners, or we usually imply there's RNG involved when we say it that way. But I think a lot of times, you know, there's rankings on the ladder, right? And, you know, different players are ranked differently. But when it comes to tournament play, what's most important is the matchup between the two players. What speeds things run at, who's missing what units from their boxes. That's the most important thing. So what I'm trying to say is that on the ladder, higher ranking doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win heads up, because it matters. It comes down to who has the advantage in this matchup. And I don't think OSSERU had many options in his box to be able to deal with whatever DUCHAN had put. DUCHAN could basically go fast or slow with the LDs if he wanted to. He could turn this match into any type of matchup he wanted, and that's exactly what we saw. I mean, he pretty much constructed a draft that was to his advantage no matter what happened. And OSSERU tried to bring in Mephisto or try to bring in other things, but you know, at the end of the day, I don't think his box had an answer for whatever DUCHAN had.
Thanks for breaking that one down, as we've been watching the highlights here from games 1 and 2. And as you said, DUCHAN with all the right answers. Again, back foot in that set number 3 after a couple of procs didn't go his way, but still didn't matter. The quality shines on through. Again, the hug, the kind of like half high five, half hug, reach around with one hand to, like, you know, hug your homie. That was kind of like how they closed that one out there. 3-0. DUCHAN moving on in. You see him there in the finals and has that all-important ticket. OSSERU, not done yet. Still has the opportunity to qualify on in if he can win his 3rd place matchup, but that sets us up for our next match. Again, a semifinals here where there's pressure on the line. One Japanese representative has been knocked down to the lower side of the bracket. Maybe the other one will be able to make it on through. MEOWMEOW is our player that we are taking a look at here. He won his matchup and will be stepping onto the stage in just a second. Someone said in the chat earlier, if no cat picks here, no cat selections will revolt against MEOWMEOW, who's just got a name set up for it and a pose. That is a strong thumbs up there by MEOWMEOW. It looks like he's been taking some thumb wrestling lessons and just strengthening that one to make sure every pick goes the right way here. As MEOWMEOW, you see the record it took for him to get here. Gianna, one of his favorites, picked. We'll see how MEOWMEOW wants to play against his opponent. Again, both these players 1 win away from booking their ticket to the World Finals, regardless of how their 2nd match will close on out. Who will make it on through? Let's find out together. Out comes Mr. Lucky himself. YUMARU said in the interview earlier that he felt like he was lucky to be here, but going to make the most out of his appearance. There he does. Got the head nod, the pose, the couple of waves, and the sit down before the business begins. A deep breath as he dispels all fears and puts on the headset to focus on and block out all the noise, as this is his first ever SWC in his debut, looking to try and make it a dream debut and make it to the SWC finals here against MEOWMEOW, who looks pretty clinical in his matchup earlier. MEOWMEOW took care of business. YUMARU had the reverse sweep, so had to go the long way around against crowd favorite DOCTHURR. And now one of these players will be moving on in to the grand finals over in Korea in just a couple weeks' time. Both players worthy of it, and we've seen a lot of luck happen today. You'd imagine that the box of MEOWMEOW will work his way and work his magic, but YUMARU has been one to pull out a surprise earlier and looking to do it yet again. Match number 2, set number 1, MEOWMEOW versus YUMARU. Ticket to the World Finals on the line. For the call, let's send it on over to Stoic and make it a butt.
Here we go, guys. Our first match between MEOWMEOW and YUMARU. Pre-bans getting locked in. Shizuka and Gianna getting pre-banned.
Yeah, so obviously I think the pre-bans from YUMARU are going to be pretty set. It's going to be Gianna and probably Oliver's to prevent some sort of cleaving action here, or potentially Nephthys. And what's the things you want to pay attention to are what MEOWMEOW is pre-banning here. Taking out the Shizuka means that MEOWMEOW is going to probably aim to go for more of a turn 1 type play. So he goes with the Tianlang early. I think this is a little early for a Tianlang. It's okay when you have so many LDs, so perfectly fine here. Tianlang, Masha, actually probably some units that I respond with to Oliver. So great picks by MEOWMEOW here. It has the option if he wants to cleave or not, because Praha and Tessa tend to be a little bit on the slower side, 270s, and Tessa's around 250s, give or take. This pick here is going to tell you what tempo he wants to drive this at, but I wouldn't be surprised to see Robos and Nephthys Robos, things like that, and start to just cleave his opponent down.
Yeah, definitely. I think MEOWMEOW has the ability to bring a lot more aggression here, and that aggression is going to be coming out right now. We see a Dominic getting laid down onto the field after seeing a Pra Tessarian being dropped. YUMARU looking to respond with these 2 last picks here.
So these units here all tend to be around the 270, 280 range here. He does have a speed lead, but he is opening himself up to being countercleaved. Now, this is a lot of single target damage here, but if YUMARU picks up like some sort of a Changpeng or Robos, and MEOWMEOW is susceptible to a cleave as called. So in this situation here, if I'm MEOWMEOW, I'm looking to ban out that Robo G92 potentially, and looking to survive and looking to counter whatever's left. That's probably how you would disrupt the cleave of YUMARU, because YUMARU does, instead of bringing in a Changpeng or some sort of AoE unit, decided to bring in a Changpeng.
Interesting. So Riley's going to be the last pick. MEOWMEOW is going to wrap up his draft here. I'm not too sure how I feel about seeing this Riley, though.
Yeah, I'm not so sure how I feel about this Riley either, but it could make sense given the fact that YUMARU is not 100% into cleave. The Riley gives him a little bit of a backdrop to a little bit of safety net, but of course the Riley banned out here. So we're going to see this Praha open up, and it's going to come down to how fast this Tomo is and how fast this Oliver is and how much control that they're going to give him off the bat.
Well, turn 1's going right to YUMARU with the Praha. Praha looking for a full strip, not getting that full strip, only stripping the Tianlang.
Yeah, so unfortunately, YUMARU not able to strip very much, but you're going to see this Tianlang do a lot of work here. Tianlang's so good into Tomo here, and Tianlang also so good into Oliver. So YUMARU's going to need to make it a priority to have his Tesla get Oblivion onto this Tianlang, and then look to survive some damage from the Dominic and Masha off the bat.
Whoa, that's a big additional turn right there. Tianlang's going to get removed from the field.
Yeah, that's an absolutely massive proc there. Allows him to remove that Tianlang early. But this is going to be a trade here. We're going to see this Oliver potentially go down once this Masha starts doing some damage.
And well, there goes the Tianlang. Tianlang's dropped from the field. Masha is here, ready to get rid of that Oliver. Let's see if he chooses to take that Oliver down here. And he does. That Brain Effect will bring plenty of damage for Masha to take that unit out here. A nice little Despair Stun going out in the Nephthys. A little bit of damage coming towards Dominic. Dominic's going to be the next one to draft. YUMARU looking so good right now.
Yeah, YUMARU definitely looking so good here. MEOWMEOW on the back foot here. There's no way this Masha's going to take out these 3 units here. And YUMARU just showing great control of AoE and a lot of damage that he's able to do here, and takes out that Tianlang early. So MEOWMEOW on the back foot, down 0-1, and needs to figure out how to better use his LDs.
Yep, beautiful landing there. YUMARU taking that round 1 victory over MEOWMEOW.
And then I would say in that draft there, it came down to the fact that that proc from that Tesla is so big from the side of YUMARU, able to proc and then basically take out that Tianlang in 1 pop. And I think even without that proc though, there'd be a lot of damage coming from that Oliver onto that Tianlang as well. So I think in this situation, MEOWMEOW drafted a little bit too slow. You know, he had a Riley at the end to protect him, right? But that was banned out. And I think some of the units didn't quite synergize enough. They all kind of did the same thing, right? The Dominic, the Mashas, they all kind of do the same thing. The Tianlang is great, but you need a way to protect your Tianlang or utilize it for aggression early. So that's kind of what you need to do. If you bring in Tianlang and then bring in 2 heavy damage dealers, you're going to be stuck in situations where you can get opened on. And once you get opened on, a lot of different things can happen. So, you know, we'll see if MEOWMEOW is able to bend the draft in a different way so it's a little bit more consistent for him. Otherwise, I think YUMARU, being the underdog here, is going to be able to use some units at higher speeds and potentially look to steal this one from him.
Well, that's definitely what could happen here if we see a performance like he already did in that first match. YUMARU is looking pretty good for round 2 here. Definitely excited to see, but we do have a lot of things MEOWMEOW has in store they could be bringing to the table that could really surprise YUMARU.
Yeah, I mean, MEOWMEOW has all of the LDs you could possibly think about or ask for. Having matched up against him many times in the ladder, there's a lot of things in his toolbox. So it'll be interesting to see if he wants to go with a similar style of draft or if he wants to change it. It's all up to him because he has the LDs and can kind of change the draft to however he wants. This first pick is going to be very indicative of how he wants to go, and I think a Gianna probably makes sense. Yeah, there we go. So we see a Gianna because it's a pretty neutral pick in this situation. It allows him to play fast, play slow. And so YUMARU is probably going to need to rely on some sort of, if he wants to cleave, some sort of like a more Masha would make sense. Or if he wants to play turn 2-ish, a Masha Shizuka would also be acceptable here as well.
Well, let's see what happens because that Masha is going to be hitting the field and the Nana is going to be the next unit coming out for YUMARU. And then very quickly, the Shizuka is exactly what was on MEOWMEOW's mind here. And then a Praha is going to be laid down as well.
Yeah, so I believe in the previous matches, MEOWMEOW's Gianna was swift. I could be wrong, it might be violent, but I thought it was swift. And if it's violent, he is susceptible to cleave at this moment. If it's on swift, he has a very well-rounded draft, and he's going to be in a good spot here. YUMARU decides he wants to cleave. This is a pretty high commitment to cleave when you draft a Robo G92 with two picks left on your opponent's side. So MEOWMEOW at this point here likely going to take a Tianlang. I think a Tianlang is a must and probably a Juno. Juno Tianlang would be pretty strong, and he could likely just ban out the last pick and pray the Masha doesn't proc from YUMARU.
Well, let's see if he lays down that Juno. The Juno really would be a perfect pick, especially against that Tomo. And it looks like Miles is going to be the unit that MEOWMEOW is going to lock down, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the Miles because Miles is not very consistent with S2. That strip is, that stun is like 50%, right? And then the strip is subject to act res check. So he has a less than 50% chance to stun something off the bat. YUMARU going with the Delphoid pick. Interesting. It tells me that he's leaving the Tianlang on the field potentially. Probably needs to ban out either the Shizuka or the Gianna in this position here and let that Masha go to work. And if I'm MEOWMEOW, I think that Masha provides the most volatility in this matchup. If you take out that Masha, there's not a lot of damage on YUMARU's side here. So I think that's where my head would be at if I were these two competitors making those bans. I think overall I favor MEOWMEOW's side a little bit just because LDs tend to be pretty thick there. It's a lot of damage. Instead, we see the Gianna Delphoid bans out, which are kind of interesting. So as long as YUMARU does not proc on the Masha, MEOWMEOW is going to be in a pretty good spot because he has resilience on the Praha to heal, and he has a Tianlang that's going to dampen every single unit on YUMARU's side. So I think MEOWMEOW's chance of winning went up from like 60-40 to probably 70-30 or higher in this situation. So it comes down to stuns and a little bit of RNG, but I think MEOWMEOW's in a good spot off the bat from the draft.
Well, let's see what happens here, because that Wind Robo is going to be kicking things off here for YUMARU. YUMARU looking for a full team strip, not stripping the Shizuka, though, but we've got skills up for the Masha, not landing that defense break on top of that Tianlang.
Yeah, not landing that defense break's absolutely huge there, but is able to spread that stun around there, but not landing the defense break assures that the Tianlang is alive for a little bit longer here. So pretty lucky by MEOWMEOW to resist that. But again, YUMARU just needs to tunnel that Tianlang and eventually get that unit down so he can allow his Robo G92 to get to work.
Yep, Tianlang not looking so healthy right now. Masha with his sights on that Tianlang for sure. We've got Miles looking to try and deal just about anything right now. Could be a little bit of poke damage, tech bar pushback on that Tomo, or he's going to continue going after the Masha, looking for that dismount.
Wow, that's a lot of stuns there. 2 stuns going out from that Tianlang there. A lot of damage there. Big heal coming out from the Praha here. So MEOWMEOW is basically taking control of tempo here and is putting YUMARU on the back foot. YUMARU needs to score a kill on that Tianlang because it's disrupting his entire team here. But unfortunately, that Tianlang is at full HP here, and there aren't really any cooldowns on the side of YUMARU.
It looks like MEOWMEOW is going to be going after that Wind Robe potentially. I don't think he's going to go and try to finish off this, even though there's an orb up with the Nana. Is there an orb with the Nana?
There's definitely an orb up on the Nana here. here, but at the same time, MEOWMEOW just has so much resilience on his team here. He almost has skill 3 on the Shizuka, almost has heal again on the Praha, and Praha, of course, cycles, has speed buff. So again, MEOWMEOW is just in such a great spot here. All the bursts from YUMARU's side is fire-based, and there's so many water units on the side of MEOWMEOW.
It's a very interesting decision to take down the Masha, knowing it would be revived back onto the mount. But stuns are gone out. Win Robo putting in that work.
That is absolutely correct. Kind of an interesting choice to take out that Masha here, because that Masha now has the ability to defense break, and that's a massive proc there. Provides a defense break onto the Tian lane there, so we're going to see an orb stack up on that Nana here, and YUMARU might be coming back ahead here and able to just maintain control with that Robo G92.
Yeah, YUMARU with honestly the great draft, taking advantage of potentially a bad decision MEOWMEOW was making here. Masha looking to get dismantled soon. But this defense breaks it on top. Shizuka with the additional turns rolling out. There's not going to be enough. Finishes off the Shizuka. Looking so good for YUMARU.
YUMARU looking so good here. Probably going to take this 2-0 here. He's got 2 stacks up on that Nana. Does have a Masha. It's a very well-ruined Masha here. So this Masha, even though these are 2 water units here, there's also that Robo G92 that's going to give him control over time. It's very difficult for Miles and Praha to deal with this Robo here. So YUMARU looking so good here.
If there's that Karma, and is going to land on top of that Praha. And the Karma is going to get spread to that Miles as well. Looking to get the stuns. Gets both stuns in here with that Wind Robo. He needs to get rid of the Miles, and I think that's definitely going to be GG it for YUMARU.
Yeah, definitely GG. Doesn't even need a crit on that Masha here. Just 2 orbs on that Nana. Just too much to deal with. And again, that Wind Robo just does so much here. Does so much control with skill 2 and skill 3. There's just no way MEOWMEOW can deal with that Robo.
Yep, there's the defense break, and there you have it. YUMARU with the 2-0 right now on top of MEOWMEOW. This is getting very interesting.
Yeah, really like YUMARU's draft there. He's able to use that Robo G92 to his advantage there. Able to establish control early, and of course, MEOWMEOW going after the Masha and then allowing that Masha to revive. It's tough to deal with that. Tough to take out your opponent when you let the Masha die first, because the Masha gets dismounted and you need to basically, kill it over and over again. And also when you allow it to come back on the beast, it provides defense break and a lot of bursts off the bat. So MEOWMEOW definitely needs to go back to the drawing boards, down 0-2, which is pretty heavy here. And YUMARU just showing such great control of the draft here. Able to change between cleave and a non-cleaving draft. And basically show that he's here to play.
Yep, that the LDs don't matter as well. YUMARU not really drafting what MEOWMEOW can bring to the field here, so if he keeps this up, we could be seeing YUMARU in the final.
Yeah, I mean, he's just 1 win away from going to Korea, and all it takes is that 1 win. And right now, I like the way he's drafting. It's very consistent. You see the Wind Robos, I mean, we see the Delphoys, we see the interesting picks here. They're not LDs. He's able to use them to his advantage, draft pretty creatively here. And I would like to see MEOWMEOW think about the speeds of the draft a bit more. I don't think that that's being considered enough, or at least the assessment of threat is not quite, at least given how many picks are left, I think MEOWMEOW's overcommitting in certain times here, which is opening himself up to being cleaved at times. I think MEOWMEOW has enough tools and runes in his box that this matchup should actually be very much in his favor.
Yep, well, we've got pre-bans from last time. All of our Neftis, the pre-bans, they are now available. New pre-bans going to be coming out now. Curious to see, we may see some of those LDs, or we might see some regular units getting pre-banned here. Juno is going to get the pre-ban, and then Gianna is going to get the pre-ban.
Yeah, so MEOWMEOW has shifted his pre-ban a couple of times. This Juno is not something we've seen him pre-ban before. So definitely, maybe he had not done his homework down this far here. The Gianna pre-ban makes a lot of sense. I mean, YUMARU seems like he came in prepared and, picking very quickly here. We see the Masha Gio into Neftis. And again, the decision here is if he wants a cleave or not. Goes with the Robo G92, which I think is the correct pick. Did not pick it before here. But because in this situation, YUMARU has opened himself up to being cleaved. So YUMARU in this situation needs to decide if he wants to counter this cleave or if he wants to try to counter cleave that. I think in this situation, YUMARU is probably going to need to try to survive that. Maybe bring in some Mollies, Rileys, things like that. kind of on the back foot in this situation. MEOWMEOW's got a great draft shaping up.
Ooh, and it is going to be a Tomo is going to be the last thing that YUMARU is going to be bringing to the field here. With that Juno ban, the Tomo is going to be pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that Tomo's definitely going to be dangerous here. Yeah, we see MEOWMEOW completing the cleave here. So we're going to see the Wind Robo is going to do a lot. And if the Wind Robo gets banned out, we have a Nephthys with the AoE defense breaks coming down here. MEOWMEOW is going to be able to open this. And especially if that Moore is swift, he's definitely going to be able to open this. But YUMARU is kind of on the back foot. Tesla's definitely not a ban here. I think Tesla's a little early of a pick too, because Masha's decent into Tessa. So we're going to see an opening from MEOWMEOW here with the Moore into the Nephthys, and he's going to need to snipe something out with this Masha here, because YUMARU, he's going to need to snipe something with this Masha here.
Yep, well, here comes the third skill, looking to get his speed buffs on his team here for YUMARU to get the edge here on MEOWMEOW. Does get the strip, and no karma is going to be landing on top of the Nephthys. Oblivion is going to be landing on top of the Nephthys as well, putting some units to sleep.
Yeah, so YUMARU actually rocking faster violent runes in this matchup here. So YUMARU might actually have the rune advantage here. MEOWMEOW probably wasn't aware of the fact that he was going to be outsped there. So in this situation here, YUMARU's in a good spot. He has speed buff on his team. He's going to be doing a lot of damage over time here, and he does have resilience from that Shizuka into Praha and resetting cooldowns over time. So in this situation, we're going to need to see MEOWMEOW get some procs on this Masha, or else he's going to be in trouble.
Who does get that Oblivion on top of the Masha. Masha really needs to get a proc to get out of that Oblivion here. Not going to receive it here. We've got Carmel coming out. Doesn't get the strip of the immunity on that Praha, though.
Yeah, it doesn't get the strip of the immunity, so unlucky from MEOWMEOW here. He's going to need to land a defense break, and YUMARU's going to need to find a way to down this Masha. The Masha does move in front of 3 of those units there, though, so Praha's going to need to do a lot of damage, but there is no defense break on the Masha here. So I think MEOWMEOW might be able to stabilize.
Yep, Nephthys with only that Curse to Beautiful is available. Oblivion is on it right now, but there's Curse to Beautiful landing, getting lots of value here. Additional turns going to be coming out for this Nephthys. Nephthys with a little bit of poke damage coming in.
It's a pretty big additional turn here because he's able to silence that Praha. Unfortunately, earlier did not get silences on the rest of the team here. But again, MEOWMEOW is able to shake off Oblivion from that Masha here and do some damage. YUMARU is on the back foot, needs to get some kills going.
Yep, really needs to get those kills, but now has that third skill. He's going to be healing his team up, putting everybody to sleep here. He's got the speed buff, definitely going to help him a whole lot. Tessarian looking to take out this Nephthys. Nephthys does drop.
Nephthys does drop here, and YUMARU does use that Shizuka skill 3 here, so YUMARU's going to be able to do a lot of damage with this design. So much damage coming out to Masha here.
Wow.
And he has Soul Protect on all 3 units right now.
Yep, has the Soul Protection, keeping his team here safe. He's got a dismounted Masha here, with Oblivion, of course.
Yeah, and the Castle Curse is definitely alive here because the one buff that was stripped was the Soul Protect. So unfortunately for YUMARU, loses that Soul Protect, and he's all of a sudden on the back foot in a losing position because of that strip from that Q.
They have no additional turns going to be coming out there. No karma's going to be landing. Oblivion's still on the field. Oblivion now off the field. I think he's got to take out that unit. He does have a dot on him. A little bit of damage, no defense break is going to land. Gets the attack break, which is definitely necessary, but I think that's going to be enough to finish off that that Gio. Now it's just a lonely Tessarian. Tessarian's not going to be proccing. He gets the attack break here. Triple Crush is going to be coming out, lands a defense break, and Oblivion does land with the additional turn as well. Oh, it is not enough.
Wow, what a match there, and MEOWMEOW's able to claw his way back there. It comes down to that critical moment where the Gyu was able to strip off the Soul Protect from the Shizuka. There were 3 buffs on that Shizuka, and MEOWMEOW was able to strip off the correct one. So, I mean, when you think about 1 in 3 odds, and then the odds of stripping off a buff in general, really low odds there, was able to make it through. So, pretty fortunate for MEOWMEOW there. I do like YUMARU's draft. I think the Tesla was a little bit weak because it tends to be, it didn't quite synergize well with the rest of his team. And Tesla's not exactly the best into a Masha, or at least it's not obvious that it's the best. But, you know, at the end of the day, MEOWMEOW was able to claw back, and that's the power of having good runes. And even though he was outsped off the bat, was able to find a way to win.
Yep, exactly. I mean, YUMARU almost was able to close that one down there, but you know, you got to give it to Meow for holding on here. He's going to go into game 4. He's going to give it his all here because he definitely can't lose this one. If he loses this one, YUMARU is going to be going forward here. So definitely expecting MEOWMEOW to take this one to the distance here. We may even see a little bit longer of a match here, but definitely I want to see a little bit more coming into MEOW. We know he has all those LD units in the back there, so let's see what he brings to the table here. See if we can get an exciting game 4 out of them.
Yeah, definitely a lot on the line here. I mean, the winner, if YUMARU wins this, he guarantees himself a trip to Korea. And if MEOWMEOW doesn't win this, he has to go and play in the losers bracket. And only one player there makes it to Korea. Either way, they all have good odds to make it. But this is a critical match. And YUMARU is one step away from taking this home. So it'll be interesting to see how MEOWMEOW decides to pivot and use his LDs and press his advantage there. I think overall, YUMARU has been having slightly stronger drafts. But MEOWMEOW definitely has the LDs and the potential to take over here.
Yeah, pre-bans locked in. Shizuka and Neftis getting pre-banned here.
So we see the Shizuka Neftis pre-ban here. MEOWMEOW likely going to reach for that Oliver first. I would like to see an Oliver first and just... Or Gianna first is fine as well, but YUMARU doesn't have a Gianna, so it's also okay to take the Oliver and steal that unit. You know, it's okay to steal your opponent's unit. In this situation, taking a Gianna, taking a Tianlang is a fine opening as well. They're great units here. But at the same time, I would like to see MEOWMEOW take the Oliver first if he ever gets a chance to do that again.
Yep. Ooh, well, early Leo like that in the middle of the draft there. Leo and Tianlang getting locked in.
I think that's a little early for Leo here. It allows your opponent to pivot with Junos and things like that. We see a Tessa here and a Praha, so we might have a ban on that Leo. And I think when MEOWMEOW commits to turn 2 and slow play with a Leo on the field, I mean, we're like, I don't know what else he's going to pick here. This is kind of a weird draft. I think YUMARU's going to be able to ban the Leo, and he might even... YUMARU's likely going to play a Delphoy, ban the Leo, because Delphoy is such a good unit in this matchup here. But I think MEOWMEOW's committing a little hard to turn 2, and so I think he ran out of time and auto-picked the Moor. So this team doesn't synergize at all. This Moor does not pair up with any of these units here. So MEOWMEOW just has such a weird draft. We saw that Delphoy last pick, and what's interesting is I didn't see a Leo ban as I expected. So this Tessarian's going to need to land its Oblivions and defense breaks, but once it does, and if it's able to survive with that Praha heal, YUMARU's going to be in a great spot.
Yep, I think so as well. I think YUMARU has a fantastic draft here, but let's see what happens, guys, as Leo kicks us off with the damage going right into that Oliver. Oliver being the unit of focus right now with the big skill 2 coming from Tianlang. Tianlang not getting any beneficial things here.
Yeah, Tianlang not stunning up anything here. So unfortunately for MEOWMEOW, he's going to be on the back foot here. We're going to see that Tessa lay an Oblivion onto the Leo, and then we're going to see YUMARU push the advantage with giving speed buff to the entire team, and his goal should be to lap the entire team and eventually just wear his opponent down. So we're going to see that heal and that speed buff going down, but we're going to see that Tessa probably lay Oblivion into the Leo here and then press the advantage and win the game.
Ooh, look at that damage. It's massive. Able to get the Oblivion, defense break land, and that's going to be it for the Leo. All the damage in the world's coming right back to YUMARU here.
Yeah, absolutely massive damage. And unfortunately, when MEOWMEOW takes a Moor and an Artemel together, he doesn't really have a way to come back. There really isn't much of a win condition unless this Artemel stuns everything. But once this Oblivion goes onto the Artemel, that Oblivion should have gone on the Artemel, because the only way that MEOWMEOW comes back is if he Despair Stuns everything with this Artemel. So MEOWMEOW is really on the back foot here. Needs a lot to go his way in order to come back.
Yep, he was able to take a couple turns there with the Tianlang. Tianlang shook that Oblivion. Tessarian now is in very rough shape at the moment.
Yeah, Tessarian definitely in rough shape at the moment here. But again, this Tianlang's going to go down, and we're going to have heals coming from Praha here. So as long as Masha's able to land Defense Break onto Artemel at some point later in the game, YUMARU's, again, going to be in a good spot.
Ooh, YUMARU is in a very good spot with the defense break and Oblivion landing on top of that Arda. Arda's going to be taking some damage right here.
Yeah, wow, and that's a big proc from the Oliver here, but wisely realizing that he needed to lay an Oblivion onto the Automel to give himself a chance to win here, does lay that Oblivion and defense break. So YUMARU is going to be in a good spot, is in a great spot, commanding spot here, while doing so much damage to this Automel.
That was crazy. It was a ton of damage, take advantage, defense break on top of Art. YUMARU looking so good right now. There's just not a way that Meow is able to come back here with a Dominic, and Oliver and Praha able to just push back so much attack bar and deal so much multi-hit damage through all of that HP there. YUMARU taking down MEOWMEOW and going to the final, locking in his ticket to Korea.
And there you have it. YUMARU has qualified on through as your second competitor from the APAC region. He'll be battling for the title of APAC Cup champion, but YUMARU getting the big job done. Again, the man that claimed himself lucky to be here has lived up to all the luck that he has come his way, and now finding his way to the finals in Korea. Congratulations, YUMARU, and again, not quite done yet for MEOWMEOW. He's gonna have his battle against OSSERU for that third place spot. And again, that'll be our next match here, but we have our semifinals complete. We've got our fourth place match ready to go, and our grand finals ready to go. It is going to be a great matchup between the players in just a little bit. Now, just wanted to recheck the highlights one more time to see how he did it. YUMARU kind of didn't struggle as much, making a bud, as we thought he might, and not as much as we saw in the quarterfinals. Felt like quarterfinals matches were a lot closer.
Yeah, I mean, in the quarterfinals, YUMARU was definitely on the back foot and probably had to squeak by like 2 back-to-back 10%ers to win, because DOCTHURR definitely drafted more favorably and just had a better matchup against him. But in this situation, I think MEOWMEOW allowed himself to be cleaved, kind of played a little bit on the back foot too much rather than having a more aggressive draft. You saw him take a Leo way too early in the last match there, and allowed and then not capitalize on that and kind of overcommit to that Leo was the problem there, and then running out of time with the picks. But YUMARU able to balance, you know, the speeds of his draft and then know when to throw in a cleave, when to mix that in, and when not to, allowed him to claw back here. I mean, I call it claw back. You know, he won from beginning to end, but he was the underdog coming in, and he was able to draft very well and push the advantage from faster units and able to take control.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun today. Just watching these matches not go as expected. Not that it's you know, a super big surprise that a player like YUMARU is playing well, but just more of, hey, there's a reason why we have the numbers at the way that we have it. You know, the expected results haven't necessarily been the results that have come through. And so YUMARU, I would love to be able to hear from him at some point. I would just love to hear his thoughts on qualifying on in. Again, one of the players that we had all the interviews earlier seemed to be aware of his chances and aware of his situation, which was like, maybe I wasn't supposed to be here, but here I am, and no one's going to beat me today. So a great story brewing here by one of our Japanese players, and now world finalist YUMARU. On the opposite side, MEOWMEOW needs to go back to the drawing board, now run out of time in draft, as you said, and piece drafts together that make a little bit more sense. I think on the opposite side, YUMARU was the one that was getting the most out of it. So hopefully MEOWMEOW will be able to do that. You see the bracket here, finals already set. DUCHAN and YUMARU for the money and that first place seed, in compared to the third place match, which is the one that we're going to see next, OSSERU and MEOWMEOW, after we take a short break. And we're going to take that break after we give you the thing that you all love. Yes, it's coupon code time, everyone. Let's see, that one should populate for you in just a second. It should be right there. Yeah, there it is. APAC JUB. And I'm told by our producer, Ryan, so if this is incorrect, you can blame Ryan. JUB means kiss, kiss. So APAC, kiss, kiss, all the love that we have for APAC. Get yourself a couple scrolls and some mana crystals to help you with that summoning. Best of luck in summoning. I hope that you get
everything that you want, everything you need, everything you deserve. All right, 15 minutes on the clock. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, our first matchup will be that third place match between our two players in the semifinals that fell but have one shot at redemption. Following that, we'll have our APAC Cup finals and be crowning the new champion of the APAC region. Will it be DUCHAN? Will it be his opponent YUMARU? We'll find out in just a little bit. Thank you all for staying up with us all night long here at SWC 2022 APAC Cup English broadcast. And I also wanted to thank all of our broadcast partners that are doing the same stream with us in all the languages here, all of us pulling that late night shift. So again, thank you for all of the fans watching. Hopefully the scrolls and goodies will go your way. All right, we should be taking a break in just a little bit. Again, go ahead, refresh, get that coffee, get that Red Bull, get that energy drink so that you can load up as we close out today's action with two more matches from Thailand. Again, live from Thailand. All right, we're going to take that short break. See ya.
สำหรับทีมแคสเตอร์ด้วยนะครับเอาละครับตอนนี้นะครับเราได้รับทราบแล้วว่าตัว2ใบสุดท้ายนะครับที่จะเข้าสู่รอบของ World Final เนี่ยจะเป็นของใครนะครับแล้วก็เป็นคู่ชิงชนะเลิศของวันนี้ด้วยเพราะฉะนั้นขอเสียงปรบมือให้กับดูชันและยูมารุด้วยสุดยอดมากนะครับสำหรับเกมแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะครับ Congratulations to DUCHAN and YUMARU for passing through the final round and advancing to join the World Finals แล้วก็เดี๋ยวอีกสักครู่ครับผมจะกลับมาในช่วงหน้าของเกมการแข่งขันในการชิงที่3นะครับระหว่าง OSSERU แล้วก็เหมียวเดี๋ยวมาดูว่า2คนนี้ใครจะสามารถที่จะคว้าตั๋วใบสุดท้ายนะครับไปร่วมจอยใน World Final ที่ประเทศเกาหลีใต้ได้นะครับผมแต่ว่าตอนนี้เดี๋ยวเราไปรับชมนะครับสำหรับแมตช์การแข่งขันเมื่อสักครู่นี้ว่ามีช็อตไหนบ้างที่รู้สึกว่ามันโดนใจมันได้ใจมากนะครับในช่วงของไฮไลท์นะครับ Alright everyone, I'll be back for the third place round between OSSERU and MEOWMEOW. But now let's watch the match highlight together of the semi-final round ไปเชิญชมได้เลยครับ
show your color. Ride so cool, slick, better be too quick for me. Ride so flamboyant, a little too typical, won't ya? Say the same, don't ya? I'm one of a kind, don't get me wrong. Show your own color. Ooh, 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 I just take all the spotlight. Ooh, 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 making mama feel so right. No need to look high and low, baby, maybe it's a little too obvious. It is my solo show. Let's hear you say color, leave 'em up, show yourself. Hold your chin up, get ready. Got no time to lose because I'm here to show you fluorescent paint, paint. I just stand out, what can I say? Fluorescent paint, paint. Just go parade. My one and only color. Da-da-da, he show you, come on.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Looks like we are waiting for the scenes here from our live audience in Thailand in just a little bit. We've got 2 more best of 5s on the line here for the APAC Cup. There we go. There's our friends in Thailand. With 2 more matches to go, we have 2 tickets already punched to go to the World Finals in Korea. But first up, it is the 3rd place match, the all-important 3rd place match for our semi-finalists that fell in that stage. They have the opportunity for redemption to make it to the World Finals as well if they're able to bounce back. It'll be OSSERU versus MEOWMEOW. OSSERU trying to join his compatriot YUMARU. There we go, YUMARU. In Korea as well, but only one will be able to make it on out as our friend from Thailand that has been hosting us all day long comes back on out to welcome you, just like I'm about to. Hello, welcome back. SWC 2022 APAC Cup is here. DUCHAN with our 2 casters. I've been here all night long, Stoic and Make It a Bud. And guys, it has been a long day. A very long day.
Definitely.
But we're almost there at the
been...
end with just 2 more matches to go. And again, a lot of fun as it's been a long ride, but we've been able to get to the final stop. No more breaks here on out, just 2 more matches, and then from there we should be good to go. So, Make It a Bud, I'm throwing to you first. When we take a look at these 2 players here, what are you looking at in terms of OSSERU and MEOWMEOW and what you want them to fix in the semifinals match?
I mean, OSSERU is typically, from what we've seen, taking a lot of turn 2 play, solely relying on turn 2 Dianas, things like that. MEOWMEOW has the LDs and also has a Tianlang, which makes a very big difference in this matchup. But MEOWMEOW has the Nephthys, has the Gianna, so he's just going to need to push his advantage to cleave. If he has a Dark Anamusha, bring that in, just cleave his opponent down. I think that's just the easiest, most consistent way to play. You can always run in and try to use some Nanas and maybe play a little back and forth action with ragdolls and things like that, but I think the most consistent way for MEOWMEOW to take this is just simply to cleave his opponent down, bring in some robos, things like that, because OSSERU has shown that he really favors turn 2 play.
Dana ชอบหลอกกระชากใจสาวใช่ไหม
Alright, so it looks like we're going into a video from OSSERU there. And he's probably going to be making his grand entrance onto the stage. So don't think he brought he's doing some sort of a double Spider-Man web slinging onto the audience there. So the audience got some of that Spider-Man action from him. And OSSERU needing to, having some fun with the crowd. Knowing that all he needs to do is take this one home, win this one, and he's on his way to Korea.
Yep, well, here's his opponent. It's MEOWMEOW. Both these players looking to bounce on back after their losses. Stoic, I'm going to need you to rate just simple numbers. We know we want to conserve that beautiful voice of yours. Rate their entrances. So give me a number for OSSERU's entrance before we see MEOWMEOW's.
Oh boy, I want to see a 10 out of MEOWMEOW for sure. I really hope he has it in him to bring that 10 to the table. And there it is. That is the patented MEOWMEOW pose. He has it as pictures to the side as well. Glad we got to see it live in person there in Taiwan.
There it is. MEOWMEOW setting the headset on and getting this one underway. The poses are in, but the match is still yet to be decided. Again, both these guys, surprising, I think, if you look at their faces, still relatively high spirits. OSSERU clapping his opponent onto the stage. Again, great sportsmanship across the whole region. And it seemed like MEOWMEOW was giving that just on back, but they both are coming back off of losses, need to reset their mental here, Make It a Bud, and focus on in because it's just one spot left.
Yeah, I mean, this one is do or die, right? I mean, they're lucky to have 3 spots. They're able to put through 3 competitors, but for one player here, they're not going to be able to go on to Korea. So this match matters a lot. In Korea, there's a lot more prize money on the line. It's higher competition. You're on a bigger stage. One match, I think, gets you 10K off the bat. So it is a very big deal to make it through. Definitely a lot on the line, but of course, everyone's enjoying their SWC experience, so that's probably why they're in high spirits. It's a great experience to be playing in front of a live audience there, and so everyone's entitled to have fun, you know?
I gotta ask you, Chris, as one of our top competitors in all of the scene, not just North America, but the scene, you make it to SWC, what would your pose be? What kind of pose would you do for your walkout?
Wow, that is a tough question. I don't know. It would be cool to do a handstand, right? I would work out, get in shape, and try to walk out on a handstand. That would be a goal of mine if that could happen.
I just feel like this is dangerous gamer things right before disaster strikes. You know, like world champion, world contender, making it, but injures all arm apparatus before match can't complete, or whatever, and now all of a sudden you've got another handicap slowing you down there in terms of like you know, your decision making or whatever. So hopefully the handstand goes well for you. What would yours be, Stoic?
Oh man, there's just so many I would choose from. I'm between stage diving in a crowd full of gamers that probably won't hold my weight. There's that. There is the MLS knee slide that probably works great on turf and grass, not so much on studio floor. The list can kind of go on between just lots of lunging, diving, and potentially a lot of hip thrusting, but we'll see.
All right. Stoic and those hips. That is what I got from that one, Curtis. Sorry, man. All right, it looks like our players are almost ready. Again, all jokes aside, we'll set the stage for you one more time at home. These are 2 of the top 8 players from the APAC region. They won their quarterfinals match, lost in the semifinals, but have the unique thing across all of the different regions of that elimination match for the 3rd place spot, because the APAC region will have 3 representatives on through MEOWMEOW and OSSERU battling for that spot in the top 3. And that's what we're looking to see here. It's been a lot of Cleve City. A lot of Cleve, a lot of procs that have sometimes gone your way, a lot of times haven't. We'll see if that trend continues between our 2 competitors. All the pleasantries aside now, OSSERU and MEOWMEOW starting to focus on the laughter, the poses that were there, now being focused on into the single match that they have. The last match for the APAC region, except the grand finals. OSSERU and MEOWMEOW trying to make sure it's not their final one. On the call, it's Stoic and Make It a Bun.
Well, here we go, guys. This is our final. MEOWMEOW and... Oh, not our final. I'm sorry. This is our 3rd place match here. Set 1 between MEOWMEOW and OSSERU. We've got our pre-bans locked in. Gianna and the Gio finally getting respect into the pre-ban.
Yeah, interesting to ban out the Gyu, knowing that MEOWMEOW has a Tian Lang here. So I'm not sure about that Gyu pre-ban. Maybe he was anticipating a Tian Lang to be banned out first here. So if that was the situation, then OSSERU definitely kind of getting the upper hand in the pre-ban stage here. Pretty quick picks to open things off here. I think the Nana is a very conservative pick here. MEOWMEOW here has a decision to make if he wants to go with a Praha and some sort of a, you know, like a Changpong or something. Or if he wants to go, and he goes with, of all water units to go with the Wusa is kind of interesting. If you were to go water, I would expect a Moor and then completing a Cleave. So kind of an interesting pick from MEOWMEOW here, and I think it opens him up to play a longer match and plays right into OSSERU's ability to go with Diana's, Mephistos, and things like that.
Yeah, well, let's see what OSSERU is going to be drafting here. I mean, there's a lot of water on the side of MEOWMEOW. So just curious to see what OSSERU is going to be drafting, and it looks like he's going to go with a Mephisto and then a Molly, oddly enough.
All right, so we have a long one coming up here. We got a Molly here and a Mephisto that's going to be... Mephisto's obviously great in a Nana. It's great in when your opponent takes 3 water picks. Molly is generally actually a little weak in a Praha because that speed buff allows you to lap over and over again. So Praha is very good. I'm not sure I like that Molly into that, into the Praha here. MEOWMEOW is capping this off with 2 wind units, and I'm not sure again about the Oliver wind robo is fine, but there is a Carno on the field here, so Carno's kind of dangerous. And if I'm MEOWMEOW, I'm thinking about banning out that Carno, and then you'd have a pretty solid draft here. A lot of control and a lot of resilience between the Oliver and the wind robo.
Oh, it looks like Diana's going to get the ban here, and so is the Oliver. A very strange draft coming out of our 2 players here fighting for 3rd place.
Yeah, so we're going to kick things off to see if OSSERU is going to be able to survive and hang on long enough. But MEOWMEOW has a strong opening here and is going to need to press his advantage early on and start securing kills and stack those Nana orbs if he wants a chance to win this.
Yep, well, there's the sleeps going out and the speed buffs coming to the team of MEOWMEOW with the additional turn as well, looking to cycle a little bit of attack bar, going after the Mephisto instead.
Yeah, decides to go after the Mephisto, and actually, interestingly enough, that Mephisto did take quite a bit of damage from that Praha here, but there is that Molly. That Molly's going to provide so much healing, so I don't think MEOWMEOW has enough damage. His window of opportunities, really, if he's able to get a defense break from that Nana, to then allow his Praha to do more damage over time. He needs that type of burst if he wants to secure a kill here, otherwise that Molly's going to keep up OSSERU's entire team.
Yep, let's see what happens here. Pra's getting some additional turns here. She wants to get her 3rd skill up. Once again, we have a 2nd skill available with the Wu, so let's see if she's going to use it. Or you could probably hold on to it, looking for a 2-turn sleep, not being received on top of that Shizuka there. Nana looking for some despair stuns, getting 2 death breaks on top of the Carnal and the Molly as well.
Yeah, not getting the death break onto the Shizuka is huge, though. It allows him to keep his Shizuka alive. Shizuka has full skills available and decides he does not need to use it. So kind of interesting to see that he chooses not to do that. Also knowing that Robo G92 does have his skills available, but again, I would have thought about using that to force your opponent through an Acrez check.
Yep, there's that 3rd skill going out, not sleeping everybody, but the cleanse is going to go out onto the Carnal. I'm sorry, using Wusa going with the skill 2 onto the Shizuka. Instead, 3rd skill is going to be available, looking for 4 stuns. Gets his 1st stun, looking for a 2nd stun. Does get his 2nd stun. Can he get a 3rd stun? Does get his 3rd stun. Can we get the full 4? Does not get the full 4 here.
Wow, longest animation in the game, but so rewarding if you're using the Wind Robo to see that go off there. So many stuns, and actually we're going to see the Shizuka go down. This is a lot of damage coming in. That Molly's going to heal that Shizuka here, but this Cardinal's also able to reduce the attack bar of the Wind Robo, and that's so much damage going on that Wind Robo.
Yep, it really is. I mean, there's the additional turns coming out as well for the Pra able to heal up the team, sleep everybody, getting the speeds, the speed buffs up on his full team here for MEOWMEOW. MEOWMEOW with skills available goes for skill 1 onto the Mephisto.
Yeah, and that's absolutely a potentially game-winning proc there, allowing him to heal that Wind Robo and also get speed buff to maintain an advantage over time here. So MEOWMEOW's actually looking like he's in a better spot, and as this game moves on here, he's able to do more and more damage here. So OSSERU's going to be on the back foot, given the fact that MEOWMEOW has speed buff and is going to be pummeling damage into this Shizuka.
Yeah, well, Shizuka is still alive right now. He does have 3rd skill. Chooses to go with 2nd skill to put the Soul Protect on himself, though. Mephisto trying to really tag it out. This Wind Robo, a little bit of poke damage here going out onto Shizuka. He does have that strip available, though.
Should be using the strip here. Chooses not to do it because there is a Mephisto on the field. So actually very wisely there, not using it, knowing the fact that there is a Mephisto on there that's not gonna, Mephisto out there.
Yeah, I mean, with the Mephisto, nothing's able to revive back here, and that's not just for his opponent, but it's apparently for himself as well. OSSERU thought wrong because he kind of had a bit of a jump there when he realized his unit wasn't going to get revived back.
Yeah, definitely not an interaction you see very often here. So at this point, MEOWMEOW looking like he's in a great spot. He's got a lot of damage coming out of the field from the Praha, from the Wusa here. And also needs to find a way to use this Mephisto to take out that Praha, because that Praha provides so much resilience, healing, speed buff, damage over time that OSSERU is going to need to take that out if he wants to be able to secure a lead to start this one off.
And Pra just going with a nice little skill 1 into the Molly here. We do have a skill 2 available. Skill 2 is going into the Molly as well. He's trying to crit so he can get his Pra back online with that beautiful 1st skill. But we got the 3rd skill happening here. Speed buffs going on team for MEOWMEOW, looking really good, sleeping that Mephisto.
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty big proc from that Molly there, allows him to heal a little bit more. Again, MEOWMEOW's Nana just actually does quite a bit of damage, and again, that bubble from that Molly's already gone here. And there's still speed buff on the side of MEOWMEOW, so MEOWMEOW is going to be able to do a lot of damage over time and just slowly wear his opponent down.
Yeah, he's looking for a defense break. Can't get a defense break. No despair stun. Can't get a despair stun when you have a violent Nana here, though.
Yeah, but that's so much damage over time. I mean, that Nana does 1,500 to 2,200 damage per hit here. So MEOWMEOW in a really good spot here. Just such a well-runed Nana, putting his opponent on the back foot.
Yeah, most definitely. There's that third skill looking to put him to sleep. Get the speed buff for his team as well. That shield is still up and should be strong. Well, we'll see if it's strong enough to survive some of the damage here, and it's not strong enough to survive this Nana. Nana broke right through it. We've got Wusa pummeling the damage, and that's definitely going to be a big victory here for MEOWMEOW, because there's no way that OSSERU is going to come back with just this lonely Mephisto.
Definitely not going to be able to do this with the lonely Mephisto. And there we go. We see MEOWMEOW take this 1-0 commanding victory with 3 water units and not really even using his LDs very much.
Yep, not at all. So great victory there for MEOWMEOW. He still has so much in store that he has prepared for OSSERU, so we'll be looking forward to see what MEOWMEOW has in his next draft. They get into round 2 here, so great victory for MEOWMEOW here.
Yeah, definitely a great victory for MEOWMEOW. I mean, doesn't need to use all of his LDs to take that one home, and it goes to show that I don't think I've seen Mephisto really win too much here. And what we've seen is players just ignore the Mephisto and take out the other units and leave the Mephisto for last, because the Mephisto doesn't really do enough on his own. And so that's what we've seen here. So I think if I'm OSSERU, I'm thinking maybe the Mephisto is not something I can rely on into Nanas here, because I need to really focus on the rest of the teams and the rest of the units on the field.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm expecting to not see a Mephisto in there. Definitely not going to expect to see a Mephisto there in the pre-ban as well. So we'll see where things go. Let's see if they prioritize Nana once again. Is MEOWMEOW going to first pick a Nana like he did in that match there? So we'll see. I don't often expect to see that Nana as a first pick, especially the way that MEOWMEOW was playing.
Yeah, and I think MEOWMEOW's style in this matchup is one where he picks a Nana first. I think he likes that security, knowing that he has more units in his box. Probably just is more comfortable taking that. I think it does open himself up to cleave, but again, OSSERU is not one that's cleaving a lot. So Nana becomes a much stronger pick into an opponent that doesn't have the ability to AoE control him over time. So I think that's why MEOWMEOW is leaning into the Nanas more, and I think we're going to continue to see that throughout this matchup.
All right, we should be getting into that match very, very shortly. Looking forward to see if OSSERU can bounce back and get a victory away from MEOWMEOW. But you can see pre-bans from last time. Gianna and Gio are now available as we get into round 2 here. New pre-bans about to get locked in right now.
Yeah, so we'll see what they decide to take out. So the alternating pre-bans from OSSERU are going to be Gianna and Nephthys here. And we're seeing MEOWMEOW decide to pre-ban the Nana. So if he can't have it, neither can his opponent. So MEOWMEOW definitely favors the Nana in this matchup, which is an interesting take here. And OSSERU takes a Shizuka first, and I think MEOWMEOW is going to lay down like a Gianna. Doesn't lay down Gianna because he doesn't need to, but leaving his draft open-ended with the Masha Oliver.
Yep, let's see what happens with that Shizuka. It goes right into a Cardinal, and a Gio is going to be coming back for OSSERU. There's that Gianna that we were talking about already. MEOWMEOW drafting that alongside the Masha and Oliver.
Yeah, so MEOWMEOW here could be leaning into a cleave if he decides to lay down either a Moore or a Robo here. I think would open him up to cleave. He could also lay down the Tianlang. I believe he has a Tianlang here. And Tianlang would be an amazing pick into the Gio, but lays down a Haegang. Interesting choice.
Yep, Haegang is it's a very interesting choice. I feel like he's taking it so his opponent doesn't take it here, but it looks like his opponent is definitely going to be taking a Molly, bringing a little bit of sustain to his table here.
Yeah, and I'm not sure about this Molly pick, given the fact that MEOWMEOW has a Masha on the field, but it does mean that MEOWMEOW needs to take high damage as his last pick if he intends to leave this Molly through. So I really think Tianlang needs to be picked here, and then I'll probably a ban on the Molly or something like that.
Nope. So Molly Juno gets locked in here. MEOWMEOW with one last pick in response here. Let's see what he brings to the table as he takes his time here.
Yeah, MEOWMEOW definitely taking his time to think. This is not a draft you see very often. I think Tianlang is the best pick. It's good into, you know, the Juno, the Gyu. Quite a strong pick here. Takes a Water Monkey. So I think the Gyu, it's either the Gyu or the Juno ban here, and I think it's most likely the Gyu because Gyu is so good in Oliver as well. But I'm not sure about this Water Monkey in general. I mean, I think there are better picks in his box to lay in here, and it's not. It might not be enough burst to get through this Molly.
Oh, looks like that Water Monkey's gonna bite the dust here. We've got OSSERU banning that thing out. We have MEOWMEOW banning out the Gyo. Once again, just showing the respect to that one unit.
Yeah, so we're going to see MEOWMEOW open up here with the Gianna, and he's going to be able to go into this match with a Masha and Oliver. So that's Masha's going to be able to do a lot of damage. If it gets a proc, he's probably going to be able to snipe a unit out off the bat here. But over time, I think also is going to have a little bit of a stronger draft because he has that Molly, has the ability to heal, and the Hagang might be a little bit of a dead unit.
Ooh, there's that defense break with the additional turn as well on top of the Cardinal. Cardinal looking a little low right now. Molly's going to be taking a turn to heal up that unit just a little bit, but he's going to try and get the attack bar reset, which he does totally land there. No Despair Stuns coming out from the Juno on top of the Oliver with once again another reset and no attack bar pushback on the Shizuka.
Yeah, and that's actually a very massive defense break and proc from the Masha onto the Cardinal, so that Cardinal might be going down here. And we see that even though that Shizuka procced, didn't have skills up because the Oliver was able to reset it. Not getting a crit there is absolutely huge. This Oliver needs to reset that Shizuka, does reset it, but doesn't get the attack bar.
Yeah, no attack bar reduction there on the Shizuka. But we got a bomb that's going to be coming out, lands on the Shizuka. Skill 1 going right into the Cardinal. Cardinal is very, very low here. Molly's got to be there to try to heal this unit up here.
Wow, so this Shizuka is 2 for 2 for procs here. This Masha needs to take out this Kano right now. But the Shizuka not getting stunned there and having skills up is pretty big in this matchup. So MEOWMEOW, while he's at a good spot right now, is still going to need to press some damage because it's not over yet. Because he doesn't have heal on his side.
Yep, a little bit of poke damage coming towards that Molly. Wants to remove that Molly from the field so that his opponent doesn't have any heal as well. But that's a lot of bombs on the side of MEOWMEOW right now. They got a lot of value with that third skill from Shizuka.
Definitely a lot of bombs on the side of MEOWMEOW here. MEOWMEOW's in a little bit of trouble. Those 3 units are all low on health here. This is going to be a lot of damage coming out from Cardinal going onto the Gianna there. And MEOWMEOW definitely needs a couple of procs if he wants to take an advantage because Masha's not going to be enough to take out the Shizuka.
Yep, not at all. A little bit of more potential. Nah, no cleanse on that glancing. No way. It's just going to be a nice little skill 1 right there. It throws that shield on top of the Juno though.
Yeah, throws a shield on the Juno because he knows his win condition is keeping this. He thinks his win condition is keeping this Juno alive here. Again, this Masha is going to need to go absolutely insane if MEOWMEOW wants to win here. But I don't think he has enough here. That Hagang pretty much a dead pick throughout this match.
Yeah, it really was. Hagang was super dead pick. This is a Despair Stun, doesn't matter. Kills the Oliver with the Juno. A little bit of attack bar pushback there. Nice revenge coming out of that Juno as well. Juno finishing off the Hagang, and then nothing but a lonely Masha. I don't believe Masha has enough in the tank to be able to take care of MEOWMEOW here. And there you have it. OSSERU clapping back, getting a victory for a 1-1.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that one just comes down to Hagang being an absolutely dead pick in that matchup. I mean, in that situation, MEOWMEOW has all these units he could pick. He could take Tianlangs, he could take LDs, but he goes for a Hagang, which makes absolutely no sense there. So I'm not sure what he was thinking when he picked that unit. Hagang and Juno is also a little bit of a wash. I think Juno is a little bit, like Juno pumps the Hagang's attack bar, but at the same time, Hagang just didn't really provide any value. I mean, it prevents your opponent from taking Hagang, but when you're using it yourself, it doesn't really do a lot there. So I'm not sure why he picked that. Opened himself to being mollied, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm not a big fan of people drafting things that counter their own units like that, like taking a Gianna, but taking a Hagang so they don't take the Hagang against their Gianna. I'm never a fan of that if that was like the reason why he brought that to the table there, because obviously he didn't get any value with the Hagang whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, kind of a overall just not an optimal draft. So I'm not sure why MEOWMEOW decided to pick that. I mean, it's also drastically different from what we've seen him pick in the past. So I would like to see him lean towards just more of the standard picks. I think he has a better box, better runes, but he's not using it effectively at the moment.
Yep, that is true. Well, let's find out, guys. We're going to be going into a game 3 very, very shortly, and it's a 1-1 right now with OSSERU and MEOWMEOW. So let's see who can break the lead and get the match won here as we go into round number 3.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how MEOWMEOW decides to pivot here. I think MEOWMEOW really needs to rely on his LDs more and go for the cleaves. Don't let your opponent molly you, because anything can happen with mollies. It provides a lot of healing, a lot of glances, a lot of RNG from that unit. So allowing your opponent to play his game and play that turn 2 is not something that's generally a winning strategy, especially when you have a better box and better runes.
Yep, there's the Gianna getting pre-banned here, and the Gia once again getting respected and pre-banned, just like that first match.
Yeah, again, I'm not sure why he does the ban on the Gyu when he has a Tian Lang in the back pocket, but either way, I mean, he can kind of pre-ban whatever he wants because he has so many picks. Goes to the Nana first. So if we see the same run out as the first match, I think it favors MEOWMEOW a lot. It is a better draft. I would prefer not to see a Wusa here, just because a Wusa, 3 water units early is always a bit awkward. It does open you up to being cleaved. So we'll see if OSSERU picks up on that. But again, we haven't seen OSSERU decide to cleave ever. So he could also just decide to, again, just tangle with turn 2.
Yeah, OSSERU very well could have went with like a Molong, not a Molong, but a Changpeng and Water Ryu to pair up also very well with that Carnal.
Yeah, so we see OSSERU deciding again to rely on the Mephisto. Kind of an interesting choice, given the fact that he hasn't been very successful with it. And MEOWMEOW playing right into that, taking the Miles and the Molong. So this is a 5 water team on the right. So if he's going for some sort of achievement in the game where you need to win with 5 water units, this is the one he's going for here. And maybe there's one built in the game for SWC specifically.
Well, let's see what happens here, because that's a lot of water units on the field here. Diana is, I feel, the obvious ban. Diana take advantage of every one of those units, and the Molong is going to get the knife as well. It gets banned out here.
Yeah, so this is going to come down to how many procs as Praha and Miles can get. I mean, there isn't really a source of good burst from the side of OSSERU, so MEOWMEOW is going to need to get a couple procs and hang in there and survive. And OSSERU is going to need a little bit of RNG because he doesn't really have a lot of burst.
Yep, well, we got Miles trying to kick things off here, trying to get a strip stun onto our Shizuka. Shizuka is not going to get stunned up there, but hey, Juno's going to get the stun right back on that Miles, keeping that unit down.
Yeah, and again, there isn't really a lot of burst on either side. We're really waiting for this to go down to have some HP up, HP down, attack up type situations here. So we're just waiting for an opening here, whether maybe Nana gives it with defense breaks, and then we're going to see some Praha pummeling damage, but it's going to take some time for some unit to go down.
Yeah, we have the Mephisto trying to deal all the damage that he can right there with a big AoE. Juno getting a full team strip there with the additional turn coming out with this Carnal. Carnal trying to deal a little bit more damage. Praha looking a little low, but the additional turn's going to be coming out for the Wusa.
Yeah, super lucky Despair Stun's coming out on that Juno there. And also just these slows on MEOWMEOW's side, it's actually going to add up a lot. That Mephisto's going to do a lot of work at this point because that Praha went down early. That Praha's the first unit to go, so MEOWMEOW doesn't really have speed buff to be able to catch back up. So at this point here, MEOWMEOW's in a lot of trouble.
Yep, no speed buff at all. A lot of damage going to be coming into all of these water units. Mephisto's looking to deal a ton of damage here.
Yeah, Mephisto's going to be able to do a ton of damage and at the same time also run unchecked. This Carnal's doing a ton of damage and there's slow debuff on 3 units on MEOWMEOW's side here. And that Juno with the additional damage is still also going to be able to do a lot because the additionals in this situation don't really care about element disadvantage.
Yeah, what a crazy draft here for OSSERU, but OSSERU's definitely going to be shutting it down because these are 2 really low units. There's no way this Wusa is going to come back here. Goes for the big skill 2, doesn't even kill here. All things going to be coming out here with Shizuka's 3rd scale, Sony negative effects, and there you have it. OSSERU is going to be taking round number 3.
Yeah, no, OSSERU, looking like he's looking very proud of his draft there, and definitely was able to take that one home with ease, actually, making it look super easy. I'm not sure why MEOWMEOW rolled out a 5 water draft when he has a lot of LDs in the back pocket. Kind of odd there, and also OSSERU this time, if you notice, went after the Praha first, and he realized that Praha was what allowed MEOWMEOW to get an advantage in earlier matches. Taking out that unit there stifles all kinds of healing and damage from MEOWMEOW's side. And once the Praha went away, there was really not a way for MEOWMEOW to come back and start stacking Nana orbs. Not that it mattered because there's a Mephisto on the other side.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Mephisto kept that Nana from getting anything up there. So got a lot of value out of that Wind Demon for sure. So maybe we won't see a quad water draft coming from MEOWMEOW as we go into our game number 4. And if we do, we may see a very similar result here, you know, especially in the form of a Diana being drafted in a moment like that.
Yeah, I mean, when you take a Mo Long Miles, 2 water picks on top of your existing 3 water picks into an already laid down Mephisto, you're in a lot of trouble because you don't really have a way. You have to ban out that last pick, whatever it is, because it's likely a Diana. And then you need to find a way to deal with the Mephisto, which is great in all of your water picks. So, you know, in that situation there, I think MEOWMEOW kind of put himself in a tough situation. He doesn't have a lot of bursts when he drafts that way as well. So it's just an odd draft overall.
No, it really was. Well, we'll find out, see what new drafts we can bring to this table here as we get into game number 4 with OSSERU and MEOWMEOW.
Yeah, we'll see if OSSERU is able to push his advantage, take that momentum, and win this one 3-0 and come to Korea. I think that would be interesting, and also, you know, big giant upset. I think everyone had a lot of expectations from MEOWMEOW coming in, but you know, MEOWMEOW so far is not drafted to what everyone thought, or at least what I expected he would be drafting towards. So this situation here, I mean, we see the Juno pre-ban, we see the Nephthys pre-ban. I would expect OSSERU to continue drafting the way he has. Steal the Nana, he finally gets a Nana, steals it, and he's going to work toward a turn 2 draft. If MEOWMEOW continues to play turn 2, he's going to be playing right into OSSERU's style of play.
Ooh, MEOWMEOW going with double Oracle. Very interesting.
Yeah, definitely very interesting to run double Oracle. They do a lot of damage here. MEOWMEOW still has the ability to cleave if he wants. Going with the Oliver and Masha is a little interesting given the fact that there is a Gyu on the field. Gyu is quite good in Oliver. It's decent. And Cardinal's not bad either. So I'm not sure about that Oliver pick. And it allows OSSERU an ability to kind of hang in there. The Oliver pick is not exactly the most effective there, but I mean, it's still a great unit overall. But OSSERU is able to tank up, you know, and play his game.
Yep, well, we're going to see something we are familiar with OSSERU. He's going to be bringing the Leo out alongside that Molly here to wrap up his draft.
Yeah, and MEOWMEOW kind of needs to take a Tesla here. I think a Tesla is mandatory, and it's going to be banned. This last pick should be a Tesla and should be banned. Generally, when you have a 5th pick, it's supposed to be a force ban here. And if I'm MEOWMEOW, I'm looking to probably take out the Leo, because the Leo presents the most threat. But if he lays a Mo Long like that, he might not be taking out the Leo. I think he might even be taking out either the Molly or the Nana. But I really think he should have laid out a Tesla because you generally want your last pick to be a force ban.
Yep. Well, that was a very interesting last pick there with the Mo Long. He does have a little bit of sustain on the field in the form of that Praha. So we'll see if that Mo Long is going to be enough because the Gianna is going to get the ban, and so is the Nana.
Yeah, so we're going to see a lot of damage come out from MEOWMEOW as an opener. We're going to see a Mo Long, Praha, Masha opening here. But if he's not able to snipe a unit off, that Molly's instantly going to pick it up and give OSSERU the win. So this is very all in from the side of MEOWMEOW at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see what happens here. And we have this Leo, of course, going to be going first. Can go for the attack bar pushback on top of the Masha.
Yeah, might want to consider doing that. Instead, chips away some damage at the Mo Long here. Not sure if it matters a lot, but if he can get a stun from the Gyo onto the Mo Long, he probably would instantly win the game. So we'll see what happens here. Does get the suppression, but at this point here, everything's waiting on that initial burst that MEOWMEOW is going to be doing.
Oh, and we've got Karnal too, with a 3rd skill thrown down, not receiving just about anything at all with that 3rd skill. Defense break going out onto Gyo. Gyo not in trouble yet.
Gyo not in trouble yet. Huge despair stun onto that Praha. Super lucky there. So fortunately for OSSERU, he's going to be able to survive another turn.
Definitely going to be surviving another turn. We get the Reckless Assault going out, and he uses that Reckless Assault when he was under the Karma effect as well. He's down to a 1% HP on that Mo Long.
Wow, so MEOWMEOW not understanding that interaction there, not doing a lot of damage at all to the Gyo. So MEOWMEOW's on the back foot here. He might be in trouble. That Gyo basically is at full. It's going to be at full health once this Molly heals it up. He's going to lose a Mo Long off the bat. So MEOWMEOW's in a world of hurt here. He's facing a Leo down here, and I don't think he's going to make it through.
I don't think he's going to make it through either. Oliver does have that chance to go absolutely bonkers here. I don't know if that's what we're going to see, but he goes for a little bit of attack more pushback on the molly, not really receiving it here. We've got Masha that still has immunity up right now. Looks like he's going to put his damage into the Praha first.
And Cardinal's going to skill 2 onto the Praha, lower its attack bar, and then we're going to have a Leo kill this Praha right now, so there's going to be no more healing on the side of MEOWMEOW here. And we're going to see OSSERU take a very convincing 3-1 here. There's no way these two units are going to be able to dominate with a Leo and a Molly on the field.
Yep, OSSERU really looking to lock in his ticket here to Korea as the 3rd place winner here. A lot of damage coming towards that Oliver. Oliver looking low, that dot not enough to kill it just yet though, but so is the Sayaway. The Sayaway comes in, drops the Oliver, and that's it. I think we're going to have it. OSSERU looking to lock in his ticket here as a 3rd place winner going towards Korea.
Yeah, OSSERU just playing great, drafting very well here, being able to counter whatever MEOWMEOW's bringing. MEOWMEOW hanging on for dear life with the Masha into 4 units, but there's no way this is going to happen here. So OSSERU, with the win here, it's going to take 3rd place in Asia Pacific Cup.
There you have it. There's the round 4. Big congrats to OSSERU with beating MEOWMEOW.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting run out there. I mean, we see MEOWMEOW not really using the full extent of his box effectively. I mean, I've never seen a 5 element, 5 of 1 element type draft in SWC before. I think that's the first I've ever seen of that. So, but let's not discount, you know, OSSERU's drafts. I mean, he recognized that his opponent didn't really want to fight for turn 1 and balanced the threat and survivability very well. Brought in Molly and knew exactly how much healing he needed to survive. So OSSERU drafted very well given the circumstances, given that matchup, and was able to win and punch his ticket to Korea by evaluating the draft correctly and playing very well.
All right, well, there you have it. The front row ticket on how it was booked, as it is a friend joining our top 2 players. So one more match to go, gents. I wanted to kind of just take a heat check so far. What has been your favorite match of the APAC Cup? And make it, Bud, we'll start with you. What has been your favorite match or favorite surprise pick so far in the draft? Two different questions.
Well, favorite, I would have to say probably the DUCHAN 2 Love off the bat. I mean, just 2 great opponents. I've played a lot on the ladder, very interesting boxes and styles, and they're both great players, so it's interesting to see how that stacks up. Unfortunately, right, when you play in the first round, only one of them can make it through. So that's probably my favorite matchup. And then the biggest surprise is where DOCTHURR got knocked out early. I thought he was going to go pretty far, drafted pretty well, but unfortunately, RNG just did not go his way today.
Yeah, again, with that 2-0 lead, that's a heartbreak of one. Stoic, what's one that comes to mind for you?
I mean, I can't help but take my mind. I can't get my mind off the DOCTHURR match. We watched him do phenomenally in the semis, and then you got the 2-0 victories in a row. Just, it was outstanding plays. I mean, it really was an absolute clinic watching him play. The way he was watching attack bars, paying attention to skills, his targeting, his draft, everything was phenomenal. Just was not his day. It really wasn't his day, but that's just something that has been on my mind, and it was really was great plays coming from.
Well, speaking of DOCTHURR falling to YUMARU, that's who we have next up on the docket. So it is a YUMARU versus a DUCHAN matchup as we take a look at this one more time, with our 2 opponents going back and forth, but again, the speed leads going the way there of OSSERU, willing to take it early on. Again, most satisfying animation in all of Arena right there. Yeah, I love that call there, Stoic. You just can see the fist over and over again, just big punches all the way on through. But when we take a look at our next matchup, I kind of wanted to get your thoughts on our 2 competitors that find themselves in the finals here. Make it a bunch.
I mean, I think DUCHAN's gonna be the favorite one here. I mean, this is, I mean, obviously YUMARU, we didn't expect him to be here, to be honest. I mean, that matchup with Doc was tough, right? And he was able to squeak on by. Had a very dominating performance in the second round, actually, but we didn't expect him to be here. So this is a very big surprise. So obviously, DUCHAN, we know of him as a very strong player. So I would expect him to win this one. I mean, he has a wider box, probably better runes. So I think this is his to lose.
All right. Well, the stakes have been set. Stoic, what are your thoughts here on this matchup between DUCHAN and YUMARU? YUMARU with the hot hand, DUCHAN with the pedigree to take this victory.
I think I got to side with making a bet here. I mean, DUCHAN has the box, has the runes. He's been playing really, really well throughout the day as well. And I think when it comes down to it, when you're able to flex and bring something that other people cannot bring, that's really, really important. Whether it's, surprising them with something they were not ready for, or just being able to draft and take units away from your opponent. And then on top of that, you get to have all the goodies and the frosting, the sprinkles in the form of all the LD units that your opponent does not have. So I can't help but really give it to DUCHAN here.
All right, well, 2 votes for DUCHAN. We've made it official. You all at home, who do you have taken this victory between these two? Let us know in the chat, both in Twitch chat, YouTube, or wherever you are watching right now. Because again, this is a big one. You get the more money in the prize pool. Both these players have already qualified on in, so now's the time to experiment on the biggest stage that APAC has in the APAC Cup as we slow zoom our way back on over to Thailand for our final. It is the Asia Pacific Cup final between our 2 competitors that found their way to the top. It is YUMARU. It is DUCHAN. Again, OSSERU taking the pressure off of YUMARU as not the only Japanese player that has qualified on in. Will his compatriot be able to reach the top, or will DUCHAN be able to do it for the Korean crowd, for the Korean fans all at home as the #1 seed? We'll find out as our friend, the host from Thailand, has come on in to recap everything that's happened today. We started the day with 8 competitors, whittled it down to 4, that 4 now to 3, and now between our top 2, we got to get to 1, the winner of the APAC Cup, writing their name, etching their name in the history books. Again, the most successful region in all of SWC. See if one of these players will not only make it to Worlds, because they already have, but also etch their name into the history books as the APAC seed #1. As all of our friends in Thailand with their thundersticks making the noise, clapping around. And again, if you've been with us, you've seen the first 2 coupon codes, you know we're going to have 1 more, so make sure you stay awake and stay up for the very end of our broadcast when we shoot that one out to y'all. And right here, I don't know how our friend keeps doing it. Tons of energy throughout the whole broadcast over in Thailand today. I think is TGS. Yep, that's right. Give me all your energy. There's nothing left. 1 match between 2 men. Slap those sticks together. There we go. That's what I would say. As you got a lot of the fans. Oh, Japanese fans in the crowd. That's awesome that we have it. Here we go. Representing Korea, it is DUCHAN.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome DUCHAN!
1 match away from the #1 seed. DUCHAN has already qualified for the World Finals, and he took care of business swiftly against OSSERU in the previous match. And he's looking to write his name there in the history books. Again, was one of the representatives from APAC last year, but he has to go through the surprise combatant here in the finals. It's YUMARU from Japan.
All the summoners, please make some noise to welcome YUMARU!
I love love it. Yumaru with the big stretch, the outstretched arms, shakes his hand. I love it. Again, the sportsmanship between the players and the personality that they show throughout, especially these two, as they've already qualified. So it is bragging rights from here on out. And we got a big Yumaru fan in the crowd in Thailand. This is the battle, Korea and Japan, as they go for the #1 seed here in APAC. The lion's share of the $100,000 prize pool here, or the $20,000 prize pool here for SWC APAC Cup. Again, that could be the difference between the units you need, the runes that you need when you make it to the global stage, or not. And gents, I feel like there's not much left to say. We've already done the predictions here. We've broken down these two competitors. We've seen how lucky and unlucky some of our competitors and matches have been today, and we know it's all about this cleave meta. Make it a bud. So final thoughts here on what's going to tilt it one way or the other. Is it truly just the box power?
It absolutely is. I mean, it's going to come down to box power versus RNG. I mean, if everyone has equal RNG, I think DUCHAN's going to win this 3-1 or 3-0. I mean, his box is just very superior, and they're both running similar styles, except DUCHAN can flex outside of cleave. So really like his odds here. But obviously, there's a game. We play this game for a reason. Nothing's set in stone.
Yeah. If there's ever a region that knows anything about RNG, I think we could go back to the example over in 2020, our world champion, Mr. Chung, who had proc after proc after proc, I think in the World Finals in that final match here. So if there's any region that has played the RNG card, it is here in APAC. And YUMARU, looking to do that with the lesser box, with his units, needs to find the weakness to exploit against DUCHAN, who hasn't shown many so far in the APAC Cup. He did come through slightly battered from the Korean qualifier, but so far has passed all the tests with flying colors, has DUCHAN, and is the heavy favorite coming on into this one. You expect the box and the quality, the experience, he's got it all. He is just waiting for one more match to go his way in the form of YUMARU. And for YUMARU, it has been this indomitable spirit of a player from Japan who has, again, count his blessings and then realize, wow, I'm a step away from making it on through with the big upset and staring elimination in the face against DOCTHURR in the hostile crowd for him, and then taking care of business against MEOWMEOW. Yes, it was a 3-1, but it looked as easy as OSSERU, DUCHAN's dispatching of OSSERU. So YUMARU, as we like to say in the business sometimes, playing with house money. There's a little to no pressure on him. He's already qualified on through. It feels like he didn't belong here in the first place in his own mind, but he's played opposite of that. He's played very smart, and now one step away from the history books by winning the APAC Cup, winning the extra money, the golden medal, and being the #1 seed from the APAC region to the World Finals. The steely look of focus means that we are ready to begin. YUMARU and DUCHAN, Korea versus Japan, a highly touted, experienced player against one of the highly spirited upstarts of the APAC region. Our final matchup between the two starts right now. It's YUMARU, it's DUCHAN for the finals of the APAC Cup. And for the final time, let's get the call on over to Stoic and make it a bud.
And here we go. YUMARU and DUCHAN. Pre-ban is going to get locked in. Tessarian is going to get the pre-ban, and Gianna is getting the pre-ban. YUMARU with the first pick here.
Yeah, I like that Tessarian pre-ban from DUCHAN here. Allows him to use that Dark on Amusha a lot more effectively down the line if he wants to. So definitely this is obviously a matchup specific pre-ban. He knows what his opponent has. He knows his opponent is very limited in what he can bring. So it takes out his ability to play slow. So if DUCHAN wants to flex slower, he can definitely try to force that issue here. YUMARU is leaning with the Praha here, and he has a decision to make if he wants to go full-on cleave or if he wants to flex, kind of keep this as open-ended as possible, and that's exactly what he's trying to do with that Shizuka pick there.
Yep, going with the double water pick there, Shizuka and Praha going for YUMARU's draft. DUCHAN looking to draft a Wind Robo with one other pick as well. Could possibly be a Water Ryu.
And DUCHAN here going with the cleave. When you commit like this with the Wind Robo and a Nephthys here, he's probably going to finish us off with a Changpeng or a Moor here. But DUCHAN definitely going pretty all in here. I think the last pick's got to be a Moor. Given the fact that his opponent has laid down 2 speed leads, it's going to need to be a Moor. Or a Changpeng. A Changpeng's also okay here. But when he does this, he's just basically looking to take first time advantage. So you're looking at either this Wind Robo opening the game, or we're going to see a speed-led Changpeng opening the game into a Nephthys. Those are the speeds he's working with. Instead, decides to go for Laura. I'm not sure about the Laura. I think the Laura is a significantly weaker pick because Changpeng allows him to reset attack bars, reset skills, cooldowns, and do a little bit more damage here. So I'm curious to know what DUCHAN is thinking when he takes a Laura there.
Yeah, it's a really interesting decision there to go with Laura. I mean, it's not the most reliable stripper, and it looks like one of the reliable strippers is going to get banned out here in the form of that Wind Robo here.
Yeah, but at the same time, DUCHAN still is representing a lot of damage here. He's going to have a Laura opening into a Nephthys, so he's still going to be able to do a lot of damage here. I just think a Changpeng will be a little bit better. Either way, though, he's going to be able to do a lot, going to be able to stun over time here, and this Masha is going to be able to do a lot of damage onto this Tomo.
Oh, so much value right there with this Nephthys. Nephthys looking for the poke damage here. It's not looking good for the Tomo. Pra can't do anything right now.
Definitely not looking good for the Tomo, but all it takes is one proc on this Delphoy, one proc on this Shizuka to change things. That's a massive stun onto that Delphoy. Gives DUCHAN the upper hand here, and that's 2 stacks on that Nana.
Yep, definitely upper hand indeed. You can see this damage coming towards this Delphoy right now from Masha. Defense break may fall off here. Goes for the cleanse, heals up his team.
Yeah, it goes for the cleanse and heals up this team. The game's not over yet, but there is a large uphill battle for YUMARU to climb here, especially because DUCHAN might have better runes, and DUCHAN does have a 2-stack advantage on his Nana.
Pra thinking about using that 3rd skill, chooses to go with the 1st skill onto the Masha. Masha did not handle that damage too well at all.
Yeah, YUMARU needs to land an Oblivion at the right time and then find a way to kill units. That's the only way he's going to be able to come back and win this one here, because he's down with two orbs on this Nana here. DUCHAN needs to take out one more unit and find a way to get that Masha to do some more damage if he wants to secure this victory.
Well, let's see what happens here with this Delphoy. Delphoy with a little bit of poke damage coming towards the Laura. Laura handled it very well. He has that 2nd skill. It's going to put him on himself, though, to help reduce a little bit of cooldowns.
Yeah, and it would be nice if this Laura was a Changpeng, because he would be able to reset everything on this next turn, but unfortunately it's just a Laura here. So DUCHAN's going to be able to still use this Laura effectively. He's going to have skills up, and that's a massive 3 units stunned, and also giant slow, so a lot of damage coming out from the side of DUCHAN.
Yeah, Laura getting a ton of value right there. You can see the damage going right into that unit, just leaving it. Gianna, never mind, Gianna is gone now. It is just a lonely Shizuka.
Just lonely Shizuka here, leaving YUMARU with just a Shizuka here, and Shizuka's not going to be able to do enough to come back here. So DUCHAN's going to be looking to take this one, take a commanding 1-0 victory to kick off this finals.
Yep, and there you have it. We've got DUCHAN with the very first victory over his opponent.
Yeah, DUCHAN there with clearly the superior draft. They're able to dictate his opening. Either Changpeng or Laura is fine. I think Changpeng's just a little bit more consistent, but they kind of fulfill a similar purpose where the goal is to strip and provide some sort of AoE control. Both units do it. There is obviously no elemental disadvantage when you have Laura to do it, but Changpeng provides a little bit more AoE oppression over time. So both are fine. Both approaches are fine here. And either way, I mean, it's just a stronger draft. So in this situation, DUCHAN just has multiple ways to win that match.
Yep, he really does, and there's just so much more left in that box that we didn't even get to see yet. So he has a lot in store when it comes to SWC. He really wants to get this victory here. We'll see what happens here as we get into these next matches here. We have our round 2 coming up.
Yeah, definitely interested to see how these how these two players pivot around each other. And of course, there's definitely something on the line. Both are going to Korea. So at this point, I think the edge, the stress has mainly taken off. But again, first place has, I think, double the prize money of second place. So, I mean, definitely when you're playing a best of 5 for a fairly decent amount of money, it's worth thinking through every step. There's definitely a lot of pressure. And also the color of the medals is different. You know, there's the gold medal versus the silver medal. It's something that you kind of keep on your bookcase or on your wall forever. So definitely a lot on the line, a lot of bragging rights. So definitely we're not done yet. And, you know, we'll see if YUMARU is going to be able to pivot, think through this matchup and pivot in the next round.
Definitely, I look forward to seeing that here as we get into our round number 2 here. I mean, there really is a lot of things that we could see. I kind of want to see more LDs. I kind of want to see those big control cleaves that we can see from DUCHAN. From honestly, both these players here, they have that ability to control cleave each other.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's really what this match is going to revolve around. Both of them are taking win robos earlier, so we're going to see a lot more cleaving coming out from both players. DUCHAN does have that Dark on Amusha, so his cleave is going to be a little bit stronger than YUMARU's cleave. YUMARU is playing on the back foot here. So you're going to see a lot of the pre-bans from DUCHAN revolve around taking away turn 2 options from YUMARU to force him to play a cleaving type style.
Interesting. We're going to see Amasha and Nephthys. Those are the 2 units that are going to get the pre-ban here as we get into our second match here with DUCHAN and YUMARU.
So I think DUCHAN here is likely going to take probably his Nana or his Shizuka, but I would like to see the Oliver. Yeah, there we go. So we see the Oliver because it allows him to have just a stronger, more cohesive draft. Oliver is good into Shizuka anyway, so I think the Oliver makes a lot of sense. Pairs very well with the Gianna.
Ooh, both these players looking to go real fast. Lots of strippers, lots of turn 1 units here. Looks like DUCHAN's going to be drafting a Win Robo. Takes it back, and he's going to be bringing out a Ragdoll now.
Wow, so he decides he wants to be able to play turn 2, and I'm not sure about the Ragdoll pick. It's decent, though. Very good pick here. I think YUMARU's going to have to go... Oh, I thought he was going to have to go with the Win Robo and try to counter cleave, but in this situation, he's definitely going and pivoting to turn 2. So DUCHAN is gonna have to change his draft because those are 2 picks there with 1 more in the back. So DUCHAN cannot cleave here. Goes with the Miles and Tessarian. Makes a lot of sense on both picks here. I think the Miles could be something else, but the Tessarian definitely makes a lot of sense. I think honestly, like as much as I hate to say Molly would be pretty good in that Miles' spot. But the Tesla's very good and makes a lot of sense.
Yep, Shizuka is going to be coming out here wrapping up YUMARU's draft. Ban's locked in. It looks like Gianna's going to get the ban. That Shizuka is going to get the ban. Speed lead for both teams here. We have a 33 speed lead for DUCHAN.
Yeah, and that's a triple revenge Verd, so that Verd's not going to have the ability to proc here. And we're going to see YUMARU is going to need to find a defense break from that Changpeng and then use Juno to auto attack. That would be his plan of victory. But DUCHAN can win in a number of ways. He can win with the Tessarian defense break and a Ragdoll. Kind of a lot of different things he can do here. He also has an Oliver to be able to constantly reset his opponent. So I think DUCHAN's in a good spot, and I would expect to see him taking a good advantage early on and win this one.
Yep, and that was the Despair Changpeng there, getting that Despair stun on top of the Miles, and boom, just like that, Ragdoll's able to finish off that Vertiheal. Vertiheal's removed from this game. Then we've got that stun is going to be landing a nice little Despair stun. New unit of focus is going to be this Juno here for DUCHAN.
Yeah, DUCHAN had a huge advantage. If I were DUCHAN, though, I would decide to actually go after the Changpeng instead because Juno does feed the Ragdoll a lot. Either way, it doesn't really matter. That Oliver does have a massive proc there and is able to keep that, should be resetting that Changpeng and keeping that locked down. But again, we know that Changpeng's on Despair, so it's not going to be able to proc here. That Juno, very unlucky, not getting any Despair stuns. So DUCHAN is going to be able to take out 2 units very quickly here, and it's going to go up 2-0.
Yeah, that was definitely a desperation move for that. For the Juno looking for any Despair Stun to get his hands onto. A little bit of poke damage coming out onto the Changpeng. We've got Ragdoll looking for some big finisher. Definitely looking very good for DUCHAN as that Juno is going to be dying here. It's just a lonely water Ryu. He has to take down 4 other units.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what YUMARU is still doing in this match here. He only has a Moore here, but decides he still wants to stick around.
Yep, and there you have it. DUCHAN taking round 2 away.
Yeah, just a great draft from DUCHAN overall. I mean, he has so many ways to win that one. And YUMARU's draft looking a little thin there. DUCHAN, he had being able to pump out so much damage really was what gave him the edge there.
Yep, most definitely. I mean, we're going to see a lot of damage in that draft there, and we potentially may see another match with a lot of damage that he could take into him, unless, of course, we got a different draft coming out of YUMARU.
Yeah, and what we see there is YUMARU attempting to do a pivot into slower speeds with the Verd and the Juno, but we see that clearly it does not work. I mean, he knows that he needs to try something different because playing the cleave and counter cleave game is not going to work out in his favor because DUCHAN has more options. But we just saw that Verd was significantly slower. I think even slower than the Ragdoll potentially, which is not good because when that's slower, the Ragdoll moves in front after defense break. You're never going to have a chance to even take a turn. And it's probably a triple revenge Verd, so that means that if DUCHAN's going single target, he doesn't even have to touch that Verd. So I don't think that Verd is equipped to fight that matchup there, and I think might have been not even the right picks to try to play against a turn 2. I would have preferred to see some sort of mollies, some sort of... I don't know if I would prefer to see the mollies, but the mollies would be the right picks there. So the molly would be the right pick if you're trying to play turn 2. Verd doesn't really work as a turn 2 unit into a team that has an Oliver and Ragdoll already. It's better into straight AoE teams there. So definitely in the right spot of thinking about pivoting to turn 2s and throwing different angles, but I think different units could have been selected there.
Yep, most definitely. I think that's what needs to happen here. We're going to be getting into that match very shortly. Hopefully there is going to be a little bit of a change of pace if YUMARU wants to try and stay in this match, or can DUCHAN get the 3-0 in the final. It is very possible we could see a 3-0. I think DUCHAN has that quality. He has the box. He has that ability to. He has that experience to get the 3-0 on a player like YUMARU.
Yeah, I mean, DUCHAN might be able to get a 3-0 in the finals. I mean, that would be very impressive here. And so far, he has been looking very dominant. He has a great box, great decision making. I mean, to be honest, neither player has been making too many mistakes, but this one comes down to a matchup situation. I think DUCHAN is able to counter YUMARU in all kinds of different situations. Don't know if there's sometimes when you play an opponent on the ladder or tournament or whatnot, you might not have a solution in your box, what your opponent has to throw at you. And YUMARU is just kind of stuck in a tough spot given the depth of his box versus what his opponent has.
Yep, well, we're going to find out. We got pre-bans that are locking in right now. We got a Shizuka and a Masha getting pre-banned as we get into match number 3 with DUCHAN and YUMARU.
So YUMARU pre-banning the Masha is a little interesting because it means he can't take a Masha. And Masha is very good to take in if you want your opponent to go with the Olivers and the Giannas and things like that. We see the Oliver opening into Nephthys Gianna. So DUCHAN is, I think, down the line, if YUMARU goes with some water units like Nanas and Shizukas, some of the slower stuff, DUCHAN is going to cleave him right down with the Winrobo. Instead, YUMARU goes for the faster lineup with the Tomo Winrobo, and DUCHAN's going to have an interesting decision to make if he wants to commit more or not.
What is happening here, DUCHAN? Is it because it's the final that he's going to go full dark on us?
We might very well see a full dark matchup here. I think we need to see a Juno coming out from YUMARU, or Siren's great here. Delphoy's a little interesting, but I think Delphoy's pretty good here, actually. We see a Pontos coming out from DUCHAN, but I think the Pontos is most likely the ban, given the fact that it presents the most disruption. And I think Oliver is most likely going to be the ban coming out from DUCHAN, although we could also see a ban onto that Tessa. It's going to be one of the two here coming out.
Oh, look at that. Well, the Pontos does not get the ban out. Tessa does not get the ban out. We have Oliver and Gianna getting banned out here. You know, it's an exciting last draft here coming out of DUCHAN, or potentially last draft coming out of DUCHAN here, with this Winrobo looking to get a full strip here and does not get a full team strip.
Definitely potential last draft here. We might see a skill 2 drop down to bring defense breaks and then have Dark Onimusha score a kill, but he does not go for the kill there. Definitely could have done that, so not sure if that was the right choice to withhold that. I think he could have gone to secure a kill on the Wind Robo and then moved from there. But yeah, definitely an interesting matchup here. We basically see a $100,000 versus a $2 box here.
It's exactly what you're looking at right now, and there's a beautiful Despair Sun sitting on top of that Pontos. Pontos not able to save the team right there, and you can tell that DUCHAN really wants to remove that Wind Rover from the field, but he does have third skill available with units that don't have any will whatsoever.
Onimusha wiped that Wind Robo off the table, but instead decided to withhold his skills for some reason, knowing that there's a Delphi with immunity coming up. So I'm not sure if that was the right choice there. But again, that Dark Onimusha does a lot of damage to everything on the field, but no unit has gone down yet.
Oh, look at that. I mean, Dark Onimusha pumped up all that damage. Holy Ground's going to be coming out here to save his team. I don't believe he has any resets whatsoever. He does have a skill 2, which doesn't do anything here.
Yeah, but YUMARU doesn't have an answer to this Pontos. There is no strip available to him. That Wind Robo is not on Violent. So at this point, DUCHAN is in a commanding lead here. He's going to take out this Wind Robo, and he's going to be able to do a lot of damage with this Ragdoll.
And both players facing each other, shaking hands, but it's DUCHAN that comes out on top as he will be the #1 representative from APAC and his home country, as we have all 4 of our top 4 coming out for the medal ceremony. But congratulations to DUCHAN and OSSERU for making it that far, YUMARU as well, the 3 representatives from the APAC region. And guys, I can't think of 3 better representatives after today's matches. They came out, they played their numbers, even from a lower chance opportunity, but were able to fight their way on through. And nothing better than the crowning of DUCHAN getting over the hump and getting himself into the record books as the #1 player from the APAC region here. Make it a bud.
Yeah, I mean, just dominating performance. I mean, DUCHAN drafting very well. I mean, it comes down to having all these LDs too. I mean, it's just so many options to choose from. At the end of the day, there's only so many ways to counter them from the side of YUMARU. And so once different options are being taken out, your Wind Robo is only able to do so much. DUCHAN's able to take it home.
Again, not done yet. They can still expand their boxes in between now and the World Finals, which will be coming up on November 11th or 12th, depending on where you're watching at. But in the meantime, again, congratulations to all the players that made it to this year's APAC Cup. It is a very, very difficult region, the region that has bred the champions, the region of champions throughout SWC's history. And again, all of them deserve all of the applause and accolades that they should be receiving in just a little bit from our friends over in Thailand. And also, what a great experience to play live in front of an audience, the Thundersticks there, in front of hometown crowds, if you were DOCTHURR or Two Love. What an experience for them, and it's only going to get better with the World Finals in Seoul, Korea. Going to be a ton of fun, and I'm excited to see if anyone evolves the meta here, make it a bud, because it's just cleave, cleave, cleave. You know, let's see, are you turn 1 or you turn 2, aka survive the cleave or not. But it's kind of now matured out to what it's going to be. Do you feel like we can see anything else come on out, or it's just going to be refining of the numbers with the runes here?
I mean, cleave is one of the most consistent ways to play. So I think it's going to be cleave and mixing in LDs and then being able to counter cleave. And you see that when opponents choose to bring in cleaves that don't have enough damage, people can go down into mollies. That's generally what the highest levels of play are. When you see things deviate too much, then that's why it's meta, right? That's what defines the meta. When you see things that deviate from the meta too much, you don't see them on the world stage because it's generally not good enough to make it there.
Well,
Well, there you have it from the brain himself that you might encounter in the ladder if you're in the top 50, top 20, top 10. Where are you at now, Make It a Bud? You're somewhere pretty high up there, as you can find him on the ladder as well. Applause to our two casters that have made it all night long, giving you the action, Stoic and Make It a Bud. Thank you so much for your insights as we head back to Thailand for our medaling ceremony for our top 4 players for the final time. Here comes our friend. It's the host from Thailand. Round of applause for all 4 of our players as they have deserved their slots on here. But now only 3 can make it on through our 3 medals, the fully packed house here at TGS. What a fantastic way to close out the season in Asia here with this passionate fan base, the packed house in Thailand, and our top 8 whittling down to top 4 into the top 3. I'm not 100% sure why we have all 4 players here since there's 3 going. I guess it's the 3 plus the alternate. That's generally why, as we have some of the leads from Comp to us coming out to pass out our medal ceremony here, and our players that have qualified on through. Again, congratulations to all of them in our celebration of SWC and Summoner's War in general. Here's our friend MEOWMEOW coming in 4th place. He will be receiving his 4th place and alternate medal in case any of the players are unable to achieve. There it is, $2,500 there for MEOWMEOW. Pop the heart, do the cat pose. MEOWMEOW, you have stolen the hearts of fans all across the world, as he will be your 4th place and 1st alternate here for APAC Cup. In 3rd place from Japan, it's a man who wasn't able to get over the hump last year, but able to conquer his fears this year. It's OSSERU, as he will take 3rd place, the same amount of prize money in $2,500 US, but more importantly, it is the 3rd place, aka the place to make it to the World Finals, one of the 3 representatives from the APAC region. And now to our top 2, it is the compatriot of OSSERU. Give it up for YUMARU, who is, again, just a bundle of joy. You got to hear him on the top from his interviews, very thoughtful with it, but understood his position. Dropping the hearts as well. $5,000 in 2nd place here for YUMARU, as well as, again, the ticket to the World Finals. That was the objective for all of our players coming into today. But our number 1 spot, getting to defend on home soil in Korea, is the number 1 player from the APAC region. It's DUCHAN, your number 1 player, making it in 1st place, as well as $10,000. Yeah, there's that big check again. I asked you about it earlier, Make It a Bud. The big check with the name on it. Hit the smoke button, boom, there it goes, and drop the Korean hearts right there. DUCHAN, your champion of the APAC Cup 2022. $10,000 into the coffers, and a lot of confidence moving on into the finals, as all of our competitors will be heading to the front of the stage and to receive the applause that the Thailand game show crowd is showing them after a long, long day of APAC battling and a whole season of SWC. This is the conclusion that we'd hope for. Our 4 worthy competitors that have made it this far. Our cosplayers as well, Erika and Aniki, coming on out to close it on off. But DUCHAN, your number 1 seed, moving to the World Finals, getting to defend in Korea. That has got to be such a fantastic, fun feeling for him. And there it is, a bigger smoke bomb. There it is, glitter and all of the confetti coming on down of our champion, DUCHAN, for the APAC Cup. A worthy, worthy celebration there, and a great, great time in Thailand. All of our competitors
happy to have been there and ready for their opportunity for the world stage. Y'all, it has been a long, long night, so I know you at home have a lot of other things to do. So, before we get to any of that stuff and wave goodbye to you like our competitors are doing right now, got a little business to take care of, and that'll be in just a second as we are still part of the festivities and closing out the day with the hands. There it is. All right, someone take this big check. Go on the big check. Yep, thank you very much. All right, as we should be seeing your lovely faces in just a second. Yep, hi everyone. Again, a long night here on the desk here at the APAC Cup. But before we close out tonight, we still have, we have our winners interview here in just a second. But we've got, for you at home that haven't signed up yet, we have Summoners War Chronicles. Make sure to sign up as we take the next step in the Summoners War universe. Again, as it continues to expand, a lot of different gameplay elements here from Summoners War Chronicles. Make sure to sign up, and you don't want to miss your opportunity to do so. So please, please, please sign up for Summoners War Chronicles as we will get our interview up in just a second. Yeah, I'm not sure. Did we get the Summoners War Chronicles graphic up? We did. Okay. Great. Perfect. And then it looks like we have our interview going live right now from the audience there. Hold on a second.
Do you have anything to say to your fans?
오늘요? 저기 여기서 저 응원자가 많이 와서 말씀 좀 한마디 해주세요.
항상 같은 말씀이긴 한데 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 응원해 주시는 만큼 힘을 얻어서 더 좋은 경기 결과를 나올 수 있는 것 같습니다.
ก็ปกติก็มีคนมาเชียร์เยอะนะครับแล้วก็เขาก็ทำจนได้มาถึงตรงจุดนี้แล้วก็ในรอบต่อไปเขาก็จะพยายามทำให้ดีกว่านี้ครับ
ขอบคุณครับ ขอบคุณนะครับ โอเค และนี่คือนะครับแชมเปี้ยนของเราขอเสียงปรบมืออีกครั้งให้กับดูชานด้วยครับ Thank you so much. You're the winner of this tournament. Congratulations. ทุกคนครับนี่คือเกมการแข่งขันที่ตื่นเต้นเร้าใจในทุกช่วงของการแข่งขันนะครับจะมีการวางแผนพลิกเกมกันตลอดเวลาและที่สำคัญนะครับอย่างที่สัญญากันไว้ตอนต้นไม่ว่าใครจะลงทะเบียนกับเราได้ wristband แบบนี้ชู wristband หน่อยครับยังอยู่กันไหมโอเคถือว่าชูค้างไว้ก่อน
All right, well, it looks like we had our quick interview there with DUCHAN standing by. Might have caught some of that part there at the end, but very grateful for the opportunity, very excited to defend on home soil. What an electric audience it was over in Thailand. But again, if you have not signed up yet for the next chapter in Summoners War, do so right now. It's Summoners War Chronicles. You don't want to miss out on the opportunity to pre-register, which will be coming out in November here for the US and Canada. Again, a lot of fun in the next chapter of the Summoners War universe. Now it's time for the favorite part of the show. All of you love to do it. I love giving it out. It's our third and final coupon code of the day. Punch this one in along with the other two, and you get yourself a lot of things to summon. We saw a lot of luck today. Maybe you'll have some of the luck as well as you get your goodies. It's JUDAS WF, which I'm told by our producer Ryan, which means see you at the World Finals. WF, World Finals. JUDAS World Finals. JUDAS WF. Make sure to punch that one in. Get yourself some scrolls, some crystals, some energy to make sure you can do all the tasks that you need to be doing. Knock out your dailies right there with the JUDAS WF. Everyone, it has been a heck of a day throughout all of it. Thank you to our MC in Thailand, Toi, who has been putting on a fantastic show.
Speaking of guys that put on a fantastic show, one more round of applause for our whole broadcast team, including the two men in the wall right here that have been doing it all day long. Stoic and Make It a Bud. Thank you guys so much. Now, on behalf of myself, the entire live broadcast crew, we appreciate all of you friends watching at home, and we'll catch you November 11th or 12th, depending on where you're watching, for the World Finals. Until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and we'll see you later.
EXP นี่ดึงขึ้นมาบอกเพื่อนมาตีรอบนึงมานะตัวนี้บอกขอโชว์เลยที่2นะก็เรียบร้อยแล้วผมร้อยไปครับผมกลายเป็นยอนทองนะเป็นแชมป์ของในรายการ Thailand Grand Open Tournament จากโดนนำกลับมาแซง 3-1 ครับผมได้แต่ผมเป็นขวดน่ารักเลยนะครับเอาเลยคิวหนึ่งอย่างเดียวเอาโอ้โหแล้วไปตัดไม่หยุดจริงๆครับแล้วเอาปิดตุยแซงเข้าไปแล้วเป็นโอเซรุนะครับที่เป็นฝ่ายชนะไปนะฮะ3-1งัดตัวอะไรก็ได้นะขึ้นมาอีกครับพี่การพี่โดมขึ้นมาโอ้โหแล้วไปเลยครับผมจังหวะนี้ก็ตีจิ้มม้าเข้าไปยังไม่ลงนะฮะเหลืออีกนิดเดียวและเป็นชัยชนะของทางดูชานะครับถ้ากดสกิลหมู่ลิงก็จะสวนด้วยนะใช่ครับเอาแล้วไม่ดีที่แซงครับโอ้โหแต่ว่ายังดีครับโอ้โหไม่ได้อยู่เอาแต่ไอ้กระเด็นขึ้นมาโอ้โหแล้วแต่คิว2เข้าไปครับเต็มข้อฮะโอ้โหนี่เรียกว่าตายไปแล้วครับแพนด้าตีเข้าไปโอ้โหเอ็กซ์เดินขึ้นมาครับโอ้และเรียบร้อยนะครับเป็นเหมียวนะครับเอาชนะทีซุงไป3-1ฮะไปตัดไว้แล้วแต่บอลโดนเพราะว่าโอ้โหไม่ไปใส่กลับขึ้นมาครับผมยังไหวครับผมโอ้โหแต่เป็นแบบไปนะครับโอ้โหต่อพลิกเข้าไปนะฮะสีมากๆครับจังหวะนี้ครับแล้วดึงดอมขึ้นมาจังหวะนี้ครับดาเมจจากพ่อหรือเปล่าโอ้โหแต่ไม่พอครับผมดาเมจก็จะไม่โอ้โหแล้วไม่พอแล้วเป็นยูมารุนะครับไปนะครับผมสุดยอดมากๆนะครับเพราะว่าเขากลับมาได้จาก 2-0ใดๆก็ตามมันคือดีเคมือนี่ยืนจ้วงสนุกเลยใช่ครับย้ำลงไปอะไรย้ำเข้าไปโอ้โหแล้วเป็น3-0เลยครับดูชานะฮะโอ้โหนี่ครับตัดฟ้านะฮะถ้าเสือไม่ได้ตีปีกไม่มีนะโอ้โหแล้วติดเอาเพี้ยนเข้าไปก็ไม่ลงเลยครับเรียบร้อยฮะตีเสือนะครับตัดก่อนแต่ว่าตอนนี้โรโมได้แต่1ครับ2ครับ3และแน่นอนว่า4เข้าไปครับผมเลยพุ่งตรงทิ้งไหลมากๆโอ้โหแล้วปัดเข้าไปครับแค่นิดเดียวครับแล้วเรียบร้อยเกิดไม่ได้ครับสำหรับมาฮาอิ่มกริบเลยฟาดเข้าไปนะจังหวะนี้นะครับตั๋วเวิลด์ไฟนอลนะครับโอเซรุนะครับที่เอาชนะเหมียวไปได้3-1นะฮะและได้ตั๋วเวิลด์ไฟนอลไปมาล้มนานะฮะสปีดต้นมาจริงๆอย่างนี้ก็เปิดก่อนไปครับล้มไปจังหวะนี้ติดหมดครับจะตายหรือเปล่ากดเลือกแล้วตายนะครับจะตายเลยนะฮะเขามั่นใจในการเปลี่ยนมากๆเลยนะใช่ครับเรียบร้อยดูชานคือแชมเปี้ยนของเราในวันนี้ฮะเดลฟอย